The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. All bets are off at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Chips are down and players are all in on their hopes to catch a winning streak and run the tables. Former Sinquefield Cup champion Wesley So was aces, operating like a one-man wolf pack, sending the co-leader reeling and himself into a tie for first place. Challenger Gukesh fought like a tiger to bring down his opponent, but in the end his attack lost its teeth, forcing him to settle for a draw. There's a pair of kings atop the standings, but Wesley So's riding the hot hand for now. Day 5 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 5 of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup. We are in the beautiful Forest Park as we are waiting for the players to arrive. This is the day before the rest day, and we know how these players usually react to this type of situations. They're going to leave it all on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start today's action.
It's the day before the rest day and the halfway point of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup. Two leaders are ahead of a large pack. More great chess action coming up now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan, and Peter Svidler.
And the clown Pagliacci, yes.
It's a pleasure, as always, to be with you both. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup. Well, I tell you, it's been all but impossible to predict the leaders of this event, and I would tell you that Firouzja and Wesley are as surprised as anyone that they stand at the top. Nasi, do the honors and tell us the standings after 4 very hard-fought rounds.
Let's have a look. Like you mentioned, two co-leaders are Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So. And then a lot of people sharing third place. Fabiano, Caruana, Nepomniachtchi, MVL, Prague, Gukesh, and world champion Liren.
That is quite the chasing pack, all right. And tell us about the format of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament. Time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment for the entire game, and there are no draw offers allowed.
I think we circled on the schedule the rest day, but tell us about the schedule.
Players are playing round 5 today. Tomorrow is a rest day. After that, they will have 4 more rounds and possibly playoffs after the last round.
As we get closer, we'll maybe talk about the playoffs a bit. But for the moment, Peter, tell us about the GCT leadership.
Absolutely. We're almost halfway through the Sinquefield Cup, and as we've already described, it's incredible to pick out the probable winners. Not so much with the GCT Tour this year, where it's pretty much a 2-horse race with 2 people still in contention for winning the overall tour. And those 2 people are Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. So let's take a look at their results so far. We begin with Fabi, who started by tying for first and then winning the playoffs against Alireza Firouzja in the classical tournament in Bucharest, winning the Croatia Rapid and Blitz tournament outright, and looking in great fettle. But then a somewhat mediocre by his standards result in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz knocked him down to earth a little bit, and he is currently on 26.75 points, almost $120,000 in earnings, and the second place in the standings. On top of the leaderboard in the Grand Chess Tour is the Frenchman Alireza Firouzja, who once again tied for first in Romania and did lose that playoff to Fabiano, but then a tie for second in Croatia and a fantastic St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, netting him the full 13 points for an outright win, propelled him to the top spot with 30.58 GCT points, and a slightly higher winnings total, very close there, just above $123,000. And there you see the current standings. And just one more thing to mention, the top 3 finishers of the Grand Chess Tour not only win additional prize money, but also get automatically re-invited for the next year's tour. Both Alireza and Fabi are pretty much locked in, but the battle for third is very much still up in the air, with Wesley winning against Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday, and that is a massive, massive win for him, because that puts him ahead of the pack of pursuers, including MVL, Prague, and of course Jan Nepomniachtchi himself. So Wesley currently is in pole position to grab that third spot and get his invite for the next year's tour.
Yeah, the fight is definitely intense for those GCT points. Thank you, Peter. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Christian, who's going to drill down on today's pairings. Over to you, Christian.
Good to see you guys. First of all, Peter, you look dashing with that bow tie. Now, let's talk about this tournament. You mentioned this is probably one of the most competitive seasons of the Grand Chess Tour we've seen so far. The 2 players at the top, they're separated by 1 point. 1 game can determine who's going to win the championship and the Grand Chess Tour. And of course, the battle for third position is so competitive. Let's take a look at some of the big clashes in today's round. And I'm going to start with this one. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus the current world champion, Liren. 2 points apiece, but these 2 players have had a very different trajectory. Jan Nepomniachtchi, a topsy-turvy event so far. 1 loss, 1 win as well. A very painful loss yesterday against Wesley So. Liren, on the other hand, he's been playing brilliant chess, but unfortunately for him, he fails to convert his advantages. And right now, 4 draws, he's standing at 2 points, 15th in the world for the world champion and 5th in the world for Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's the big clash that I'm seeing in today's round. Now, there's another one that I'm having my eyes on, and that is the one between one of the co-leaders of the event, Alireza Firouzja, against a player that's been struggling not only in the Grand Chess Tour but this tournament as well. And of course, I'm talking about Anish Giri with 1 loss so far. Take a look at him. It doesn't feel like he has found his usual confidence in this tournament so far. To be honest, the whole 2024 has been a lackluster year for Anish Giri. Alireza, on the other hand, he's been surging through the rankings. World rank number 9 right now, 2775 URS rating, and he's leading with authority this event. Nevertheless, he's been a bit lucky, but at the same time, the best players make their luck. That's what I have for the moment for you guys. Back to you. Take it away.
Christian, I'm not sure about that authority, but I'll go with it. Nazi, do the honors. Tell our viewers about the pairings for round 5.
Let's have a look. As Christian talked about, it's going to be Fabi against MVL,
Nice.
Prague against Wesley, Nepo against Ding,
Big fights.
Alireza Firouzja against Anish Giri, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Gukesh.
The players are fighting hard, and what are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. The total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winner, $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. Just great prizes for everybody.
Indeed. Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for your generosity as we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, where the players are getting ready. Wow. Peter, I got to tell you, it's not easy being a fashion icon, and you
One does
it
one's
so
best.
well.
One does one's best, what can I say?
Well, it was the bow tie, and watching you struggle with it, we were in stitches over here. But you managed. Congratulations.
I want to point out that this is a trap sprung on me by that person over there who gave me this as a gift without informing me that I need to know how to tie it. And
I'm innocent. I discovered a shop. It's called Q Boutique. It's in the Central West End. In fact, it's in the World Chess Hall of Fame. And yes, they sell bow ties. And I was looking and I was saying to myself, this has Peter Svidler written all over it.
Yes.
So you needed it. As once again, we are at the World Chess Hall of Fame. The players are getting ready for round 5. We oftentimes see the players come in and they're getting wanded. No electronic devices whatsoever are allowed into the playing hall, and I'm thinking we got to prank the arbiters. We got to, outfit these players with like 12 electronic devices. pagers and everything that we could possibly discover.
I think the round would be delayed by 4 hours.
Ginny,
That's what I'm talking
Dr.
about.
Ginny Sinquefield there in the house seemingly today.
I saw her, and there you
Probably
see.
ringing the bell.
Right. We see Ding Liren, world chess champion, getting his water as one of our tournament co-leaders. And I got to tell you, I think Firouzja is riding some enormous luck, Peter. I mean, we always say you need a little luck, but this is getting a bit excessive.
And he is defending very tenaciously. None of this works if you don't actually put up any resistance.
Exactly.
But he is on +1 with 3 arguably lost positions out of the 4 games he played.
Right.
Which is, in a field of this strength, not something you see every tournament.
Exactly.
It has to be made.
And unblemished after those 3 lost positions. That's the trick.
Winning one and drawing the other 2.
Remarkable. And there she is, Dr. Ginny Sinquefield, getting ready to usher in the new round.
She's the co-founder of the St. Louis Chess Club.
And we'll listen to some of the commentary from Chris Bird.
Welcome to Dr. Ginny Sinquefield to ring the bell for today's round. Once you hear the bell, go ahead and start waiting clock.
And there she goes.
Well done, Jeannie. She has a standard joke, which I just find absolutely hilarious every time she says it. Upon their retirement, Rex and Jeannie returned to St. Louis, and Rex said to Jeannie, I want to found a chess club. And as Jeannie says, well, how expensive could that be? and the rest, as they say, is history, as we are seeing the game there between, how many Italians did you predict?
I said at
Two
least,
nights?
At least some.
We said at least 1, but I'm going to guess it's going to be 3.
Well, I've got also the game between Jan
not going to
Nepo
be 3 probably.
Nepo's Rui Lopez.
and Ding Liren. And Ding Liren, Nepo played bishop b5 or Rui Lopez, a7, a6. And here, I can change games if we're going to stay with this
So
one.
wait, well, we can go to Fabi. We can go to Fabi and MVL. There is Najdorf. That's exciting.
We'll go to that in just a second. I'm just following the game of Nepo and Ding Liren because this, for me and for Christian, is one of the key marquee matchups. These two players, Jan and Ding, have played a world championship match against one another, famously going into a tiebreaker that was won by Ding Liren. And with this specific move order, Ding Liren is saying, I'm willing to play a Marshall Gambit, which has been in his repertoire for some time. And Peter, you know a thing or two about the Marshall Gambit.
Or at least I
yourself.
used to, yeah. But people don't really allow it all that much anymore. And as we see here on our board, the move h2, h3 has just been played by Jan. Jan, I think, in the match won at least one very, very nice Spanish against Ding in some kind of a slow structure where he showed superior understanding, where it looked like Ding, until more or less the moment where he was lost, appeared to think he's completely fine, which is something that occasionally happens in these slow Spanish structures.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jan, I think, has decent history against Ding in the structures. h3 is a move specifically aimed at preventing the classical Marshall after c3, d5. These days they play d5 against more or less anything, but you do have to say that, let's say if we compare the classical Marshall line with pawn on h3 and the pawn on c2, for instance, you can immediately start challenging the black pieces by playing knight c3, and h3 will be useful as well. So this is, on both sides of the equation, you're just doing better with white. So this is not something they do, and if you want to make a pawn sacrifice against h3, you start by playing bishop b7,
Right.
to which white normally replies with d2, d3, and here you'd absolutely can play d7, d5, e5, knight takes d5, to such an extent that these days the white players almost don't even take on e5 here, where both knight takes e5 followed by queen d6, and the move knight c6, d4, aiming to just trade the bishop on b3 and say, bishop pair, good control in the center, enough for a pawn, which appears to be borne out by analysis. So in this position, after e5, knight d5, moves like knight bd2, moves like a2, a4, have, I think, become a lot more fashionable. But yet to see, hang on. Why am I struggling with the...
That's the current position.
Yeah, that is the current position. I just want to... Yeah, there it is. Wanted to have the score sheet on my screen. Apart from d3, you don't really have very many options. I think c3 doesn't really stop the sacrificial play anyway, so why not make a sturdier move which develops potentially more of your pieces. Right. I am expecting d3 to be played. Ding, I want to say, among the people who are threatening you with the marshal, I think he is maybe the happiest not to sacrifice pawns. For instance, Magnus pretty much always finds a way to give up that pawn for that bishop on b3 in particular. Like he would maybe even, I think there was some game where he just went knight a5 in a similar position, just saying, just take it, I really don't care.
Right.
But Ding, I think, very often just goes d6 and plays these kinds of slow positions, which are also fine, frankly, but they are nowhere near as forced and allow for a sort of a bigger skill expression,
right.
if we can describe it that way, because you do get to play a full game of chess without comparing notes for the first 20 moves of it.
Exactly. Thank
I think
you.
it's commentator's curse. He did play d5, as you were saying, d6, but I don't think Nepos has taken the...
He declined.
He's not at the... e5. And as I mentioned...
Knight d2.
Knight d2 is a very important move here. And if we stay with this for a while, Black has a number of options here. You can, and people have in history been protecting this pawn with f7, f6, but these days I think the main options here are queen d7, continuing to offer the pawn on the next move as well, and also this move knight d4.
Knight d4.
Which I think recently has been played by Vincent Keimer. In the tournament I was also playing in Malmö, and after knight takes d4, e4, queen f3, which looks a bit awkward. I believe Vincent essayed an improvement on previous play with the move rook a7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's, I think, the game I won. This is, after rook a7, this is the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keimer, which Vincent held quite comfortably. It was actually quite a spectacular game. Queen f5, g6, queen e5, bishop f6, queen g3, and here a very striking move, I think. Knight d5, e3, using the fact that we have bishop h4 as a reply to the capture. Knight e4, bishop takes e4, d4. Knight seems to be hanging. No such thing. I think we're still following the game. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is how it went. Vincent, and in particular Vincent as part of the analytical team of him and his coach Peter Leko, have been at the absolute forefront of defending this perimeter with Black. And he is a very strong theoretician in all kinds of martial and anti-martial type positions. So this is one possibility, but Ding is now thinking queen d7, as I said, also completely playable. I believe f6 is also playable, but this is very sort of old school. People no longer do that as much.
Wow. Rich, middle game position, knight b1, d2 on the board. And the clock time for both players, it seems to me they've been spanking out the moves pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're playing very fast.
They're above?
Nepos above for 2 hours, yes, by 4 minutes.
All right.
Let's go to Fabi's game.
He is white against MVL, and as you were saying, knight or...
It's knight b3.
Yeah, the famous do-nothing move.
No, it's not even a do-nothing move. Do-nothing move would be something like a3. This is actively remove pieces from the center move. And I remember when it was first suggested to me that this is a serious option, I kind of laughed in the face of the person who told me this.
Right.
And then began playing it with white very happily. I actually did this in a must-win game against Maxime himself in the Khanty World Cup. And got a very good position too. I didn't win it, but I did get a very good position. So MVL is, I think, quite intimately familiar with this. He knows what he's supposed to do.
And just to say, Peter, this is a position that, theoretically speaking, they've tried everything.
Yes.
Just rook g1, h3, g3, bishop e3,
You're naming normal moves, yeah.
Bishop e2, everything. And then knight b3. Is this because of exhaustion?
To a degree, but you can also actually sort of explain why we're making this move, because this being the neither of Black very often wants to play e7, e5, so we are preempting, not preventing, but we're preempting it and giving ourselves a wider choice of responses against e5. I don't think anybody really plays e5 here, because it really does give White a full variety of things to do in response. If you play e6, White is very ecstatic pretty much to play a Keres type, Keres attack type position. Even with the inclusion of a6 and knight b3, this is still very playable, even though I think this is supposed to be okay. And this is generally very much the main line in response to knight b3, I think, is this line. And g6, of course, black says, why would my dragon now be worse somehow against this very innocuous knight b3 move? But after bishop b3, bishop g7, and let's say queen d2, you do get this weird kind of a mix between knight and dragon, where white goes f3 and bishop h6, white castles queenside. Once again, it really doesn't hurt white all that much the knight is on b3, because it denies black some sources of counterplay. d6, d5 is much more difficult to organize, for instance. And weirdly, the more you analyze these positions, the more you realize that, yes, this doesn't refute the knight, of course it doesn't.
No.
But it's very playable, and I would name it, the way things stand right now, I would definitely name knight b3 in, I don't know, maybe the top 3 to 5 choices, considering how many choices white has here. It's a pretty high place in the list.
Wow.
The way theory currently seems to stand.
Right, and like you said, this hybrid of a dragon and a Najdorf, Dragendorf, I think they also say. One of the, I think it was because of Alexander Alekhine's best games and the so-called Nottingham variation, where with the knight on d4 and with the pawn on a6, people would put their bishop on e2, play g4, g5 as soon as possible, and somehow this knight on b3 was actually pretty well placed in the Nottingham. Now, when you play a7, a6, you would think that the Nottingham variation, where literally you're trying to blow black off the board, g4, g5, h4, h5, nobody plays these old lines. Is it because the computer engines?
Yeah, I think people have sort of worked out that you don't need to be afraid of this all that much. I wouldn't say it's unplayable, but I don't think in Nottingham times people, for instance, were replying to g4 with h5.
No,
So
that would be considered a no-no.
Yeah, like one of the things that people realized is like you can actually do this and keep the king in the center, or if you generate enough counterplay on the queen side to distract white, you can eventually even castle kingside with this inclusion, because giving mate on the kingside here very often will involve giving up pieces, because your pawn breaks have been extinguished more or less by having black playing h5. So I think, yeah, this is how they treat this position. I'm a bit surprised at f3. I thought you didn't actually need to invest in this tempo so early. I thought you could start with queen d2, but f3 is never a mistake in the dragon type structures.
Absolutely, and Fabi is so well prepared. I think of these two as giants, and the grand chess tour scheme of things. How do they match up, Nasi?
Well, 27 draws.
Wow,
10 wins for Fabi and 5 wins for MVL.
The draws, I'm not surprised by. They're very, very solid players, but the 2-1 edge in victories in favor of Fabi is a bit of a surprise. F2, F3, and as Peter's been mentioning, you kind of go queen d2, you angle for bishop h6, and we're going to keep an eye on this one.
We have a very sharp game in this
Yes, it might be a favorite to go with opposite king side castling. White goes long, black goes short. We'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to guide us?
Well, we have 2 Italians.
Italian.
One is with bishop on g5 and one's without. So which one would you prefer to start with?
Let's start with the bishop g5.
Let's go to Prague's game then.
Then we're going to go to Prague, and he is white against Wesley So, one of our tournament co-leaders, and Wesley had played this line in allowing bishop to g5 earlier.
Against Ding, right?
Yes, and he got himself into a spot of trouble, actually, in that one.
But he changed it up today, because against Ding he was playing a6, queen bishop a7, queen e7, the kind of a slower line. a5 very much indicates that you will be playing the g5 lines, I think. I think a5, queen e7, bishop e6 don't really go together as well, because, among other things, the b5 square is available to the white bishop, so you don't get to trade. And if you don't get to trade, your queen doesn't get the e6 square, and you never really unpin your knight on f6. Right. So I think, yeah, Wesley here going back to his roots, because a5 followed by g5, I think, is what he used to do against the bishop g5 lines in the past, before he discovered the joys of queen e7, bishop e6.
And trading the joys of trading light square bishops. I didn't realize it had come to that in the Joko piano these days. Castles by white, and if I could ask, what is the theoretical...
g5 is the most common move here by black.
Okay. And
Bishop g3 and then castles.
And then castles right away. Okay, so you don't stick around in the center. You don't play king f8 or king g7. None of this knight h7.
I think in this position they still sometimes do the queen e7, knight h7, f8.
Routine.
The plan that I was talking about in one of our earlier games where g5 was played. But yeah, castles is the most popular one.
I like the idea that you spent 3 tempi to shift your knight one square,
right.
over
to g6.
To g6.
But it does both, as we were talking about on that day, it does both things really, really well. It supports your center, making the d4 pawn break a lot less painful because the knight on g6 protects
E5
the
pawn,
yeah
right?
the e5 pawn gets further protection once the knight appears on g6, and also it just supports h5 and g4 really, really strongly by denying white the h4 square. So yeah, it looks very artificial, it looks unbelievably slow, but when you get down to it, there's definitely reasons behind it. But we'll see what Wesley does.
If I may also ask, in these positions where you go castles and you go g5, knight takes g5, rook e1, rook e8, what if black just hangs out, like waits for you to commit yourself to playing knight f1 and he goes bishop e6? And just ask you.
And not play g5, you mean?
Yeah, and not play g5. How are you going to maneuver a knight to h5? Or how are you going to force g5?
Well, move by move. I think here I would like to play knight f1 if I can.
Yep, I'm totally legal, yep.
Bishop b6, I'm very curious about bishop b5 in these positions. I think it's going to be quite awkward.
Bishop to b5 in these positions, yeah. And I just get
And with a knight on f1, honestly, I'm still taking on g5 as far as I can tell. Like if you go g5, knight g5, bishop g5, knight g3, knight h5 is a massive threat.
Right.
Maybe you have ways of dealing with it, but I'm curious what they are. Maybe king h7, g6 though, or king g7, g6. Maybe you're in time.
g6?
No. G5 first. No, I'm talking about the position after the sacrifice. G5 we take.
Okay. Take.
Take, and now I want to play knight g3, knight h5 next two moves, but you play king g7, king g6, and this might be in time.
G6.
Because it does both things once again. It challenges the bishop on g5, it makes knight h5 not be a check, which is very relevant. You can play rook h8 next move even to further deny white checking opportunities. Maybe this doesn't work out as well.
Okay, definitely something to keep in mind. And how do these two players match up? I can't imagine they have a big score amongst themselves.
Right, they've only played 4 classical games and 4 draws.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it? That's all we got?
Today they're playing their 5th.
We need more data. We need more data. You said there's another Italian.
Yeah, it's between Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri.
Okay, our tournament co-leader Alireza on the white side against Anish, and again, a5.
Yeah, and via a somewhat strange move order, we actually found ourselves in a position
that's
very reminiscent of the topical lines of the Italian. I was going to say Alireza is playing it very, very old school, because if we get to the position at move 7, which is a very, very topical position in all of these lines, the move bishop c4, b3, which when I was just starting playing against the Italian, people would make this move automatically, just to avoid the trade by playing bishop c2 later, for instance. This kind of disappeared. The bishop, in particular in the a5 structures, it mostly goes to b5 when it gets chased away, so you don't even waste the tempo on bishop b3. What this does is maybe arguably stops a5, a4. But still, I was a bit surprised to see this. h6, rook e1, rook e8, knight bd2, bishop e6. And this is a very normal position, once again, from the Italians of my youth, where people would just automatically do something like this and like pretend this is good for white. I lost a game like this with black when I was a very, well, not a very small child, but still a smallish child, to Mickey Adams. That was my first ever game against Mickey Adams in an Open tournament in 1990. Got destroyed. Needed a draw, I think, for the IM norm. Did not get anywhere near. But bishop a4 once again reminds us of the modern way of treating these positions. And in particular, queen b8 is what they do very, very often. And I'm just trying to work out how this compares to the line that we normally talk about. I will actually try to reconstruct that move order. So castles, castles, let's say h3, a5, rook e1, h6, knight bd2, bishop b6, bishop b5, queen b8. So this is the normal line. This is where there is all this 150 games of theory. And this is what we have on the board.
We've included rook e8.
Yeah, so there's an inclusion of rook e8, and also the bishop is on a4, not on b5, meaning that apart from queen a7, which is definitely part of the idea here, we also have a very straightforward idea of unpinning ourselves with b5 and a4 and gaining space on the queen side.
Peter,
Honestly, looks very healthy for black.
if I can ask the direct question, what about d3, d4?
d3, d4, you get met with b7, b5. Otherwise, I think it would be a very, very legitimate question why we're not winning material.
Wins a pawn for white, right?
Funny you should mention that. I had to say
DC5.
Read your mind, yes.
Queen takes a4, knight e7. This is quite remarkable. And once again, Anish is unbelievably well prepared. Because it really does look like white is just a healthy pawn up. The evaluation suggests that black has not a single problem here.
Wow.
Somehow. Healthy pawn up, white to move, no threats even, I would suggest, right?
You
for
don't
black.
have the two bishops as
Yeah, we
compensation?
kind of want to play knight g6, maybe we want to push d6, d5, but really unclear why this has to be anything. But judging by what the engine is suggesting, like the combination of ideas of knight g6, and maybe if white completely ignores the king side, ideas of queen c8 with bishop takes h3 to come, this is one idea. And the second one is just to play rook c8, knight g7, knight c5, and go for positional compensations. Honestly, all of this is a little bit shocking.
Right.
I'm pretty sure if I knew nothing at all about this position and it was offered to me with white, I would grab it with both hands and say, you know, I like having more pawns than my
Well,
opponent.
Alireza took on c6.
He did. He captured on c6, did not play the move d3, d4. There was the recapture b takes e6, and the only move that makes sense would be to play d4 because
But this is just a very, very
Amazing.
poor version of the line. Like these
Yes.
positions often are slightly worse even there if you don't play them precisely. And here I think they just are slightly worse for white.
right.
I am taking this with black any day of the week because a5, a4 is incredibly annoying as a follow-up because the bishop on a6 in combination with the pawn on a4 makes it very awkward for white to deal with the king side, with the queen side. If you have to play a2, a3, these two pawns are just completely dominated by the black pawn on a4. Queen a7 continues to exert a lot of pressure against the white center. I don't like this. I think Alireza perhaps did not expect queen b8 to come. Maybe he thought he created a threat of d3, d4, which needs to be addressed. And he got slightly spooked. But still, he could have thought for a bit longer. And I think knight f1, let's say b5, bishop c2, followed by bishop e3.
Right.
White is not better. This is not going to give you any advantage, I don't think.
And he didn't push d4 in the current position. He
You
went
do knight f1.
Yeah, you can also do that, but yeah, black goes a4. And this is also a modern way of playing this position. If we go back to the line I was giving, where is it? Yeah, there it is. These days, here, after knight f1, queen a7, what they sometimes do is they play rook a2, let's say a4, they go knight g3, queen a5, now they give up this bishop. And then they attempt to give mate on the king side, basically, more or less, because you can go knight h4, knight takes f5, maybe even immediately, and start threatening things like bishop takes h6, queen c1, queen takes h6, once the line lands on f5. Let's make some stupid moves. This might already be winning, yeah. +4. Not +4 anymore, but very good for white. So this is the idea. But once again, if we compare this with why did it click away? Don't click away. This position, and then I need to scroll without changing the position somehow. Will I manage? I will. Hooray!
Good job.
Look. Black has a rook on e8. Black did not waste 3 tempi playing queen b8, queen a7, queen a5. The queen is actually on a better position because it's easier to include in the defense of the king side. Yes, the rook is not on a2. This probably doesn't matter that much. But generally, this looks like maybe a tempo and a half. I like the tempo and a half because it gets people to ask what is a half a tempo, and then I don't know the answer. So like, it entertains everybody. But this seems like a much better version of the same position for black because the queen will go to b5, for instance. d5, bishop f8, I think will be easier to organize if we want. I don't particularly like this for Alireza.
And there you have it. I'm not exactly sure what the follow-up. I was almost certain that he was going. His intention, capturing the knight, was to do something incredibly forcing. I don't know. I didn't believe it. I wanted to say.
But there's nothing forcing in this position.
Exactly. I mean,
if 595, you struggle for equality. I think in those types of positions.
That's precisely my feeling too. Unless you're getting bishop h6 and
something like bishop f5 here
in a dream way, right? I mean, black has just got the two bishops and pretty good squares.
You don't really have the pieces to generate too many threats on the king's side.
Right. So suddenly a slow move, knight f1, but okay. Knight h4, pardon me, knight g3, knight h4, knight f5. We've seen checkmates.
I kind of like it, yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Because black's queen is on b8, it looks right to go after the king side.
Exactly. I'm going to change the game to Nodirbek. And
there's one
Gukesh.
last game we haven't spoken about.
Right.
And that's the one you mentioned.
Please, Peter.
Very surprising. 5d3 played against the Spanish. Today we have all 5 games were started with 1e4. We have 2 Ruy Lopez. We have 1 Dragendorf by this point, and 2 Italians. And this is our second Spanish. 5d3 is a move that they normally make because they're really worried black will play the open. Because if you're not worried about the open, it really is advisable, I think, to start with this move order. But Gukesh does something kind of surprising in response. b5 is by far the main move here. But after bishop b3, the common wisdom is if you're allowed to play bishop c5, you should be playing bishop c5.
Right.
And Gukesh quite quickly goes bishop e7, a4. This is absolutely the way to ask a question here, because you would like to be playing a4 prior to black having a pawn on d6, to more or less force black to choose between b4, rook b8, and bishop b7. All 3 of those moves have some drawbacks. Bishop b7, and this is a speech I've given many a time in my life, you would like to play bishop b7 in Spanish systems where white has gone c3 and d4. When white has this c2, g3, e4 structure, the bishop on b7 is very restricted by this pawn chain and doesn't really get as much play. If you play rook b8, which is Gukesh's choice, for the rest of the game you have to contend with the fact that whenever this is included, and it will eventually be included, you've given up. The rook on its starting position is now dominating the one only file on the board, which is not something you generally like very much. But this is something I want to say that Magnus reintroduced into how people approach chess theory in these types of positions, because he's been doing it in all kinds of d3 lines and all kinds of anti-martial lines, just saying, I don't really care about the a file, you can have it. There's nothing there for you to attack. Even if the rook, let's say, at some point lands on a7, there's nothing for it to pressure. Eventually, I will trade it away, or I will chase it back to a1. In the meantime, my position is very, very solid. I would very much like this bishop to stay on this diagonal. It gets developed to d7 or e6 later on. So the way I think a normal Magnus game in all of these lines would go, it goes something like this. Rook e1, rook e8, we go knight d5, they go bishop f8. Then they take on d5, they go, I don't know, let's continue making moves. And this will start resembling, I wouldn't be
Looks
shocked.
like a world championship.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if by this point, this is a game, I don't know whose game, but I suspect it might be, I think this might be a game between Adiban and Daniel Dubov in a recent tournament. I think I've seen this before. And Daniel Dubov obviously worked with Magnus on a number of world championship matches, so there are some common influences there. So this is a kind of an outline that Magnus very much enjoys with black, because it's a very, very healthy pawn structure. You have no real weaknesses. Yes, your bishop on f8 is currently kind of set. You don't have any pawn breaks. But let's say once the trade on e6 happens, you can start dreaming of pushing d6, d5. And if you do get to play d6, d5, the game opens up a little bit. And also Magnus is kind of good at chess. So he's been doing well in these structures. Gukesh doing the same. Gukesh doing the same is a little bit surprising to me, because I think he generally treats openings in a lot more concrete fashion than Magnus does. Magnus, I think, very much relies on his superior understanding, because he does have the superior understanding. I'm not trying to say Gukesh doesn't, but Magnus has a much richer history playing these types of positions with both colors. Gukesh is only 18.
Right.
But, I mean, it feels to me like this is about as dreamy a position as you can get in 5d3.
Right.
It might still not be very much. That's a whole other point.
Right.
But there is no way for white to be dissatisfied with the outcome of the opening here. It's a pleasant position. You have the file, you have the slightly better developed pieces. Black will have to spend the next, I don't know, 5 to 7 moves getting their ducks in a row and so on.
And we do have castles for both players on the board. I notice
D6.
Gukesh has taken about 20 extra minutes to get this position with d6 and h2, h3.
Well, you do want to stop bishop
Bishop
g4.
g4, yeah. And away
Yeah,
you go.
honestly, at this point, we really do seem to be re-entering the 6d3 lines, and I'm pretty sure that
Transposing into
at this point, 72 games, many of those will be very, very high-level games. I'm willing to bet some of them will be Magnus's,
Exactly.
even though I can't see it on my screen right now.
And then, thank you, Peter. And let's take a look at the probabilities of how today's round is going to finish, according to Ben Underwood's predictive model.
Well, Fabi's a huge favorite against MVL.
Probably because they're 2-1 head-to-head score.
Now, next one's interesting. Even though Ding won the match against Nepo's still the favorite to win today.
Okay.
Well, he has the
bounce
white
back.
pieces.
That's true.
Bounce back after a loss. Some
just-
people react badly to losses. I do. Other people react like
Nepo
ferociously.
famously reacts badly, but
Yeah, Kasparov was terrible after a loss. Boy, you did not want to play him. He wanted to crush you. Firouzja.
also a huge favorite to win today. With Nodirbek and Gukesh, that's surprising.
Indeed, you think of Gukesh as the challenger.
Yeah, some-
and, what?
Nice percentages there on the screen.
And for two players who've drawn all their games with one another, Prague versus Wesley, that's a considerable
I think it's because
winning edge.
Prague is playing with white.
Yeah, it's all white. And white is a big favorite in all of these games.
That's expected.
Okay. Where would you like to take us?
Let's
Nancy?
go back to Fabi's game against MVL.
Let's see what has happened, because that
exciting
was
opening.
the hybrid dragon and Najdorf. What has
I
been
couldn't have
called?
guessed any of these moves. F3, bishop e2.
Yeah, f3 in combination with bishop e2. That's a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, I would think queen d2 long castle is probably the main line.
Well, this suggests to me that that Fabi might be going for a completely different setup where he would castle short and maybe play in a
Try to play a4, a5,
shenanigan kind of way with a4, a5, like the Kasparov
And if
Anand match
if white
from
castle's
New York.
short, black's h5 doesn't look that great, right?
Well, yeah, but on the one hand, you've stopped white from one of his more intimidating ways of getting at your king. Yes, there is a slight weakness, but you'd have to play f4, f5 to exploit it.
Pretty good though.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. You might discover that f4, f5 is good. Peter, in these lines, is black keeping his king in the center forever?
Not if you castle kingside. I think, honestly, even against the queenside castle, the understanding of just how dangerous it is to play h7, h5 has very much shifted over the years. People quite happily play h5 and then castle sort of quote-unquote into it by provoking the attack. But bishop e2 does seem to indicate white switching to the slow
Short
kinds
side.
of the slow kinds of push. But honestly, this looks quite healthy for black, unless I blunder knight d5 apparently, which in this position for whatever reason is very strong. And this, I guess, is the one idea that you have to watch for in these slow types of positions. I don't know why it's so strong against bishop b7 and far less strong against castles. Let's try to investigate that. That actually kind of surprises me. Why can't we do this here? Rook b1, bishop g7.
Don't tell me knight a5.
And it goes, no, it's not. No, it goes
thank
c4,
goodness.
says you will have to castle, and then it goes after the king. I think the argument here, and
Nazi.
I don't know if I buy into this necessarily, but the argument is bishop b7 loses to tempi, because in comparison, if you do this here, the bishop on c8 will actually be very useful in controlling the f4, f5 break.
Gotcha.
To such a degree that the engine actually is a lot happier about allowing the knight to c6 than it is allowing f4, f5 on the king side, which is very curious to me. We'll see, because there's still plenty of ways Fabi could approach this.
Right.
Queen g2 and knight g5 is only one of them. You can go a4 and try to put the pawn on a5, which black probably will not allow. And now you can start shuffling. But honestly, if we end up just shuffling, if we end up in some position like this, I think black has sort of the best of all worlds. It's still a hedgehog, and the engine, I guess, never likes a hedgehog.
Right.
And one thing I will say for having the pawn on h5 is that, let's say you go bishop f1, you put the rook on d8, which is a normal square for the rook and all kinds of hedgehogs, and the bishop could go to g5. And it's kind of annoying because you can never smoke it out with h7, h6.
Right.
But black does seem to be pretty well prepared to start pushing for the d6, d5 break. I think we should probably let this chill for a bit and let them make another 3 moves, because until they declare their intentions much more clearly, there's just too much to discuss. Every move offers 5 different options.
Fair, and we'll let that chill, as you say, on the boil. And where would you like to take us, Nasi?
Well, if we go to Nepo Ding's game, I just want to point out the time. Nepo is very well prepared, 2 hours and 5 minutes for him. Well, Ding has already spent more than 25 minutes.
Exactly, and
has not played rook a7. Deviating from Vincent Keimer, which is never a good idea, I don't think.
Queen f3, and as you were saying, in a very recent game that was played in Malmo, Sweden, that was the one you were first.
No, that's in this year's. I tied for first and lost on tie breaks to Nodirbek and Arjun.
Okay.
Decent tie breaks, though. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm not very ashamed of
what happened.
Coming up short in this particular field.
We saw instead rook to b8 and
knight e4. I think this is a game between Jules Moussard and Mickey Adams. I think because I prepared this line against Arjun in the same tournament after his game against Vincent, I actually booked up on it a little bit. And Mickey didn't equalize fully in that game. I think he ended up winning it after a massive blunder by Jules, but I think he got out of the opening with definitely a slightly worse position and had to suffer for quite some time. Maybe Ding has an improvement, but he's not playing quickly enough for us to be sure that he is prepared and has some kind of an improvement somewhere.
A moment ago, you were saying in that game of Vincent that you showed us this maneuver, Queen f5. The Queen got booted by g6, but then
that was before the knight e4 move.
Yeah, Queen went back to e5 and back to g3, and you provoked some weaknesses. The overall perspective here, what is Black aiming for c5, c4? Is Black aiming for f5? What are the
I think c5, c4 is a dream, but I don't think you achieve it very often because White will have something to say.
Peter was right. This is the game between Moussard and Adams, and in that game, Black played c5.
Okay.
a4, and then knight f6. This is the only game in the database, and Black did win this game. But like
after a massive blunder, yeah.
So the way it continued, we trade on b5.
Right, AB.
Bishop f4.
Okay, that is one of the reasons why the...
Now some tactics begin.
Knight takes c4 is playable here?
That was played in the game, yes.
Yeah, knight takes c4, bishop b8, queen b8.
Rook
basing
e4.
This on the fact that d4, c4 is incredibly unattractive in many positions.
Right?
Yeah. But he took with the rook, and this is a position you really don't want to get. It's not that bad, but it's unbelievably unpleasant to play in practical terms. The bishop on b3 survives on b3.
Right.
And your f7 pawn is going to be weak for the rest of the game.
And our undeveloped rook on a1 is
continues
actually
being
on
strong,
a useful open file. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this. Once again, you told me that White has been playing very quickly. That's Nepo. And Ding has been taking all the time.
Yes.
Wow, okay. Big difference in time.
I think we should jump to Wesley's game. I see g5 and h5 on the board.
Okay, good things are happening there. Once again, Prague versus Wesley. When we left it, we just left it, the question for ourselves are, were we castling and not playing queen e7, but castles was Wesley's choice. a2, a3, a move that just says, okay, I'm waiting for you to declare your intention, sir. And maybe...
Firstly that, and secondly, before b5, to prepare... Fighting for the move d3, d4 here is something that is extremely important to both sides. And driving the knight away from c6 is often a very useful thing for white to keep in their back pocket. So the idea of playing a3, b4, and b5 is definitely on the table if black doesn't play quickly enough.
And yet, I've seen so many times that black voluntarily goes knight e7.
That is true, yeah. That is true. But here Wesley played knight h7 very quickly.
Okay.
After a3, king h1 came still. Pragg only just went below 2 hours after king h1 and h5. h5, actually, the engine disagrees with this quite strongly because it says you can play h4.
Okay.
Now you're more or less obliged to play g5, g4 because h takes g5 is a threat. I mean, there are some gambles on my screen, starting with the move king g7, and if you take on h5, on g5, you go h5, h4. Let's say bishop takes h4, knight e7, or rook h8. The engine doesn't think this is working. The engine also thinks if you want to be more conservative, you can play bishop h2, and this also gives white an advantage. So I don't think this is happening. What I think is happening is the move g5, g4. But then after knight h2, this is why we played king h1. We already threatened to play f2, f3 next move. Mm-hmm. And it seems that you can still hold this together if you play very, very precisely. But the way the engine treats these positions is, I mean, if you don't know anything here with black, you'd be very scared, I think.
Exactly. Exactly. I do appreciate the fact that our desirable g5 f5s are illegal. The king on a g8. So once again, just show some variation that might likely occur after king g7.
Well, we take on g5 to begin with.
And knight takes.
Knight takes. You're probably, yeah. I mean, knight h4.
Knight
h4, you're in a lot of trouble.
Is f4 coming as well?
f4 coming next. Yeah, this basically completely stops your play on the king side.
Right.
Bishop g4 does nothing because once again I have f3, and I want to play f4 next move. This is very, very bad. The evaluations are catastrophic for black here.
I'm dreaming of knight, and that looks so slow to my eyes at the moment.
No, if you play king g7, you will have to play hg5, h4. Just to prevent those things from happening. But this is a massive, massive gamble which the computer does not endorse, at least.
So once again, h4. By the way, there's no choice from white's point of view.
You can play h3. H3 is actually not horrible, but
he played h4.
Yeah, but I think he knows. Yeah, I think if you get there with 2 hours still on the clock and you played king h1, you have probably analyzed h5.
Okay, so let's go again. So g4,
knight h2,
knight h2, knight e7.
Knight e7 is not the way it plays it for some reason.
f3.
Yeah, f3 is now very, very strong.
Knight g6, f g4, knight h4, gh4.
Yeah, that doesn't work out. And queen e1 is even stronger for us. Yeah. Gh is very strong. Queen e1 might be even stronger to drive it back to g6 and then continue attacking with gh.
With a tempo.
Yeah. The way the engine plays it after h4, g4, knight h2 is king g7 and king h8.
Okay.
I think with a very concrete idea of, for some reason, meeting f3 with bishop e3.
f3 with bishop e3.
Which I think does two things. I'm trying to explain this to myself. I really have no idea why this is happening. And the way for me to explain this to myself is after fg, we still have h takes g because we have attacked the knight on d2, meaning you cannot take on g4 twice. Right. And also in very many positions, black wants to play bishop f4. And try to get to the h4 pawn with the queen on d8 once we traded off the bishop on g3. All of this looks incredibly dodgy to me, I have to say.
f7 is hanging in this line.
After king h8, f3 actually no longer plays bishop e3. This is at least very human. After king h8, f3, it suggests playing f7, f5.
Which I think is much more understandable for us.
E takes f5, bishop takes f5. And it gets massively sharp, obviously, because we have given up on g4 here.
Right.
But after queen g7, the knight, sadly for white, needs to go back. We play queen g7. The pieces get driven back a little bit. And I suspect, I mean, currently my engine says white is better, but this is a kind of a starting, like a kid's engine.
Training wheels or
absolutely,
like
absolutely
that.
Training wheels engine. It says rook f3, it says white is a pawn up, white wants to play queen e2, bring the other rook in. One thing that queen g7 did is it ruled out the move d6, d5, which I was kind of expecting, but I guess after bishop b5, your center just collapses. So that is really never, particularly on the cards, either here or here. It's better because at least the knight is not attacking the e5 pawn, but it's still very, very risky. You can play queen g7. but after queen e1, rook e8, white is making some kind of slow moves. I guess the point here is that with the pressure against the e5 pawn, you can actually afford to make moves like knight b3 or a3, a4 even was on my screen there briefly. I guess what that indicates is that black has no threats. You would like to maybe play something like this, but the pawn on e5 will start hanging. Also, your bishop is in the way. You definitely do not want to be moving. This bishop because it allows rook trades, and every single trade makes life simpler for white in this position. It looks like black, with a very beautiful pawn center, and the white pieces slightly all over the place, should have some compensation, but looks like it's not fully sufficient for equality here.
It just feels, that position feels really chaotic to my eyes, and you really need to enter this type of a line with good preparation. I mean, with really a lot of understanding.
Yeah, Wesley has already burned through half an hour and continues thinking here, which is honestly a bit surprising, because Pragg has been playing the Italian as at least one, if not the main opening in his repertoire for the past, 3 years. And this is Wesley's pet line against bishop g5, so you would expect your opponent to be prepared. And he's gone for it reasonably happily and is now
stopped.
Yeah, thinking on every move. So maybe he's trying to remember, because as we keep on mentioning, there's just so many move orders and they all kind of blend together in your mind.
Exactly.
So perhaps he knows, and perhaps he is just trying to make sure he doesn't mix something up, but...
That line that you were showing, though, to my mind, that looked so convincing. Like, I mean, that the play for both sides. Someone who likes
dynamic play and sacrificing pawns, that final position I really loved for black, but I can't argue with the engine.
Why not? I argue all the time. Takes.
You can never win.
You can never win. Knight takes, queen d7, knight h2, queen g7.
Just
queen
like
g7 and rook f3.
Black pieces are more connected and playing harmoniously, but I am down a pawn.
You're down a pawn, and also if you imagine me going queen e2, rook f1, all of that will no longer really apply, right? Because everything will get fully coordinated. The bishop on f5 will start hanging. Yeah. If it moves away once again, I'm a pawn up, and I will start trading pieces very happily.
So I think
you have to be very, very quick.
My initiative is just very temporary.
Yeah.
Black needs to do something in the next, 2 to 3 moves here.
To really
to get anywhere.
Yeah, that knight on h7, on the one hand, it covers the king. On the other hand, it looks like it would be so much more useful on h5. Let's take a look at the winning probabilities of the players after 4 rounds of play. Once again, a big thank you to Ben Underwood for making these graphics for us. Nazi.
Pre-tournament, Fabio was a huge favorite at 21.6%.
Look at Firouzja as he comes up the ranks, though, right?
He started in the middle. After round 1, he jumped to the first with 19.1%, and Nepo in second.
And then it turned out the probabilities were fantastic once Nepo won in round 3. Check this out.
Yeah. At this time, Nepo and Firouzja were sharing first.
Right. And we were thinking the probabilities were magic. And look at Wesley.
Yeah, he's still somewhere in the middle at 7%. But let's see, after round 4, how quickly he jumped to...
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, he's more likely to win than Firouzja.
Is that right? What a difference a winning rook and pawn endgame can do for you. It takes you from 7% to 22%. And again, a big thank you to Ben, our statistician, for pointing these graphics out and making these graphics for us. It's always nice to see how the victories change the probabilities. H2, H4, Wesley.
I don't think Wesley looks too happy right now.
Yeah.
I mean, when your opponent is playing this fast, Pragg has only spent like 4 minutes.
Exactly.
And plays H4 last move.
Yes. But on the other hand, I mean, Peter informs that after the move H4, H2, H3 was an alternative, but it really seems to me that all of these moves, maybe Wesley is dictating the forcing nature He's the one who played h5. He's the one who's played knight h7. He's the one advancing on the king side and provoking Pragg. Pragg said, okay, you provoked me. I'm going to play h2, h4.
Let's go, yeah.
Let's go. G4, knight here. And again, I just wanted to do one more investigative look on this, because we more or less are reaching a position, I would say, well, I don't want to say by force, but whether or not I include...
Yeah, this is a very logical sequence for sure.
Exactly. And we're going here and queen g7 and rook f3, and let's just
G6.
play a move. Let's see what would happen.
I like black here. I still do, even though I know
Okay, and
computer doesn't.
And just give us a line that you would think. I mean, because what Peter is saying, trades favor white, clear. Take away the sting from the
Let's try
attack.
knight f6.
This knight to f6. And I'm assuming my bishop on g3 is more of a target than a useful.
We step into bishop h5 here. I don't know if it works, but you at least have to consider it, right?
Bishop h5.
Now that the knight is on
Very
f6
good,
and rook
right?
takes f8 is no longer an option.
Yeah.
Exactly.
After knight f6, I was threatening both bishop h5 and knight h5.
Right, I was trying to get out of
Yeah.
the way. Maybe I got out of the way of one of them, but not. I can dodge one, but not both. Okay, so we've got a dual threat. Knight h5. Okay, well, just a second. How am I going to do?
I very much like bishop g6. I think Nazi is very on point with that. That also doesn't stop bishop h5. I was hoping to find some kind of rook takes f6 spectacular shot. I don't think it's there.
I don't think so.
I think we just
either.
lose an exchange here.
And not a very happy way of doing it either.
And what I wanted to say about this is it really does feel that, at least to begin with, it's easier to play with black. Because it's, I think, much easier to figure out where your pieces belong, whereas for white, already queen e2 may not have been the cleanest solution. Maybe we choose a different
You
square.
also have to watch out for d5, e4s in some lines.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just kind of
Yeah, it takes
goofing
on knight
off.
g5. Yeah, I'm not sure we need to take on
Yeah.
f3 this quickly. Whoa, Wesley has played a
Bishop
move we
G4.
were not talking about at all, and the move
No, I
which
think we were, because we were looking at takes and h4, I think, in some lines.
No, but that was king g7 takes on h4.
Oh, that was, apologies. Okay.
And you do need to access to rook h8. So in the lines I was showing after hg5, the fact that the king was on g7 and rook could like if you compare this and this, you kind of need to play rook h8 already. It's an important tempo to have. Bishop g4, the engine disagrees with quite severely. It says, for instance, queen e1 is very strong.
Queenie.
Which is not that weird of a move, frankly. You unpin your knight on f3, which preserves options of even knight takes g5 in some positions, and hg, and black has really kind of stymied his own counterplay here.
Yeah, I really like this move, queen e1. At first I was thinking, why? But now I look at it and
We can go hg.
And I just
And we have
putting
tempo
one.
moves, right?
Yeah, I can put one very important idea behind queen e1. You know, like I'm
Exactly,
X-raying
yeah.
and and f4 as well.
Of course, we're probably even stronger.
even
yeah.
stronger. But
Yeah.
I like queen e1. What's the point of bishop g4 then?
Now that I see this on my screen, I have a feeling maybe Wesley mixed something up. Maybe in his mind there is some line where this works out, but specifically against a3 and king h1, I think in all of these positions it's just incredibly important that the king is on h1 because the f-pawn is not pinned, allowing white to generate play on the king side very, very quickly. Even hg5 is pretty strong here, which is kind of the shocking. If you go knight takes g5, bishop h4 just actually wins material because this is pinned, you can't play f6.
Right.
So you have to play something like knight e7, I guess, with the idea of knight g6 and h5, h4. But once again, let's say we go queen e1, knight g6, we go d4, h4, let's say even just bishop h2.
This doesn't look as
the pawn on
convincing.
the pawn on g5 will eventually fall, but the engines actually like all of these positions still. Like the queen can come to e3, Sometimes it goes knight g1, knight h3. But there's also faster ideas. Like, as I said, I think queen e1 is just stronger because knight takes g5, I think, is a much bigger threat than hg.
Right.
We actually actively want to trade this knight off to
f4,
play
f3.
f4 and just play on the king side ourselves. So yeah, those are two very pleasant choices. Even queen c2 apparently is quite good for white, but I think this is just a better square. It's much more connected to where we expect the game to,
More
to
harmonious,
progress. Yeah. I suspect this is where Pragg finally stops because I don't know if bishop g4 even was on his radar, considering how seemingly violently the engine disagrees with it. But it's not a very unpleasant surprise.
Queen e1 looks really, really good, and our tournament leader could be in a little bit of a wobble.
And something we want to mention is this is his second black in a row where he gets faced with bishop g5 against his Italians.
Yes.
And he was kind of lost against Ding as well.
Yeah, that knight
so-
takes f3 opportunity for Ding.
Yeah,
was
so
huge.
appears not to be a line in which he keeps on going for it, so he clearly feels it's principled and black should be fine. But at least on the evidence of this tournament, it doesn't agree with him as easily as some of the other lines where he is absolutely a natural in figuring out where things belong.
Exactly. I think of his play in the Berlin, most especially as you're mentioning his natural. We're going to leave this one and let's go to.
Nodirbek against Gukesh.
Okay, let's go.
How do you like the spawns?
Well, occupy the d file. Why don't
We are
you?
very much in favor of them playing bishop d2, bishop d7.
Exactly, and bishop to d2 and the d file would be occupied. Okay, let's see how the players got here. Well, we were thinking that white has something, a little bit more active rook, let's say a more active bishop. Can you produce any advantage with these more active pieces? Well, knight d5, knight takes e. E takes
I was surprised by
d5.
takes d. I was expecting bishop takes.
Everybody were just thinking that, well, we'll keep the view.
I think black normally reacts to this by playing knight b4 and c5.
Right, okay.
And c3 probably.
Yeah, c3 or bishop d2, the knight goes back. I would probably actually prefer bishop d2 to keep our structure. Yeah, bishop d5, we go something like queen c7, we play bishop b6 next move.
This feels like something we've seen in
It's a
tournament
very
practice.
familiar outline.
So let's take a look at what did happen. e4 takes d5, knight d4, knight d4. Now we get to prove why rooks on open files are good.
You want to play rook a7?
No, I just want it to be there.
You do have an idea, bishop d2, rook a7, bishop a5.
Yes.
Slowly.
Yeah.
Bishop d2. I didn't know, where does my queen belong, Peter? Does it go over to these parts?
Maybe
f3, I would
f3.
say maybe, I don't know what it does on h5, but on f3 maybe it kind of hints at, in some situations, maybe being able to attack the pawn on d4, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, these types of positions, I think, they look very, very, symmetrical and stolid, maybe is the word I want to use.
Stolid, excellent word.
But I think they're actually quite tempo-orientated, because if you give black time to fully stabilize,
He will.
yeah, you can maybe even make an argument that black is slightly better because of the four bishops. This one is by far the most useless. It really is restricted by absolutely everything. It has no future, and you don't particularly want to be playing c2, c3 either. I mean, you will if you have to, but it kind of breaks your structure further apart. So either you have something immediately, or black is more or less completely fine. It's unlikely black will ever be massively better because it is very, very solid, and it's also very difficult for black to imagine where the breaks come from. But yeah, I am a bit surprised that he takes d5. I don't think there is really any argument not to prefer this. It's not c6, of course. Yeah. c5, and now, as we were explaining, both bishop d2, c3, and you can even wait for a move with something like rook e1, but particularly this position, bishop d2, knight c6, let's say we go bishop d5, queen c7, and we can start aiming the knight at the e3 square, for instance. There's other ways of playing this position, but particularly, let's say knight h2 with the idea of knight g4, and there's maybe even some threats to the king side if black is, going to be sleeping on the job here. Maybe I will get to play f4 in a favorable situation, but Black, of course, has something to say about this. It probably ends up being okay, frankly. Once again, Magnus, I think, has had a lot to say about our understanding of these positions. And people used to think that this is an absolute free roll for white, much better structure. Black maybe has to play bishop e6, and I did mention bishop e6 myself, but the structure of the bishop e6 is not that pleasant. This you do play forever. You play c3, you play bishop e3, you have some ideas of queen b3, you constantly have to watch out for something happening on the king's side, like the pawn often crawls up to h5, and then queen g4, g6 becomes an issue in every single position. They're holdable if you play well, but you barely have any counterplay until the rest of the game, and white enjoys a very decent pool. But what they do these days, I think, is that they really postpone bishop a6 until the absolute best moment, and they try to deal with the bishop on d5 in other fashions, in particular this idea of playing knight d7, knight g6, driving it away from d5. Perhaps, let's say, if we continue the line a bit further, if it goes back, we might very seriously consider playing c5, c4, and supporting it with bishop c6, bishop e6, and saying, okay, now your bishop is not really
That's
anywhere,
much more enjoyable.
Anywhere near as good as it was a moment ago.
Right.
So yeah, I don't think this is massively better for white or anything like that, but e takes d5 is just such a non-move, really, unless you have something immediate in the structure. And I don't really think that's the case here. It feels to me that this is just very, very comfortable for black.
Okay, so let's go rook e1. I mean,
As he has, I think.
Yeah, no complaints about
Bishop
that.
d7, bishop f6, the moves, like the starting moves for black here kind of make themselves.
Okay, but I have a move-on-move idea. So
Okay.
bishop to d7, queen f3.
Yeah, let's go
Bishop
bishop f6.
f6, bishop d2. So the idea is, for the moment, you can't play rook a8. h6 is hanging, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
Yes.
rook e8.
Rook.
Same tactic, although
I
we
can
will
take with
we
the
will take
bishop.
with the bishop. Yeah, fair enough.
Rook e8, rook takes e8, bishop takes
Rook
e8.
a7 now?
Rook a7. I do want...
Maybe now I can go rook a8, because there's queen a1, queen b2.
Okay, that's a pawn trade, a kind of a funny... I'm giving up my b2 pawn for your h6 pawn in this particular case. Did I achieve anything by weakening your king?
I have on bishop e5, you have bishop f4.
Honestly, the bishop on b3 does not strike me as a particularly attacking piece.
Well, I think you described it very well yourself. Of the four bishops, that's easily the standout septilicus. That is a septic-looking bishop. It doesn't do much of anything other than defend.
Yeah, very often you dislike trading the pawn on h6 for anything, but in this particular position, apart from some really, really far-fetched pawn storm on the king side, like bishop f4 followed by immediately by g4, g5, h4, h5, h6.
Yeah.
Even that probably doesn't win. But I will probably also have something to say about it.
Exactly. Okay, we're gonna leave. It's a strange decision. E4 takes d6. Maybe it will pay off for Nodirbek. We're just not sure about this one. We've reached that time in the show where you never know when a bow tie might show up on set.
I need to
because
be.
of our friends at Q Boutique. Tell us what you've got for us. Well, here we go. Commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. Okay. Here we go. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and much smaller pockets for all of your work needs. Available at qboutiquestl.com. I wanted a bow tie.
Don't forget, there's bow ties available there as well, with the chess pieces. Really,
Yes,
really
yeah,
nice.
they look attractive.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down for a one-on-one with Pragg. Take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Pragg, welcome back to St. Louis. I know that you had a birthday a few days ago when you came to St. Louis, and did you manage to celebrate it in some way? Like, what are the traditions you have in the family?
Yeah, we don't really celebrate birthdays and stuff. I don't know. We just we we go to some temples or something if we're in Chennai, but apart from that, most of the time I am in some tournaments. So, but this time I didn't have a game, so I was just relaxed and basically doing nothing. But apart from that, if I'm actually playing a game, I'm more focused on that.
Which wishes did you get? Maybe something memorable?
I did get from some top players, and I got from Gelfand sir, and I got a wish from Timur Rajabov in Twitter. So there are many wishes on social media as well. So I'm grateful to all of them. Like, they don't really have to know that I have a birthday, but they do remember and wish me. So it's I'm thankful to one of them.
You are in St. Louis. You came back after many years. You were playing here in 2017 in the match of the Millennials for the world team, and the team won this championship. And what memories do you have?
Yeah, it was a fun event. I think I played quite well there. I scored +2, but it could have been even more. I was actually close to winning in my first game against Liang Gawander, and then I was also much better against Ong Andrew in the second game, which both the game I drew, and then the next two I won. But overall I think I had a lot of fun playing for the world team. I remember Nodirbek was also in the same team, and we were playing in this under I don't know which category, under 12 or under 14 category, and it was a fun event, and it was my first tournament in St. Louis, and I was really excited at that time.
How do you feel now to be back here?
I'm also equally excited because to play Sinquefield Cup, been following the event for so many years, and I remember the first time I read about it was when Fabi scored 7/7 here. It was just amazing for me, like how can someone score 7/7 in such an event, and the games were really good. So that is my first memory of Sinquefield Cup, following that event.
Have you ever dreamed about it to come and play in this event? Were you thinking about it at that times?
Yeah, this was one of the tournaments I really wanted to play in St. Louis. Many greats have played in the past, and I'm really happy to play here.
Now that you're here and you will be playing, it's happening soon, and Fabi is also playing here, so what are your goals? What is your approach?
Just to give my best and to see how it goes, because you can't really think too much. I hope I can win the event, but for now I think I just want to give my best and see how it goes, because last tournament I had in BL didn't go well, so I just want to play some good chess and show myself that I am capable of doing that.
And also speaking about GCT events, like the other classical event was in Romania with a different time control. So what do you think about that event and your result? And did you change a little bit some approach before this one?
Not really. I didn't have so much time.
Yes, you were playing all the time.
I've been traveling continuously since then, and Bucharest was a good tournament, and I could have scored more points for sure. I had missed these opportunities against Gukesh and Wesley, but then the tiebreak didn't go well. I also saved this very crucial alpha point against Alireza, which I should have lost. So I managed to save that, and then tiebreaks didn't go my way, but overall I think I had fun playing in that event.
And also I wanted to congratulate you on the great success playing for the team now in Astana. You became the World Blitz team champion, and also I think you won gold medal as well on your board, and a lot of medals. And in that event you also played with Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek in the same team, and now you'll be playing against them. So teammates, now opponents. Is it somehow affecting your mindset and preparation, thinking about it, that now you played in one team, now you're playing as a competitors?
Not really. I think we are used to playing a lot with each other, like we played in Poland and Bucharest and now, so I don't think it will make any difference. But I enjoyed playing in Astana along with Magnus, Jan and Nodirbek and also others, and it was a very fun event, and we were playing a lot of blitz, and I really enjoyed my 1 week there.
And speaking about team events, my last question is about the Olympiad, which will come after the Sinquefield Cup. Any kind of preparation you had for that event, or it will be after the Sinquefield Cup? And what are your expectations about that event? You came second the previous Olympiad.
Yeah, we won bronze last time. Yeah, I didn't really think about it yet. I'm playing too many events. Probably I'll think about it after this event finishes. But yeah, we have a really strong team this time. I think by average rating, this is probably the best team we had. And yeah, I'm excited for the event. And I enjoy team events much more than individual ones, to be honest. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that event.
Yeah, we're looking forward also for all the events you're going to play, and all the best of luck for you and all of them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest in the studio, curator Emily Allred. Welcome to our show.
Thank you for having me.
Emily, tell us about the exhibits that are going on currently at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so we have two exciting exhibits going on right now. One is called Match of the Matriarchs, and it shows off artwork by Donna Dodson, who's an artist who lives on the East Coast in Boston. And she's created what's thought to be the first life-size, all-female chess set. So that's on our first floor, and it has all these really spectacular pieces that are modeled after sea life. Mm-hmm. It's really cool. Right. And then on our second floor, which is kind of timely because of Sinquefield Cup, having Ding Liren here, right. It's a show called Clash for the Crown. And it celebrates the World Chess Championships and Women's World Chess Championships. And we have all kinds of artifacts, not only from our own collection, but on loan to us from many other private collections and FIDE.
You mentioned Ding Liren, but Gaprindashvili was just in town, right?
And she came to town as part of the celebrations for the show, and it was really exciting to have someone who's such a legend right here in St. Louis.
Are these World Championship trophies that we're looking at?
Yes, all the material that's in that case was on loan to us from Magnus Carlsen. So two of his World Championship trophies and an amber chess set that belongs to him.
Nice. There you saw Ju Wenjun, Ding Liren, all of these beautiful photographs and portraits. And what's that one?
So that's a program from an early world championship, and then this is furniture that was created by the same furniture maker as the 1972 World Chess Championship. It was
Reykjavik.
Yeah, so it's not the table that Boris and Bobby played on themselves, but it was made for the organizers.
A facsimile, of that. Nice.
It's
Fantastic.
absolutely beautiful. It's one of my favorite exhibits that I've seen.
Oh man,
that's so nice. Thank you for saying that.
I love the comics, the chess and comics. I love that exhibit. That was so great.
Actually, that show is going to have kind of a second life. Not at our site, but we're taking it to a couple of U.S. Chess Federation
events,
competitions for youth in the next year or so. So it'll be a smaller version of that show, but it'll be just as fun.
Picking your brain for just a second, what's coming up? I know you guys are always preparing
stuff coming
things,
up.
Exciting.
Yeah, our first show that we'll be having this fall is a show of highlights of donations to our collection. So everything from chess sets to chess artwork, and that's being curated by one of my coworkers, Nicole Tesmer. Nice. And then next January, we'll have a show featuring some of the fun animal-themed chess sets, and it'll have a place for kids to play chess, and those are all from our collection and a handful of lenders. So everything from an antique board from the mid-18th century all the way up to sets that were made this year.
Fantastic. Sounds so fun.
I know, it's just so cool. We have a marvelous history of chess. I mean, my goodness, we trace our game back to the 6th century AD. We know about all of these Persian and Arabian scrolls. What are some of the oldest antiquarian artifacts that we have at the World Chess Hall of Fame? So
one of them that'll actually be in the show this fall that I mentioned is a Meissen chess set. From the 1700s. And so it's beautiful. It's green and pink and decorated with flowers. And it belonged to an important American chess player too, Jacqueline Piatigorsky. Right. So a woman who competed in the U.S. Women's Championship. So it has two different connections to history, to important artistic history, but then a great player too. Exactly. I met Jacqueline, and she was famous, of course, for the Piatigorsky Cup in honor of her husband. But yes, like you said, she played in the U.S. Women's Championship, and she was a lifelong lover of the game. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, she was also a promoter of chess too in many different ways. So some connections to what we do here in St. Louis as well. Right.
I'm learning so much.
Well, it is the World Chess Hall of Fame after all, and of course you're hosting. What's it like at the hall hosting all of these players?
It's so cool.
Do you get nervous bumping into them or whatever?
Don't get nervous. We're kind of lucky to see so many great players. Right. So you do get a little bit nervous, but not too nervous, and it's so exciting, and it makes you happy to see there's sometimes fans outside who are waiting to see their favorite player come in and get autographs, and you get to see history being made. So Emily, it's fun.
Thank you so much for all the work you do for chess. I know I enjoy the exhibits a lot. I always try to encourage anybody who gets close to the Central West End do, in fact, visit the World Chess Hall of Fame. And how many visitors are we up to, by the way?
Oh, gosh. It's over 200,000, but...
Wow.
Okay.
yeah, it's a lot. Sorry, I don't have the exact number.
That's okay. Emily, thank you so much. As we take a look at our standings after 4 rounds of play.
Well, we have 2 co-leaders, Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So, with 2.5 points. And then a lot of people sharing third. It's Fabiano Caruana, Nepo, MVL, Pragg, Gukesh, Ding. these players.
Exactly. As we look at those standings once more, we see that it's crucial for the GCT. Fabi and Alireza. Fabi needs to up his game and finish well ahead of Alireza. Wesley So, MVL in that big fight for the 3rd place position. So that's what it's about too. Not just this event, but the Grand Chess Tour itself. And as we come back, Peter, what during our break, what has caught your eye?
Some very interesting
developments
in the
between I apologize. We don't have you quite
I see
yet.
some updates in Nepal's game. Let's jump into that.
All right. Just a second.
Interesting.
I can be heard again, hopefully.
Where do we have it? This is
the Nepal's game.
Oh, pardon me. I'm looking. I got that. I was looking at Wesley. Here we go. This is the.
They were following Mickey Adams' game for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, but then instead of a takes b5, after a takes b5, let's just show this on the big board. As we mentioned, that game between Jules Mussar and Mickey Adams continued a5, bishop f4, and then knight takes e4, bishop b8, queen takes b8, with a very pleasant edge for white. Instead, Ding went for a very forcing operation here. He took on e4. We are, of course, taking on a6 here, because d4, a takes b5, black is instantly breathing quite easy with c5, c4 coming in. Knight d2, seems like this wins some material for black because double attack, the pieces escape, but not all of your pieces. You do get to trade the knight, but now both of your bishops are hanging.
Okay.
And interesting choice here, by the way, because I didn't realize it at first. There is the option of rook a8.
Wow.
Which you have to obviously be very careful allowing a takes b7, but after a takes b7, rook takes a1, the fact that we have this counterplay against the back rank doesn't allow white to play either queen takes e7 or bishop f4 very efficiently. So this just doesn't work at all. What you do have to do is queen e7, rook e7, and now, for instance, bishop takes a6.
That's bishops.
Yeah, it hinges on the move b3, b4, I suspect, but even this position, honestly, cb4, rook d7, the engine even suggests bishop takes d3 might be stronger, allowing b takes c5. This one I don't know about. The engines are rarely wrong, but it involves risk. The one I wanted to point out, sorry, not this one, is this position.
Right.
Which I understand, you might be reluctant to go for it, but I think it's sort of universally understood you hold these types of positions, right?
Right.
Maybe not even very difficult. You establish a blockade, like the pawn will get to b4 and then will get stopped and should never cross.
There will be a black rook on b1, and
it should never cross the b5 square.
Right.
And yes, you obviously have to watch for some way for white to attack the g7 pawn with the combined pieces, but that normally is very manageable. Instead, Ding goes for bishop d6, a b7, rook b7, which frankly also looks pretty safe, because the way you are in trouble here with black, I'm trying to imagine how I would like to position my pieces here with white so that I start having hopes of a large advantage. And I'm honestly coming up a bit short. Like, yes, sir, what would you...
Queen c2.
Yeah, queen c2, let me just pass.
A bishop d2. So the idea
pass
is
again.
Queen c4, b4?
Pass again. As long as I don't blunder before c4 queen takes d4.
Exactly.
Which is a very legitimate idea. So let's say we go rook e4, I go bishop f8 to prevent it from happening immediately. The variation starts climbing a little bit because it's not that easy to attack the pawn on b3 without allowing that little tactic.
d4.
But I'm still kind of struggling to make progress. What we want to be doing here, I guess we would like maybe to play h4, h5 or something.
Sure.
But it's not unplayable. And a bigger, sort of a larger point here is nobody's going to give you all these free moves.
Right.
The pawn on b3 is very, very weak.
Okay.
And you can, I think, and maybe even should immediately play against it. For now, white can play something like rook a6 to obviously stop black from taking on b3 for now. But after rook a6, you can play something like rook c8 with the intention of playing bishop f8. It will be hanging again the moment the bishop gets to f8. And putting the bishop on f8 is just generally very healthy for black.
Right.
Solves back rank issues, gets it out of harm's way, just an all-round good idea.
So, for example, bishop d2, bishop f8, b4, cb4, queen b3.
And bishop f8 here is actually, this has to be okay. I mean, it's findable. But if this is what it hinges on, lines like this, then maybe your position isn't as safe as I originally advertised. But it does seem to suggest that this is a line which, with precise play, should probably hold for black.
Nice points that you're making about the current position, but the more I think about that move, rook a8, and going for the bishops of opposite color, that just looks like there's no sting in the position at all.
Yeah, you just have to suffer for the next 40 moves, but you suffer with the expectation of coming out of it unscathed, frankly.
Nice. Well, Nasi, as we know, the struggling young artist improves as they suffer. So suffer for 40 moves, make your draw.
You'll become a better player.
Exactly, exactly. Where would you like to take us?
Let's go to Fabi's game against MVL. They have finally made enough moves that we can discuss
We
now.
can define what the outcomes might be. Okay, so we do have this hybrid Dragendorf. At the same time, there was a time that when the pawns were on e6, we would describe it as a hedgehog. And the fact that we haven't played e6 and white doesn't have, for example, the pawn on c4, we have something else. One of the last move in particular I just want to note is this move knight d2. Because our pawn isn't on c4, at least we do have an idea of putting some serious pressure on the b6 pawn with the
And
move
there
knight
is currently
c4.
a very big question in this
Please.
position, which of course, I mean,
Peter.
you know what it is, right, Yasser? Well, you've played enough
d5.
of it. Yeah. If you can play d5, you should play d5. And obviously, white's trying to claim that the pawn on a6 is hanging.
Correct.
It's a correct claim, but after rook a8, I will take on
say the
b2
pawn on
next. I will
b2
take
is
on
hanging
b2 next
too.
move.
Right.
And honestly, this does not look remotely problematic for black. Just put it. Actually, for some reason,
Bishop
b5,
c3?
bishop b5 is much stronger than everything else.
That's a tempo.
Let's check why bishop g7 isn't good enough. Very concretely, knight c4 attacking everything on the g file. I suspect this still ends up being a draw, but I can imagine this being a bit worse, which is why bishop b5 is so useful, because we're attacking the pawn on h2.
Right.
Allowing bishop takes h2 check is kind of unthinkable. There's a very nice tactical sequence here, starting from here. We attack the bishop on f5, we threaten this massive fork on b6, but bishop takes h2 with the idea of queen c7 check if it gets taken, so you do this. And then the bishop drops back to c7, and the resulting positions. Yes, black will eventually have to give up this dark squared bishop, meaning that the king is not entirely safe. There's definitely some play against the black king, but it is probably only enough for a draw. And actually, it basically is a draw, because after something like queen f5, white just goes in with the perpet on the g6, h6 squares.
Right.
Seems like d5 is extremely logical here. Otherwise, as Yasser indicated, if you allow knight c4, you have to switch to making slightly uncomfortable moves like this. Let's say you do this, white goes bishop d4, the knight perhaps gets rerouted to e3. You have to be careful not to blunder the bishop if you put it on d4, but you can probably manage. This is not a very difficult tactic to keep under control. And you do feel that white maybe has a little bit of a pull here. I would still feel reasonably confident here with black that I'm not much worse, but really, in a Sicilian, if you can play d5, you should play d5.
Actually, MVL missed the opportunity to play d5. He played knight c5 instead.
Okay.
Knight c5.
Knight c5 will be met by knight c4. Now, even b2, b4 in some positions is becoming a threat, because let's say you play something like rook f8.
Yeah, okay.
Now, the immediate before is playable. Even stronger is rook a3 with the intention of playing before, and we've protected the knight on c3 sort of preemptively. And this is now a problem, because before and then knight takes b6 is a threat which is very, very difficult to stop. Suddenly the evaluation is kind of bad for black. Rook f8 obviously is a very oblivious thing to do. It really is completely ignoring the fact that your queen side is now under some pressure. You can play something like knight fd7, which is a lot more on point. I think we, in some cases, might want to take on c3, although with the pawn on h5, it's always a little bit unclear whether we do. Say bishop d4, the engine goes knight e5.
I'm warming up to white's position.
Yeah, but this is definitely an improvement. This is compared to the extremely concrete positions after d5, where you just need to make sure you calculate them properly, but strategically it's a massive, massive thing in all these types of hedgehog adjacent structures to be able to play d6, d5. So yeah, MVL should probably still be fine if he plays well, but Fabi is, I think, starting to get to positions where he could maybe develop hopes.
Thank you, Peter.
And dreams.
It's always a talking point for us how the players do, and around the free day, the round before the free day, and we've got some chart that we'd like to share as to how these players perform.
We have an interesting chat. It's how they perform before and after the rest day.
Okay. So,
Okay.
Firouzja,
I like the word veteran applied to a 21-year-old boy.
yes, the veterans perform well. Firouzja enjoys his games.
Read this graph. This is coming back from, so it's after. the
So
rest
this
day.
is this will be round 6 essentially.
No, this is, I think, both
Yeah.
before and after.
Wesley, on the other hand, doesn't do so well
Oh,
around
yeah.
these rest day periods. I noticed
I like
Fabi is
Fabi.
chill.
Doesn't matter.
Totally
Fabi,
chill.
yeah.
Yeah. Nepo's slightly off tilt. And MVL, the Frenchman, they like the rest day periods. See, and more data. We're going to have this for the women's championships. You're going to be amazed at what we're going to
I need
produce
to
for
know
yourselves.
this before the tournament.
Right,
so I can
exactly.
prep accordingly.
I wanted to get your take about the move knight c5, especially, Nazi, because you do see this moves knight c4, and you do see whites build up pretty easy. I like to, what Jovi likes to call happy moves. Easy moves for one player, it's not so easy for the other player. I've got, well, knight d5 may not scare you especially, but I don't see
worried
what
about
black
that.
is supposed to do.
I'm worried about the pawn on b6.
Yep,
Maybe
with
I have to go
b4.
knight f to d7.
Yeah, this is why I think it goes knight d7 followed by knight e5. It just tries to get rid of that knight on c4.
So after, for example, bishop to d4, do you end up taking with the pawn or with the bishop?
I think we start with the bishop, yeah.
With the bishop.
I think we want to get rid
So
of that
you,
bishop.
you happily go with the double pawns. In this case, you're not worried that I'm going to...
I am a little bit worried, but it probably works out okay. I will take on d5. You probably, if you want to play for something, you probably take with the pawn.
All
To
right.
have 4 against 2 on the queen side.
Yeah, and then I want to play a6, a5, and I want to start pushing something in the
F5
center.
or something.
F5, e4, maybe the immediate e4.
Yeah.
I have the f6 square for the queen or maybe even the rook in some future positions. It's a sharp position. Obviously, if white manages to create something on the queen side, white could be doing quite well. But it's a sharp position. And generally, this knight on c5 against the bishop on e2
Not so bad.
is very often just good for black in these types of structures.
And another move, I just wanted to investigate, knight c4, knight d7, okay. I jump in, you're taking.
I think we're
obviously,
taking, yeah.
And are you playing b5 to go after
I think so.
the,
I think
the
so.
pawn? Yeah, let's just
I
take a
don't want
look, see.
to postpone
about
my
this.
own counterplay.
And
Yeah, we take knight b5, queen d8. I think we're very okay with this outcome.
you take, and queen
Some
David,
square, choose a square. I think d8 is probably the safest one, but maybe some other ones are also.
d8, d8.
I don't want to put my queen in front of the
harm's
next
way.
ray on b1, yeah.
Okay.
Rook b1, bishop g7, and strategically black is completely fine if I end up somehow allowing some sort of a 4 e5 or a 4 f5.
Yeah.
Rook a7,
c2, c4.
but there's nobody there.
There's nobody there.
There's nobody there. I just go bishop
thought-
g7 and I start trading.
I was
Rook
going to say,
a8.
I think white wants c3 to trap the bishop, so we have to go
Yeah, but
back.
Just to avoid
Yeah.
the c2, c3
Yeah.
makes
And now I
sense.
want to play rook a8 next move and start trading. And
Yeah.
honestly, if some pieces come off here, I will start thinking maybe I'm a little bit better even
Right,
with
and
black.
try and get an e5. It's not working for Fabi. Again, a very, very important match.
Absolutely, and also Wesley So is currently in the first place, and he's in a lot of trouble in his game.
Did
Played queen e1, the best move.
Next move, he took on g5 first, which we thought might
I
be
see.
slightly less precise, but these are still all good
Still
moves that
looks very
Pragg made.
good.
Yeah.
Right.
So h4 takes g5 let's just say again, the inclusion of king h1 is so
massively
important because
yeah.
knight takes g5, bishop h4 is a way
Knight
of
h3 is not
resigning,
the check. Yeah.
resigning the game.
Yeah, Wesley correctly goes knight e7. The pawn on g5 should not be touched. It goes knight e7, queen e1, knight g6. Very logical. d3, d4 is also very logical. White does want to create some threats in the center, and also the bishop might drop back to e2 at some point, perhaps. And now the way to gamble here with black is to play h5, h4.
Okay.
You can play slower. You can play something like queen e7, but it doesn't seem as good. And after h5, h4, play becomes very, very concrete because the suggestion is we take with the bishop.
With the bishop?
Yeah, we're pretty much
Interesting.
never worried about knight takes h4, knight takes h4, knight takes g5 because now after f2, f4, it turns out that it is absolutely us attacking on the king side and not black. So the response to bishop takes h4 generally takes the form of king g7 with the idea of rook h8. And the way the engine deals with this is it actually goes g2, g3, forming this really funny structure there with the bishop on h4 trapped by our own pawns. But it cannot be attacked by anything, it cannot be traded. Let's say queen d7, and it goes knight h2, bishop h3, and then it just goes in.
Nice.
Just leaving the rook on f1 unprise. Let's say bishop takes f1, bishop takes f1, and ef1. Once again, importantly, we have a queen on e1, so we can go gf, protecting the bishop on h4 with the queen. Knight takes f4. These are all kind of very illustratory lines. I don't know if they're correct. But the engine does seem to suggest a position like this is quite nice for white. We want to play maybe bishop h3, rook f1, knight h6, f5 is a nice maneuver to
Great.
put the knight on
It
f5.
feels
The
great
bishop on
exchange.
a7 is now completely neutralized. We are playing with an open file, with the open h file and the king on h1, and actually my evaluation now on the screen dropped to zeros. So maybe we could have done something more precise. But my larger point here is, if you don't play h5, h4 quickly enough, for instance, if you go something like rook e8 or queen e7, white absolutely is now ready to go knight h4, queen g5, knight g6, queen g6, and f4. And I think this is to be avoided, even if currently maybe it takes d4 still holds. But these types of positions, you could get mated very, very easily here on the king side.
Not fun.
So, very sharp position. Pragg is now sort of catching up on the clock a little bit. He burned through half an hour after he was surprised by bishop g4, which is often the case when your opponent makes a move which is not really the best in the position, so your file probably doesn't feature it. But yeah, Pragg is playing solidly, and for Wesley, I wanted to, even early in the broadcast, I wanted to make a remark that we are watching something that I don't think is very usual for Wesley in some ways. Because I think Wesley very much, in particular in the classical tournaments in the tour, he very much likes the idea of being extremely solid with black. And as the old Fisher quote about catching some fish, he's extremely efficient in picking up chances. For instance, yesterday.
Right.
I think he was kind of okay with the draw. The way he approached the opening, he did not want to pick up any of the gauntlets. He went for the most solid line. He continued pushing, he continued asking some small questions, but I think he kind of knew the position has to be around zeros. But the moment he was given a sniff, there was no stopping him. Right. And this is how he wins games in Grand Chess Tour very often. He just plays extremely solidly with both colors, and he punishes every mistake.
Right.
And he's also in a very comfortable situation tour-wise, and is playing a direct competitor in a race for third in the tour,
right?
Which I think all of them value correctly, very, very highly, because it does give you this guaranteed invitation for next years. So I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, and there you have the standings. Wesley is 3 points ahead of Pragg, just a single point ahead of MVL, but he is on +1 in this tournament.
Right.
And both of those are on 50%.
Right.
And this is a massive difference.
Exactly.
And for him to lose to Pragg today would be a very, very poor outcome.
Right.
Which would throw everything up in the air again.
Yeah.
And yet he went for a very principled line, which is arguably the sharpest line you can play against an Italian.
Yeah.
So I'm enjoying it very much. I'm grateful to Wesley because we're watching a very fun position instead of something which is, solid and not particularly exciting. This is great for me. I'm not complaining.
Right.
But it's, I think, a deviation from the way he normally approaches these classical tournaments, where he just tries to take as few risks as possible, but he is, as I mentioned, one of the best in the world for punishing mistakes.
And you were saying h5, h4.
And in particular, you have to continue gambling. If you don't do something very forcing here, your evaluation drops here. For instance, once again, like queen e7, knight h4, queen g5, perhaps you can even play f4 here. Or f3. f3 seems to be a strong move. Bishop d7, d takes e5. And d5 now loses to knight g6 and bishop b5. Quite simply, you've lost a very important central pawn. So after d5, you kind of have to go for this position. But this position, is very resemblant of the game Ding Saw, where this is kind of bad for black. The question is how bad.
I think this is very bad.
It's massively dangerous. You still have the same counterplay he sort of had in that game. You want to play king h8, rook g8, try to play against the g2 pawn. But this is obviously very, very nice for white.
Right.
So yeah, in order to play this, as far as I can tell, the way to play this correctly is to continue very much gambling stuff away on the king side, throwing in more.
Rook e8.
And he has played rook e8, which is one of the better moves in the positions, but it's not h4, and it does allow something I was mentioning. You can definitely, you can and maybe should play knight h4. Really, by far the best move here is queen takes g5. And now we can play f4 immediately.
We don't even take on g6.
No, we play f4 immediately. It's much more forcing. If you take now, I will take on g6, and I will take on f4. And once again, only needs one glance to kind of assess this correctly. Right. This is not good for black. So after f4, you have to take with the knight. And now there's a bunch of options. For instance, pretty good is knight df3, queen g7, and just simply d5, d5, and knight takes e5. Black is not lost, but it's nice for white. I don't think, once again, we need too much of an explanation. You have
That
to play
F7
something like
pawn.
rook e5, rook e7, and hope this doesn't collapse, but it might.
It might just collapse.
It very much might, yeah. It's just not great for black.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on this, and we really enjoy it when we get stumped by our viewers. So let's have a look at the social media questions.
We have a question from Sean. What is the weirdest thing you have encountered during a chess tournament?
Oh, do I have stories? How long you got?
You got all day, yes.
We got all day. Okay, the weirdest thing I've encountered.
Okay,
I laugh about it all the time. It was my first U.S. Open, so I'm this young kid, and I'm really, really excited. I'm a B-class player, and it's like 720 people at the Chicago U.S. Open. And, you know, I'm trying to find my name on on board 300, you know, and then going into the playing hall. I'm super, super excited because I've never played in a national open championship before. And I come to the board and there's this wonderful elderly gentleman, the great white hair, brilliant smile. Everything's really, really nice. And we shake hands and he helps me fill out the score sheet. They had a strange time control. It was like 50 moves in 2.5 hours, and he wanted to make sure I understood. So it was all beautiful, friendly game, and he's smiling throughout the whole game. Just smiling. And the smile turns into a grimace. The grimace turns into a frown, and finally we reach this crescendo where we both have like 5 minutes for 20 moves, and he takes his teeth out and he puts it in a glass of water next to the board. And I'm sitting there trying to avoid looking at these teeth that have been smiling at me for 4 hours that are now in a glass of water next to the board. I'd never seen dentures before in my life, and there they were.
Yeah, I'm not beating that. And honestly, you know,
No one can.
This is a kind of a prompt which always stumps me. Like say something funny or describe a weird thing. Like
what?
Your brain just goes completely blank. Yours doesn't, which is why you're a smart person here, and we are.
You were around maybe during the smoking.
Yeah, but that is not really that weird. Yeah, my first ever tournament I played outside the borders of my home country. I played in Groningen Open 1990. Oh. And there were definitely people smoking in my face. And also there was a person there, I remember this very distinctly, which it's not really a weird memory, but it's weird what sticks with you for all these years. The Groningen Open was played alongside a round robin. So there was like a cordoned off area where very, very strong players, I think Anatoly Karpov played there, and Boris Gulko and some other people. And every day there was a spectator there who was sitting there, and he brought this very little, like very tidy little knife, which he would use to clean oranges with. And he would not stop until every little bit of white was removed from an orange. And then he would very carefully peel it into very precise segments and eat them one by one. And somehow 34 years on, this is still, I remember the chair he was sitting in and everything. Yeah. But this is not very weird. It's just like, this is how your mind works. This was my first ever tournament, and it absolutely stuck with me.
Right. And I remember for me also, there was the smoking in the playing hall, and the people who brought pipes, more or less kind of what you were saying. People who smoke cigarettes, they're just bumming matches. But the people who brought their pipes often brought their tool kit with them. And there was a particular way you could clean the pipe, and you would have this bowl, and you would take all of the tobacco out, and they would. I mean, it was a real
I want
production.
to interrupt this story because I think we should have done this earlier. Smoking is bad, okay?
Yes, do not smoke at the tournament. Yeah, but there was a whole production that went with the pipe smokers.
Yeah.
That
I'm very happy this
pretty
no longer
special.
happens.
I think I missed out on all the fun.
Oh, no.
Once I started to play, we had so many rules and regulations. You can't do anything weird anymore.
Exactly. None of this stuff is allowed anymore in the tournament hall. And there was a lot of cases. There was a lot of cases in my time where the last rounds would start early. Mm-hmm. And it was inevitable. Whenever there was a last round early start, somebody overslept.
Chess players.
So like you'd see these chess players groveling and shuffling their way to the board, and halfway into the game, most of the people were there. But today, if you're 5 minutes late, boom, you're done. In those days, it was 1 hour. Mm-hmm. And it was oftentimes, like 50 minutes. And people running into the play hall.
There's an absolutely legendary story that gets passed along the generations of Soviet chess players about a person you know much better than I do, even though I played a couple of games against him, Rafael Vaganian.
Oh, definitely.
Who is an absolute giant of Soviet chess. And he was playing some tournament in, I think it was South America. So it's pretty hot outside. And they messed up the time, the starting round time. And they figured out that they were very late, maybe like 40 minutes into the round already. And it's like a brisk, maybe 10, 15-minute walk.
Right.
And they haven't left the hotel yet, he and a friend. And they leave the hotel, and the friend turns to Rafael and says, "We gotta run." And Rafael says, "If we run, we will sweat. If we will sweat, we will not be able to play." And this quote somehow gets, and this idea that it's better to lose by forfeit than to arrive at the board slightly perspiring.
Right.
Somehow, I understand I'm not doing it justice and nobody's laughing,
Right.
but in my mind, this
was hilarious.
This is, which just tells you what kind of a person I am, I guess. What
Right.
to do.
So I'm guessing they didn't even try to run.
No, they got there, I think, with like 1 minute to spare without running. It was very important not to run because you do not want
1 minute.
something like very important not to
my
perspire,
goodness.
apparently.
One last very, very weird story, because it is very funny. It was Viktor Korchnoi. He was playing a candidates match. It's an elimination match, and it was the way they would determine the challengers of the world champion. And he was playing against Lev Polygaevsky in Buenos Aires. I was his second. With 2 rounds to spare, Viktor led by a point. Mm-hmm. So if he draws both games, he wins the match. But if he wins the penultimate game, the match is over. Viktor has a great advantage out of the opening. He's white. And for some unbelievable reason, he can't explain, he offers a draw. Like what? Polygaevsky accepts the draw, comes back the next day, Polygaevsky ties up the match, boom, they're in overtime. Yeesh. So there's the press conference after the game, and they said to the Argentine journalists were asking Viktor, was he upset about now the match is tied? He said, no, not at all. I committed a crime. I committed a crime by offering a draw in a much better position, and I was punished, and the match is tied, just like Dostoevsky wrote in Crime and Punishment. I'm okay with that. And the journalist asks Viktor, he says, well, what is the ELO of Mr. Dostoevsky? Viktor lost it at that point. The press conference was over. Viktor could not. What is the ELO of Mr. Dostoevsky?
It's a valid question.
It's a very valid question.
You want to know.
That was too funny. Let's get back into the chess. Thank you for the question. And let's go to the Alireza affair because, well, I mean, his
position improved.
How is he doing?
His position improved because Anish chose a very kind of a slow approach here, and this sort of justifies what Watt is doing. Anish did not play a4 here. He began by playing bishop b6, which is a useful move to sidestep d3, d4, but considering that White very often in these positions does not hurry with d3, d4, feels like maybe it was not necessary. Now, Alireza does
Expand.
cash in d3, d4. And also, another thing about bishop e6 is it is very, very possible to argue that the square for this queen is b5, not b8.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you don't get mated. But the way they don't get mated, I just wanted to point out a very typical idea of how you secure your kingside here is something like this, and then you want to start playing g7, g6. It's not forced, but just as a kind of a mechanism which perhaps our viewers have not seen before. d4, queen a7 was played, bishop e3, queen a5. This is still perfectly decent for black. You have this setup where white did play d3, d4, but you have pressure against it. It's very difficult to include this rook in the game without blundering a2. You never really want to play a2, a3 particularly. The big thing, of course, revolves around whether white can do something about the pawn on h6. But
it's a very direct...
For the time being, you can play king h7. It is, I think, a threat that needs to be respected. I think white will absolutely take on h6 if you give them the chance, but king h7 for now covers it sufficiently. The game, I think, is still in the balance, but I think it's a good outcome for white. I think it could have gone worse from here. I think black maybe could have been a bit more forceful.
Right. Peter, in the current position, I must say, as a kid, and I would get these Soviet championship bulletins, and today we have 10 Italians. But those Soviet championships would feature the Rui, and I've got to tell you, I've seen so many positions in the Rui where white was playing knight h2, queen f3, and knight g4. I respect knight h4, knight f5, but you already showed a way how black could counter knight h4 with king h7 and knight g8. How about knight h2?
Knight h2, I think concretely after ed4, cd4, and queen b4, you suddenly start having issues protecting your stuff. Yeah, you might have to sacrifice the pawn on b2. And also, the queen b2, apart from attacking the pawn on b2, which is extremely unpleasant, it also sort of stops you from playing queen f3.
Yeah, that was the move I really wanted to play, of course.
So
bad luck on my part, yeah.
Move by move, queen on a5 does prevent some of the potential extensions you could try for on the king side. Because, as I mentioned, with the pawn on a4 and the bishop on e6, your queen side is not entirely safe, and if you misplace your pieces a little bit, it could get.
Because you were showing as one way that white was playing rook e2, and another variation he was protecting f2, protecting b2. So that's the answer. e5 takes d4, followed by queen b4.
I think once the knight leaves the f3 square, you absolutely have to start calculating ed4 and queen b4 in every single position. Gotcha. It will work better in some rather than others, but against knight h2, it seems to be very, very strong.
I just love the fact that king h7 and knight g8 just rolled off your tongue as a mechanism to defend the king. And, you know, again, I don't know how many articles I had to read before that knowledge seeped in. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Well, we're kind of stuck. Everyone's thinking, and there's no big
We do
updates.
have those moments where, like, I'm looking at the Fabiano game, for example. Knight c5 occurred 15 minutes ago.
Right.
No answers, no knight c4, no rook a3s in that one. Alireza, we just did one. Nodirbek. Gukesh, this was the game.
We've been sort of ignoring this one, but it's because not very much is happening. And
okay, this was the game where we really had
issues. We do have
issues.
bishops on d2 and d7, so that's something.
Sorry, what's that?
We got everything on the d file.
Okay, the whole d file is fully occupied.
I think the queen was already on f3, which is a betrayal.
Oh no, a betrayal.
It is such a betrayal. You should have done it in the other order.
Much to my surprise, Nodirbek's intention was never to use the open A file. In fact, he doubled on the E file, rook to E8, caught up with the players. Okay, this is a little bit intriguing suddenly. But this bishop on B3, it makes such a woeful impression. Okay, I can momentarily, I don't know if I can exploit the fact the bishop's on E8.
Can we try? I want c3, bishop c2, but then we are giving black rook a3.
Also, I think c3 can also be quite safely ignored. I don't think we even need to react to it.
Yeah. So this is Gukesh.
Nodirbek against Gukesh.
Yeah, but this bishop on. I've been trying to get this bishop on b3 back into the game, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
It's like
If you could move it anywhere
Well,
right now.
well, the dream would be, that maybe
right.
I could play d4 and maybe, again, on a very good day, play bishop b3 check and queen f5. You're not helping me
Right.
to achieve
not
that.
open up that diagonal for you.
But, Peter, what else could he play for?
No, the big question is, you've played rook e8. If I continue just slowly improving it, and if I play h3, h4, as an example, I don't know if this move is any good. Are we taking on e4 here with black and allowing d takes e4? Which will break up this wonderful symmetry on the g file.
No.
But I think the white the issue is, yes, it probably improves white structure, but the bishop on b3 remains very, very passive. And maybe we can even afford to do that.
Right.
Because if we don't take on e4, what are our next few moves?
Agreed. Rook e5?
Maybe rook e5.
I don't really know. I kind of feel like it's a bit of a
But then, in
standoff,
particular, with the
okay.
king on
F4
h7, maybe I take and I go d6 and f7 is hanging.
Okay,
Right? So yeah, rook e4, d4.
And pause here, because there is f2. So bishop takes h4, queen takes f7, queen f6 might deserve investigation.
Yes, I think, I would very much like for this to be an ending. Unless, let's put this on the board. Bishop h4, we take on f7. You have the tactical idea of playing queen f6 because f2, as you mentioned, hangs.
Right.
But
we
I
can take
take, you take with the bishop, I go f4.
Okay.
Now
this is
e5 is a legitimate threat, so you probably have to invest into some kind of a stopping.
Rook e8?
Stoppage.
Rook e8, I guess, yeah.
A
If I could
stoppage.
play bishop b3, d3 here, I would be so happy.
I'd call over the arbiter so fast and say he touched his bishop.
I'd be so ecstatic if this was possible, but it's not possible without having to play c2, c3.
Right.
Yeah, it feels like maybe white is a little bit better, but still feels like it should hold.
Well,
right?
at least some imbalance occurred. For the moment, we did get a trading of the h4 pawn for the f7 pawn. Maybe white got something out of this. We'll keep this one on the boil.
Did we see Alireza's last move? Queen c1, king h7?
I did not. Let us jump there.
Bad.
Yeah, not unexpected. We thought this might
Queen
happen.
c1, king h7.
And now maybe you play queen c2 and you kind of hint at the fact that now this x-ray is for some reason unpleasant. The way maybe to change the structure here, and I've also seen the computer suggest it, is to play c3, c4 here.
Oh.
Trying to blunt the e6 bishop, trying to lessen the pressure on our queen side.
And maybe introducing a very salient threat of c4, c5. This reminds me, of a match that Mickey Adams played against the computer. There was and the computer was unbelievably strong, and Mickey lost a game like this where he had the structure. What was that computer's name called? It was after the Deep Blue match. I'll remember it in a moment. But c3, c4, I like that move, and especially if it does provoke e5 takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop to d2.
I can play queen b4 maybe instead of bishop d7. After knight d4,
Knight d4, so you're not afraid of the c6 pawn?
I'll take c4.
Okay, let's have a look-see. I always like these knights on c6. You take on c4, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take back.
It's a good-looking knight. I just don't know what it does.
So you can't really keep it there for too long.
Not too long. Takes. Yeesh. Boy, talk about coming up empty-handed. For some reason, I thought I was getting something with these pawns, but no, that's legit.
Did not play c4. He went knight h4.
A move that Peter.
Interesting, yeah.
No c4, but he's going for that line, and we're expecting the knight g8 to...
It's maybe not necessary, because I think that the way the pieces are, knight f5, we can just take on f5, and the pawn on e4 will be very, very weak. So I don't think knight f5 is a threat yet. We definitely have one more move to do something about it. Okay, b8 or some kind of a useful move, yeah.
I don't believe it myself, but f2, f4 is not a consideration in these positions, is it?
Not really, no. Let's try knight f5, though.
Okay.
Knight f5, my idea was to go bishop takes f5. Knight takes f5 and e takes d4. No, e takes d4. I thought I don't. Yeah.
E takes d4.
And the big question, of course, is does bishop takes
H6
h6 work? Yeah. Everything else would be good
Scary.
for black, but bishop h6 might work.
Knight d4.
And for bishop g7, we may have
f5,
lost, right?
and I'm
queen
checkmated.
h8, queen. Yeah.
Just
Yeah, this maybe is stronger than I originally anticipated. I thought this was nothing, but maybe it isn't.
It's kind of a, you know you've done something terribly, terribly wrong when you get yourself mated like this. Like, how did the bishop get to g7? I mean, that was what we might call a self-inflicted wound. Knight h4, why did you eschew knight g8?
I didn't want to, assume the passive stance before a threat has actually appeared on the board. The engine still suggests cd4, queen b4 is playable.
Even with the queen already defending?
Well, it no longer wins. It was kind of winning against knight h2 with the queen on d1. It doesn't win here.
Right.
But it probably forces you to go back to f3, which
Back
is
to
a
F3.
win in and of itself. Yeah, because d4 is hanging, and you do not want any endgame here. Not with the pawn on a4. Like queen c3, I take gleefully, and I'm probably much better in that endgame.
Right, thanks to this beautiful bishop.
So you probably have to play knight f3, and we can start like it goes queen c4, probably forces your queen to d1 and makes some kind of a move. Maybe king g8. I don't know why, but maybe king
King
g8.
g8.
It's funny, I was
strange.
about to play queen
Or
b1.
queen b1, and then definitely king g8. Yeah.
We're like, okay, let's just clarify what's going on. So still knight h4, the move knight h4, I don't know if it introduces the idea of knight f5 or it introduces the idea of f2, f4. But from black's point of view, I do like this counter spiel. Rook to b8 and eyeballing that b2 pawn.
If we're not getting mated, rook b8 is definitely a move to consider.
But
we might be
practically
getting mated,
speaking,
though.
that's scary.
But is it? Show. Let's just play one or two moves.
Sure. Knight f5.
Knight f5.
Yeah, we can go
knight
knight g8 here.
I just want to show Peter's idea, which is like, in the words of the Seattleites, we seize the defensive.
Knight h5, you'll take on f5, or?
Yeah, I think so.
I
Yeah,
think
very, very happily.
Yeah.
When you actually force me to double your pawns, then
And also probably win one of them immediately after ed4 and queen takes f5, right?
right, because there is this whoop I can capture as Peter's explaining.
The woo is very important.
Right.
It's a technical term.
Woof.
Yeah, knight g8
Swoosh.
just defends everything.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's so annoying when you get to
Rook
this.
b8 first.
Yeah, pardon me. When you get to these positions where you've achieved
guess I
like
have
one
to-
of the best setups
Best
that you
could do.
can,
Queen d1, queen g4 is my next idea, but
and
you have g6 simply, so.
and there again,
Yeah.
as Peter will be more than willing to explain, there will be a G7, G6 sighting as soon as you land.
But maybe we've provoked g6. The question is black obliged to play g6 immediately, or do we wait?
I think we wait.
Yeah, but what's the good queen b5 or something? Yeah, or bishop a7.
Just wait. Just wait. We just ask if you do come out.
Yeah, then you have to justify it because it might cost you material. Yeah,
Right.
like you have to play queen h4 here and try to prove to me that this
takes
does
F.
something. Yeah, gf, ef.
Yeah.
And
I don't see
Sometimes this
follow-up.
works, but because the queen really is very, very far away. But maybe you can even go e takes d4 here.
Exactly.
On the topic of the queen being very, very far away.
It comes right across the
Yeah.
board.
Comes whooshing back.
Whooshing back into play. We're going to keep our eye on this one, and I wanted to go to Wesley So because when we left it, I thought that was one of the games that might see a decisive result.
It still might. Prague is playing it slower than the engine was suggesting. After rook 8, he did not play knight h4.
Okay.
But he did play a very logical couple of moves. He brought the queen up, protecting the pawn on g5.
Nice
King
sequence.
g7, rook a1. And the thing is, I've kind of struggled to answer to myself the question, what is white's threat? Maybe in some positions knight h4, but I'm not very happy with the fact that now queen takes g5 will offer a queen trade.
Right.
We could still be better in the resulting positions, but I was much happier giving mate in those lines than playing some slightly better endgame.
Right.
But the bigger issue maybe is, what is black's threat? The engine thinks for a while and actually plays f6, gf, queen takes f6.
What?
Which I can sort of relate to. You finally get some squares, you will get to play rook e7, the other rook will come to f8. White is a bit stuck because now there's this x-ray on the 73 diagonal. But you are down a pawn and you don't really have threats as such. For instance, I can further stabilize with bishop e2 and start, I don't know, pushing on the queen side or trying to play knight h2 in a good version or something. And you are absolutely down a pawn here without any kind of direct threats. I don't think you ever threatening h4, h3, for instance, because the moment you do that, you will be the one getting mated along the g file. It's just,
right.
Yeah, white is perfectly safe on the king side here. So I think it wouldn't be unfair to say that Pragg perhaps has not played the most decisive moves in the last, I don't know, 3. But these are very logical, very sound decisions.
Right.
And Wesley now has to come up with very difficult solutions of his own, because if you continue shuffling, if you play something like a5, a4 or something, eventually white will start making progress, like knight h2 followed by f2, f4. If this lands, it could be very, very bad for black.
f7 could be painful,
The engine does go takes, knight g5 with the intention of trying to meet f4 with knight e4 and d5. But even this position after f4, f5 is massively risky for black, and f4 is not the strongest
I'm not happy
move.
that my pawns disappeared.
Yeah.
But it's still good.
Yeah, you can play f3, let's say bishop e6, queen c3, and just claim that you're strategically better.
Right.
Without giving any kind of an immediate mate. You're just like, your structure is better everywhere, you have a better center. Once again, never afraid of h5, h4, h3. Just a very solid advantage here for white. So for Wesley, kind of logical moves have been exhausted. He put most of his pieces
on
the positions, the best looking squares he could. King on g7 is logical, rook e8 is logical. Now queen e7, I mean, with the rook on e8, you don't really need the queen on e7. And he has to decide if he believes, let's say, Pragg has a threat. Because if you think white really still has no threat whatsoever, you can continue shuffling. You can, I don't know, include bishop b6 so that it never hangs. I don't know, queen e7, rook a d8. But eventually white will start doing something. For instance, let's say if you go c6 here.
That was my question.
Yeah.
If you, yeah,
the engine suggests that this endgame is still pretty iffy for black. Knight g6.
Pretty difficult for black.
Iffy, but
iffy.
Difficult is good, but I just wanted to clarify which word I used. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It seems like, with the queens off, this should be better than what we discussed, but it's not. The center is still going to collapse under its own weight. In fact, we are probably ruining the fact that we played c6, because after e4, bishop f4.
We wouldn't want the pawn hanging. Yeah.
If we could just play knight h7 here, maybe it would be manageable, but now it really isn't. Very interesting position. Still 31 pieces on the board, as often is the case. These positions are quite tricky to play. But for now, Wesley shouldn't really be enjoying this all that much.
All right, Peter, we're going to be taking a break. And as we go on break, what do you have for our audience?
Well, Anastasiya asked the players about their thoughts on the upcoming World Championship match. So take a listen to hear what they're thinking, and we'll be back shortly.
With the World Championship match nearing and the two competitors playing in the Sinquefield Cup, how important is their performance in this tournament?
Well, it's not a World Championship match, so the game between us is not as important as in the World Championship match. Of course, it's a main tournament, and I hope to beat him, at least not lose against him. It's a good opportunity to gain confidence in classical time control, because after the tournament we had the Olympiad and also a World Championship match, also very important tournaments. So it's a good opportunity before these two. It's a very important tournament.
I don't really know much, and I also don't really think it makes a difference what's their performance here, because the World Championship is completely different tournament, and we had instances in the past that some players haven't done well in the previous tournament and did really well in the next tournament. For example, even Gukesh, like in Prague, he didn't do well, but then he came and won the candidates. And same goes with Ding last, like the previous year when I didn't do well in the bike and then went on to win the World Championship. So yeah, there are these examples. So I don't think it really matters so much. But maybe for Ding it matters because if he does well, he can gain confidence. But obviously games would be relevant in terms of openings. But apart from that, I don't think it will matter so much.
I think it will maybe be more important for us to understand what form they're in than for them, because from what I remember about my match against Magnus, I did have a lot of stress in the event before. I was playing the Olympiad, it was my last event before the match, and I was extremely stressed out. But I played well, but I didn't feel after that, even though I had a good event, like this meant anything towards the match. I've also seen it with the candidates, like some player has a bad event before candidates, but then they play very well in candidates. We can kind of draw conclusions as the people watching from the side, but very often these conclusions are not necessarily accurate. The reason I think it's so interesting now is because one of the players, Ding, has been very shaky in the last year. So everyone will be watching this event, the Sinquefield Cup, and trying to determine, like, is he back to his old self or is he still struggling? Now, just because he has a good event here or a bad event here, whatever it is, or let's say a neutral event, which is actually maybe the most likely, that he has like a normal event but nothing out of the ordinary either way, I don't think we can draw any conclusions. Like I still think maybe some people feel Gukesh is a big favorite because of Ding's form, or maybe some people feel Ding is a favorite because he has the higher level in the past. But I think it will be a close match. That was what my feeling was. I think these World Championship matches between close levels, they tend to be very close. You can imagine Jan against Ding. You can imagine my match against Magnus or Magnus against Sergei. Even some matches which were a bit lopsided, like Magnus playing Vichy in 2014. Definitely Magnus was much stronger, but still it was a close match. Maybe not by the score, but by the games it was very, very close. And Vichy had this game where he was winning, very famous knight takes e5, knight c4, knight b2. But some circumstances during the match also make the difference.
Yeah, I guess it's very good preparation for them, this event, because they play all the best players in the world and they get good practice, and I think the result for them should not be so important, mostly to come back to the shape and play good chess. That's the most important.
Yeah, I would really love to see Ding playing some, interesting chess and good chess, high quality chess before the match. I think he will have a chance to play in Olympiad also, but it's very interesting to see how he plays his super tournament before the match. And yeah, about Gukesh, I think he doesn't really care much of his performance in this super tournament, but of course he's going to be very motivated, and yeah, his game against Ding in this tournament would be really, really interesting. Just it's going to be one of the highlights of the tournament for sure. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, I recently saw Ding in Astana, and I saw some a little bit of signs of coming back after tough tournaments, and yeah, we'll see, I guess.
Well, for them, I think it's a very good warm up, because the match is like 3 months away and they will both play the Olympiad. So it's kind of interesting to see what their form will be, because that's all that matters. Like Ding had a horrendous year, but he played decently in Kazakhstan, so he needs to get his mind back and his love and passion for the game back.
I think the question is really about Ding. Is that a better event this time in Astana? I was playing the World Team Rapids. So it seems like he's on the right track. I certainly hope for him to do well in St. Louis as well, except on the last round. But anyway, I feel like the individual encounter will not matter so much. But for Ding to show that he's regained his spirits for real at this time control, and that he can fight with all the top players in the world, would mean that he's ready for another challenge, for another match. This time in Singapore, and that would be great for him. And I mean, when it comes to Gukesh, I mean, we know what he's capable of, and he's young, his energies, his spirits are completely fine. So we know he'll be ready for for a fight in the match.
In any tournament, I want to put up a good performance. It doesn't really change anything because there is also Ding in this tournament and we have the match coming up soon. But yeah, I want to play my best in this tournament, and this is a separate tournament. The match will be a different experience. So it does not matter a lot, but yeah, I want to perform at my best.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 5. Let's take a look at our current standings. We don't have any results yet today.
No results thus far.
Coming into this round, there are 2 leaders, Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So. And sharing second are 6 players, maybe even 7, a lot.
I had to count. Now that you said it, 6. 6 players sharing third place, including Fabi's in the mix. But I don't know, Wesley So's game against Prague today, he looks like he's in a world of hurt here, Peter. And speak to your charge.
Let's take a look at that.
Opportunities knocking.
Let's take a look at that. After Rook E1, as we were mentioning, White now finally has most of his pieces on correct squares. And it's time for Black to do something. But it's really not an easy decision to just completely abandon the hope of winning this pawn back at any point, which is what the engine is suggesting as the best move. But the move Wesley played, which I think is a move that many of us would have played, just continuing to slowly improve, and asking white, okay, what's the threat? What's the big deal?
What are you doing?
The big deal is knight h2 here. Knight g1 is strong as well, but knight g1 I think nobody plays ever.
Right.
Knight h2, on the other hand, I think is a move you could absolutely find yourself making. The big point being, after queen takes g5, f4, e4, and bishop takes f4 is crushingly strong. And now f7 is extremely weak. The queen will continue getting chased around. After bishop e6, we can go, let's say, knight df3, and then eventually this knight will be on f5. The black king is very, very unsafe. This is a horrible piece on a7, which is currently not doing anything at all, being completely restricted by the pawn on d4. After knight h2, black is in desperate straits. Maybe you can try playing bishop e6, f4, h4, but if white finds the move f5, which really isn't a very difficult move to find, with the threats being as direct as f5, f6, the position starts collapsing.
But,
so after knight h2, I'm not sure there is a good solution for black.
Sorry, Peter, that final position that you just had on the board with because I was mystified by your suggestion of knight g1 from the starting position, and now I can see why the knight on h2 might be a little bit misplaced. And knight g1 is a good move too.
Knight g1 remains a very good move with very similar ideas of just meeting pretty much anything with a 4.
Gotcha.
This remains the key to unlock this position. But if you can play knight h2, I think you should play knight h2. And after h4, once again, you don't really need to care. Yes, the h file gets opened, but the fact that f7 is so weak is just a lot more relevant. You go rook f5, rook h8, check, king g1. If black could somehow immediately attack with the pawn on d4 with all they've got, maybe we would have to reason to worry, but the black position collapses a lot faster than anything that can happen in the center. So we're just more or less winning here.
Gotcha. Wow. So knight g1, but knight h2.
I think knight h2 is the most one
logical
I would like to see. Yeah.
Move. And Nazi, that looks like real opportunity for Prague.
Absolutely.
That would knock Wesley out of first, and shockingly, Prague would replace him and say, "Hey, it's nice up here."
And after knight h2, all the rest of the moves kind of are easy to make.
Well, for sure. I mean, you're just thinking to yourself, you've got rooks on e1 and f1. And the move, especially when you do have the rooks already so beautifully centralized, the desire to play f4 just becomes overwhelming. And this whole setup where you have this bishop restricted, as Peter was mentioning, you're essentially playing at the position of piece down with this bishop off sides on a7.
The biggest weakness, of course, f7.
Yep.
No, this looks awful for black.
Perhaps instead of e takes f4, in practical terms, you should go e takes d4 to at least keep the f file closed.
For sure.
But e takes d4, c takes d4. f5 will be a threat on every move. e5 followed by then on knight e4 will be a threat. Queen h6 maybe is what we have to play here to stop f5 from at least winning immediately, because the queens will come off. But yeah, queen c3. For
those 3 pawns on d4, e4, and f4.
What is black doing here?
It looks
so
like
beautiful.
something gone really wrong. I think at a certain moment everybody has played King's Gambits. This is by far one of the best King's Gambit, dream King's Gambit I've ever seen. This looks awful. So Wesley has been relying on his luck in these lines with Ding Liren. I'm thinking also he had a poor position. He's going to have to pull something out of his bag. And what about the times in between these two? Is that
I have about the same time, 1 hour for Prague, 55 for Wesley.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Jeopardy is a long way from now. Let's go where? Where shall we go?
Now let's check with Nepo and Ding.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to briefly note a moment in that game.
It looks familiar.
Yeah, we left after queen c2, and we just showed the changed landscape, but we didn't show how it happened. Queen d7, bishop d2, rook fb8, allowing this move b3, b4, queen b3, bishop f8, rook ac1, and potentially a decent opportunity here was missed by Jan. The engine suggests starting with the move queen c4. I can definitely relate to the idea of not wanting to offer any trades so early. And perhaps black does hold this endgame after takes on g6, hoping to play d3, bishop g7, perhaps rook a8, a2 as a source of counterplay. On the other hand, if you imagine white getting the king to e2 in time, you probably win.
Right.
Just straight up win this. Instead, Jan played rook e4, which would be, I think, a good idea, if not for very specifically the move rook a8, which is a very good move by Ding, reintroducing the idea of giving a check from the back rank, because the h2 square is currently controlled by the queen on c7. If g3, you can play queen c6 once again. You would like to be able to take on c4, but rook a1 is just so annoying that you can't move any of your pieces. Jan played bishop f4, and now the issue is black goes bishop d6, and the bishops, unless you want to play bishop d2, and it just came from there, it's unlikely you particularly want to play bishop d2.
He did play g3.
Yeah, and if you play g3, the bishops come off, okay, one check, and king h2, you can even include queen b7, for instance. You kind of have to play rook e4. I will finally make a Luft for my king. And with the black pieces as active as they are, this really does not look like this will be very much at all.
No.
You even maybe have to worry about allowing king h7 followed by f7, f5. So it seems like Ding will get out of this unscathed if he plays correctly. Bishop takes f4, by far the best move in the position, but also really the only one you want to make. So
right.
Don't really think it's a problem for him to find it.
Right, exactly. Wow, that was quite the transition, because it was funny. We were looking at this framework, just like painting the canvas and what could happen, and it was remarkable how accurate we were in this particular one.
What I wanted to say is, as post-loss games by Jan go, this one isn't bad at all.
No.
He's playing a very correct game. He missed maybe a small opportunity somewhere. There's been no playing instantaneously. Like, he's been taking his time on decisions, which is the correct approach, of course, and something that let him down yesterday. So this is a good sort of untilting game.
Right.
But he would like to win it, and it seems currently unlikely he will have much of a shot against correct play.
Okay, we saw the Prague game.
Guessing moves in pretty much every game. There's also Fabi against MVL.
Let's go there. That was the hybrid Najdorf-Dragendorf game. When we left it, we kind of were warming up to task for Fabi. We saw this move knight c4, kind of introducing the idea of b2, b4, going after this weakness. Maybe we include the move rook a3, and it was up to MVL to come up with some defense. He chose knight d7.
We're looking at this, yes, and then idea of knight d5 and just getting rid of the knight on c4, just so the pawn on b6 does not hang.
Exactly. We thought rook a3 was the most challenging. Bishop e2 feels a little soft.
It's a little bit slow, maybe, yes.
Yeah, bishop e2, knight e5. And this trade of knights actually was very, very beneficial for black. Oftentimes when you're restricted in space, the trade of minor pieces really helps the person who's restricted, and this change, and rook a3 on the board, and Peter, weigh in on this one. I still rather like the space, but maybe it's
not a lot, but it's definitely a little bit more pleasant for white. The issue for white is it's just going to be very difficult to generate threats. I guess rook a3 hints at rook b3 in some positions, but the pawn on b6 is reasonably well protected. Rook fd8 just played onto the board by MVL. What you want to do, I suspect, is f4, but then the moment this happens, with the rooks, with the queens off, black is instantly fine, because now there's this target on e4. And it's going to be so difficult to constantly prevent queen c5, and then maybe even e7, e5 in some positions, getting the queens off using this diagonal. For now we can play, let's say, king g7. I'm not sure what the rook is doing on d8, but we can put it on e8 so that e7 never hangs. And we just seem to be lacking pieces to make something like f4, f5 work. And the way maybe to create this attack on the king side would be to play knight d5 and then use the rook, not the lift, but shifting it over to g3. But the opponent c2 is hanging consistently, so we get this far, and then we're once again a little bit stuck for further ideas. The engine starts playing h2, h3, which is not going to scare anybody particularly.
Right.
Peter, sorry to interrupt, but I do see a big question mark in the game between Alireza and Anish. If you could show us what happened.
Sure, yeah.
Might be a blunder
Whoa.
alert.
c5.
What is this?
How did that?
Is there some immediate tactic?
Somehow knight g7 works.
How?
Like this. No.
Just giving up 2 pieces?
Not like this.
D5.
D5 first.
D5
Okay.
first.
Let's say
D5
bishop
first.
D7.
No. Now it wins. Oops. Not
That's
this.
not the one that wins.
Not this. This one.
Is it queen G5 and knight H5?
Yes.
Or? Oh.
I wonder why it doesn't.
Excuse me.
Why doesn't it? Because basically, if we do it without D5, the king runs a lot faster.
And we want the bishop in
Yeah.
its way.
And if in this
tricky.
position we play knight H5, we lose to c takes D4 because the queen starts joining the defense. Whereas if we include D5, you can put the bishop really on any square. Bishop H6, knight H6, queen G5, king F8. And here, even queen H6 is strong, but we can also, it's amazing. With all of these pieces locked out on the queen side, the engine suggests we even have time to rook the lift to leave the rook to F3 and play knight H5, rook F3, rook G3.
That's gross.
I'm not taking the knight.
This is
That's gross.
Yeah, this is really spectacular. But you have to see this idea, because if you start with D5, black probably reasonably happily will do this.
Sure.
Right.
And this removes most of your advantage, because the pawn on C4 appears to be a bit weak. Like if you can dream maybe of playing knight E3, queen D2, queen E2 and picking it up. But in actual life, the counterplay against the B2 pawn, because if you take, you will have to drop it next move. Combined, I guess, with counterplay against the center, you can include knight F6 as well and start attacking the pawn on E4. You end up never really attacking the pawn on C4 the way you would like to. You also have to constantly watch for E4, E3 breaks. So very, very interesting point here for Alireza. He needs to realize he has this option. In fairness, d takes E5 is also very strong. C6, C5 just doesn't look right.
No.
It just really, really doesn't look right. There are no threats on the king side. Why are you killing off your own pieces? Just play, let's say, queen b5 here and just ask the question, what do you think white has as a threat?
I'm very reasonably confident in Alireza playing for the decisive moment here of knight takes g7. I remember a game where he played with Wesley So, where he made these incredible sacrifices, and it was a rapid game. In fact, now that we're talking about decisive play, I know that Ben has prepared some very interesting segue into the decisive
it's as if
over
Yasser
the
does
years
this
and the
for a living,
rounds.
no?
Well, let's have a look at what we're talking about. Decisive play in the history of the Sinquefield Cup. First of all, by the rounds.
This is by the round, yes.
We are round 5.
This is for all Sinquefield Cups, 9 or 10 of them, right?
11.
11 even, maybe, yes.
We can see we're on an uptrend. We are expecting a 30% decisive round.
It is currently holding steady at 20 after the first 4 rounds. I will just mention this. And we've been really short-changed because there could have been a 100% decisive round early in the tournament. But we are currently at 20.
Now, the crazy part is, are the players getting so good that they can't beat one another? Let's see by the years, the decisiveness of the Sinquefield Cup over the years.
I think that prediction was right. Well, there's an uptick in 2021, right after COVID.
Everybody's angry. Happy to be back at the chessboard.
And everyone's aggressive and excited to play. But it's been on steady decline.
But you also have to say that the format was different. In 2013, it was not this kind of a tournament.
Round robin and those kind of things.
So the very, very high percentages early on, they're also to do with the fact that the fields, I think, were a lot more mixed.
Correct.
So once it became the known to us round robin with 10 of the best players in the world, the decisive percentage understandably dropped a little bit.
Exactly.
Lots of developments everywhere, by the way. We will not go to this again. Knight h2 has been played onto the board, which is good news for Prague, but we discussed this at length. A mistake was committed by Gukesh here, and this is what I mentioned also when we were talking about this position, right? Rook e5, d5, and now you have to worry about d5, d6. You can do it immediately. You can also include queen h5 first. And now, let's say if king g8, I can play d6. It doesn't seem to be lethal because we do have the move bishop e6.
But what a relief to get the bishop on d3 in the game.
But this is, I guess, what we were discussing, right? And whoa, I didn't realize that.
What's that?
Not only is rook e5 a bad move, there was a very good move he could have chosen instead. Just going after the rook.
Bishop g4, yeah.
So queen f7.
This is legitimately unpleasant for white because bishop f5 is a massive, massive threat. The engine suggests the best choices are just straight up giving up this exchange, which, yes, does improve your structure dramatically, and you maybe get to play some active moves here, but the engine does not believe in this attack. Although, honestly, it does look scary with bishop c2 coming and e5, e6 coming. If he actually refused bishop e5 because of c3, c takes d4, kudos to him.
Right.
And a more conservative option of queen g2, after which, first of all, we can chase the queen forever. It might have to go to h1, which is always funny when the queen ends up in the corner. But also you can play rook f8 and just go f5 and f4. This would have been very good for black. Instead, he goes rook e5. As mentioned, this doesn't throw the game away. I think the question mark is not because white is suddenly much better. It's because of the change in evaluation between the best and the worst case scenario. After bishop e5, white would have to fight for equality. Now, after both queen h5 and d6, it's pretty clear that white can no longer be worse at all, and it's probably even a little bit better. Let's say d6, cd6, bishop takes f7. You probably have to play bishop c6, bishop d5, takes. You probably do hold it because the pawn on c2 is hanging. You can play something like rook a7. There's still very little material left, but I mean, it's clear who's pushing here. We can play c3, we can play queen e4 and c3. It's a pleasant position for white to play.
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, never mind.
What, the
So there's
bishop
an
on
interesting moment, with bishop on c6.
I've got it.
Okay.
I've got it. What
Hang on.
moment?
Not this game. This game.
Yes, if you can go back to the analysis you had. Yeah.
Talk.
If we play queen h5, do we get mated first? Because it's very close to checkmate in both sides.
No, we have bishop g.
Okay, so we don't have
black does play bishop queen h3, and the only way to avoid mate is to start trading.
But we don't have time for queen g6, bishop h6.
No.
Because it's so close to winning.
Well, I mean, it is mating one here, so.
Yes, it is.
This is a.
And I don't have any rook e4s because there's always rook a1.
Yeah, the fabled A file. Yeah, so currently a very exciting round.
First, right? Queen h3.
Currently a very exciting round because Nodirbek now might be maybe slightly better. Alireza has this knight takes g7 blow, which gives him a massive advantage straight away. Prague, the engine suggests, has a big advantage. And the structure change in the game between Fabi and MVL, after rook a3, rook fd8, Fabi decided he can no longer really wait and does not want to play f3, f4. So he took on e5. This looks very solid for black.
It does, yeah. D takes it.
Now you can really, with a pawn on e5, you're never attacking on the king side. It just blocks all of your ambitious plans on the king side. It's interesting to me that the engine plays this. Currently, it sets up the black pieces with king takes king g7, then f7, f6, a move I would not be making so easily, and then knight c5. I guess knight c5, knight e6 to aim it towards d4, f4 squares, and so on. Because to me, it feels like maybe the knight is fine on f6 as well, but it is, if you, let's say, if you put it on f6, the pawns on f3 and e4 do restrict it quite well. But I think the larger question here to ask is, how is white supposed to make any progress at all? Like, what's
with this majority, yeah.
If I asked you, Yasser, which pieces would you like to remove off the board to be better?
Yeah.
All four rooks?
No, I would be more like shift the knight to e3, put the knight on c3 to e3, and try to use the majority.
c4, b4.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
ideal scenario is something like.
Yeah.
We do this.
Yeah.
We do this. We do this, and we get to play a5. Yeah.
That would be more than ideal.
But at any point, like even here, as long as I don't allow you to play a4, a5, I probably have a decent position.
Exactly.
And I passed for 5 moves.
Right. And I'm throwing c5 at you, but yeah.
It feels like it's going to be very difficult for white to make any kind of progress. Yeah.
But guys, we're missing the big picture here. The big picture is Alireza with a piece sacrifice. Could be taking sole lead of the tournament, the Grand Chess Tour as well, and just maybe winning for the second time the Grand Chess Tour. Yeah. Knight takes g7, king takes g7.
But that's
d5.
the old football/soccer chestnut, right?
Which is?
If you don't score, you will be scored against. The people not beating Alireza for round after round after
they're
round.
going to be punished.
How about to get their comeuppance?
Exactly. And it's very forcing, Nazi.
It is very
Bishop
forcing,
takes
and
h6.
We know Alireza is an amazing calculator, and he took on e5.
That's a
which is
second
also
best
good,
move.
which
That's
is
a second
also
best
good.
move, but it's not as
Missed
spectacular
opportunity.
as knight g7.
Oh, because I was going to say, you can calculate this rather easily. You must take the bishop. You cannot play king h7. Queen will land on g5.
And now,
the knight will land
now
on
by the way, a very interesting point, because d takes e5 probably loses to knight g7. Yeah, it does. So has Anish realized what's happening? You have to play bishop, bishop f5 and rook e5.
But here,
and you are
c4,
worse after like some. Yeah, I mean it's a
bishop's
horrible
dead.
position. This is what you've done to your beautiful
With
pair of
move
bishops.
c6,
Yeah, like
c5.
one now has to be traded away and the other one is dead. Yeah, you're not enjoying this, but you're not getting mated at least.
Right.
So the big question is: has he, in the time that Alireza has been thinking, has he realized this exists?
Bad news.
This exists. Yeah.
Okay,
Because
so go
if
ahead.
he goes to
E.
e5, knight g7, yeah, this is just over.
And the same
Knight h6,
line.
queen h5 check, king f8, we take on h6. And now with the open d file,
It's so much better.
we just don't let the king cross. And the best move appears to be rook e d8, then the engine very calmly says, okay, I'll pick this one up, introducing the
F5.
idea of knight f5. Yeah, I mean, the moves here that the
Painful.
engine like, the best move in the position is rook d6, closely followed by rook d4.
Closely followed.
Which I think tells you everything you need to know about this position with white collecting everything. So yeah, big moment here for Anish.
Anish, when he's in good form,
He is a very, very strong player, of course.
exactly, and this connection of knight takes g7 would be definitely.
Yeah, the fact that he hasn't taken on e5 yet gives you, I guess, a bit of a hint.
That he is realizing that knight g5 and bishop h6 is on tap. Again, sorry to flog a dead horse. Knight g7, king g7, d5,
Feed
bishop.
a fed horse, yes, sir.
Feed a fed horse. Flog a dead horse.
Maybe what Alireza
Bishop h6.
didn't like was after d5, I don't necessarily have to move the bishop, right? I can give that piece back and
yeah,
not
but
get
then
checkmated.
you're in so much trouble with this ruined
What
king
you
side.
mean? You want to do something like this, for
Something,
example?
and then
d takes
take
e6,
rook
f takes
e6.
e6, maybe to
F
deny
takes
the f5 square for the knight at least.
Right.
But I don't know, queen d1, queen h5, and I don't know, anything, honestly. c3, c4 can be
Queen
thrown
b5,
in.
queen d7 maybe comes back.
Honestly, I don't hate the idea of
Yeah.
going c4 here, just to make sure you also have this bishop on b6, which is completely out of play.
Right? Queen b. Okay. What I wanted to get was a eval. Bishop to d7. Bishop takes h6. Knight takes h6. I know the computer had this crazy move.
Plus 2.5.
That's what I wanted
On my
to
screen,
ask.
plus 2.5, maybe
Not
maybe
after
more.
queen h6, just rook e3, right?
Well, rook e3 was an
I think this is
remarkable
also
move.
strong, but rook e3 was, or knight h5, I think. Those two moves were pretty strong. Hang on.
So the eval was plus 2.5 after queen takes h. I mean,
Well
everybody's
done,
going to
please.
play queen takes h6.
Of course.
They're not going to. Rook e3. I mean,
Well,
boss chair.
everyone but maybe Alireza. He can find rook e3.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course, no.
Yeah.
But d4 takes e5. The eval went down
To plus 1.
to plus 1.
Yeah, that really
From
horrible
2.5
position.
to plus 1.
But it's equal material, and white now just has a massive positional advantage after bishop takes f5. Once again, if we
Go to the
take a look at this, I mean, we know who's better.
Yeah.
But black's position remains very, very solid. You will still have to take it apart somehow. Black can play queen a6, try to maybe get the bishop into the game via a5. Black can dream that maybe one day they get to play c6, bishop c7, which is still going to be very ugly, but slightly closer to where the bishop might want to be. This is bad, but you still have to win it. It's just like weaknesses. Black really doesn't have very many. Game is still very much on.
This looks positionally over.
Yeah, it looks
Bishop takes
really,
F5.
really ugly. But
Anish,
yeah, okay, he realized. Good.
His spidey sense told him knight takes g7 was on the board, and he played the best move. Bishop takes f5. So hard to beat
Exclamation
these.
point.
Yeah, so hard to beat these players. I'm going to go around the tournament hall for a moment because, again, I want to pick up on our marquee matchup game between Jan and Ding Liren. It's a major piece, Queen and Rook.
Right. It's very equal.
And we just had the move Rook F1, King G2.
Provoking King G2, and now the pawn on D4 drops, but it doesn't matter. We play, let's say, Rook D1.
Rook to D1, yeah.
Queen takes D4.
We're not afraid of F5.
Queen takes B4 exists there. We're not really very afraid of F5. But we can just play B4, B3. The point being is that like dealing with this pin is pretty much impossible without dropping some material.
If I'm really forced to play G4, Peter, do I have a pawn in the pocket?
Just King H7. The King on H7 is very safe, and like your problem is.
By the way, we have
F5 is no longer a threat, but you have to prevent Black from getting to the D3 pawn. You have to prevent Black from attacking the B2 pawn. Queen D5 becomes a topic.
We have a different move, though.
Okay.
King G2.
He went Rook B1. It's very similar. It doesn't
Queen
change.
takes B4. Give me the pawn.
Queen takes D4. We go B3 anyway.
You go B3.
Yep.
And again, because I say I am afraid of F5, I go G4.
Yeah, G4. Let's say King H7. Maybe a slight difference is now we have the move Queen E5, which was not really a move at all with the Rook on D1, which is an improvement because maybe the Queen gets to the best square on the board, which is F5, F3 maybe in some cases. But the engine still suggests Queen E5, Rook D1 should hold. There's just plenty of counterplay. The safety of kings is very, very different here.
And pawn on B3 is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the one we don't want to lose. The pawn on D4 we don't really care about. The one on B3 generates so much counterplay for us that.
Right.
But there's some karma going on here because Jan lost yesterday.
That's true.
And now a pawn down, Rook ending. Now he's a pawn up.
I don't know if Anish deserves a wow for this, but he went D takes E5 there.
Sorry, what? Oh,
That's a
he
bit
did.
That's
he
a bit
did
of a
play
weird
bishop
choice.
takes F5.
Yeah, but he took with the pawn on E5.
Not with the rook. Oh.
Now after C4, it's...
Yeah, it's the same position, but he chose a slightly different structure, which I guess makes his king side a little bit safer. But now there's an additional weakness on C5. Let's say we go C4, Queen A6, Rook D1, and ideas of Rook D5 become very annoying. And also, how do you even fight for the D file? I want to play Queen C2, Rook D3, Rook A D1.
Yes, you do.
Your pawn on A4 is consistently kind of, it's not weak, but it needs watching over. There has to be at least one piece at all times that protects the pawn on A4. This is ugly.
You know, it's so ugly, even if the bishop on b6 were on f8, which is a far better square, we still wouldn't like it.
We wouldn't like it, but maybe it would be manageable, because there your problems would be kind of restricted to needing to make sure the d file gets covered somehow. And then, like, imagine the knight getting to e6 and then to d4. Okay. I guess this is why he took d5, because this gives him an impossible dream to look forward to. The knight probably isn't getting to e6. His problems are so numerous that he's just never going to have time, and also it has to be mentioned, this is 4 moves. The diagonal move by the knight takes 4 moves.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And white generally has something to do. Yeah, d5 I can sort of understand in that way.
Don't like this position for Anish, but let's check in with Christian and get a view from the tournament hall. Over to you, Christian.
Well, actually, I wanted to see the reaction of both players in this game that you guys are talking about, because this was a huge moment. Obviously, we've discussed big matchup at the beginning of the round, the co-leader and one of the players that's struggling, Anish. And Anish, you can feel it, you can sense it, that he just simply doesn't have the confidence that he once used to have. Of course, he needs a good result and then he will get it back. But as of right now, he is not feeling confident at all. And I could see it through the body language. I was watching Alireza. That's not the game that I'm talking about, not the Praggnanandhaa versus Wesley, but Alireza versus Anish. And I could see Alireza watching that G7 square like a hawk when he took on E5, before he took on E5. Anish was strolling around, perhaps not trying to give any body language hints. As soon as he came back and saw D takes E5, he started thinking, and that's already a bad news event, because if you would know about knight xg, if he wouldn't know about knight xg7, he would just immediately take on e5, keep the bishop on e6, and just have a normal position. Immediately after d takes e5, I could see Anish starting to shake his head in disbelief because he missed something. Obviously, he missed the tactics with knight xg7, realized it, and now he's going to have to defend this very difficult and very ugly position for the remainder of the game. Right now, Alireza is looking sharp and confident and ready to maybe take one more full point home.
Thank you, Christian. There's some interesting developments taking place on the round before the rest day. I also want to turn our attention to the game of Wesley So for just a moment, because after the move knight h2, Wesley didn't play queen takes g5 or any of those lines that invited white to play the move f2, f4.
Very risky move, h4.
h4.
Yeah, I think a very clear indication of what Wesley thinks about his position, because this looks desperate.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of very strong choices for white. Even something like bishop h4 and then knight takes g4 is massively better. But I would like more. This looks like it should be very good, but I would very much like more. I would like to keep the queens on. I would like to go for mating attacks. And as long as you convince yourself you're not hallucinating here and that this diagonal is not going to get opened. And I don't think it's particularly hard to convince yourself of that, like ed4, cd4, knight e6. We do need to spend the tempo on, I mean, if we want, we can go bishop takes e6, but it's not really all that required. Just knight f3, put the other rook on f1, and start generating threats against the black king. This, frankly, looks lost.
Yeah.
I don't think you even need to convince yourself very long about it. Maybe c5, d5, knight d4 scares you for a second until you realize, as long as we're not taking on d4, we really don't worry about knight takes f5 very much.
Right.
We can play, I mean, the engine likes the move queen d2 the most, but also just something like rook f5, f6, and then the other one to f1, and then eventually this will crack. There's no way this holds with all the pieces on the other side of the board, and really no counterplay against our king now at all. So I think knight takes g4 is a move you can absolutely make in a live game. A fun line that the engine suggests here is bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, seemingly we blunder the piece, and then just bishop c4, b3, saying all of your pieces, they will now start getting completely rolled by f4, e5, f5, so like bishop c8, we just go f4, knight g4, we take, play e4, e5.
I like this more than the other line.
We're down a piece plus.
Wow.
Yeah, in a way, this is more pleasing to the eye, and it's also completely winning, which is helping. But not having to worry about getting mated on the H file, I absolutely agree that. But it's a bit fancy. I mean, you get here and you have to calculate every single move because we have now given black a full tempo to do something about our threats. And our biggest threat is still we're not capturing anything. Our biggest threat is f2, f4. I think it's very easy for the engine to say this is completely winning, but for a human brain, I'm not sure it even occurs to you to just sacrifice a piece and then give black a full tempo to somehow try to stabilize. Not expecting this to happen. Knight takes g4, though, I think is a very, very playable move.
I would bet on knight takes g4, followed by f2 takes g3. Very, very nice attack. By the way, going back to the Fabi game, because if he is looking at that Alireza game, he's saying, oh dear, I'm going to have to win. He's just played the move knight c3, b1. And there was when I was growing up, there was a very, very famous game between Anatoly Karpov and Boris Spassky. Boris Spassky had lost the world championship to Bobby Fischer, and Boris was going to play himself back into the role of challenger this time. And he came up against a very young Anatoly Karpov. Boris was, on paper, the favorite. After all, Karpov was unknown, and he was the world junior champion. And Karpov played a magnificent match. In one game in particular, in an open Sicilian, he played this move, knight c3 to b1.
It was a slightly different structure, but the idea remains the same. The knight very often in Sicilians, where you don't have the idea of going knight d5, you find yourself really struggling to find any kind of work for the knight on c3.
Exactly.
And in the game against Spassky, black had a pawn on e5 and a pawn on c6, I think. And there was a really, really beautiful c4 square to aim at. And once it landed there, the position started collapsing.
Yes.
Here, the structure is completely different. The square is the same.
The square is
the square is the same. If you imagine white getting the move c2, c3, and then playing knight a3 and knight c4, the pawn on b6 does become a very legitimate target.
Yeah.
So MVL needs to be careful here. This is no longer entirely
risk-free.
Yeah, risk-free. I think maybe he's starting from here. The idea of playing e6 and then going knight b8 may have been a little bit too, safety-oriented. He could have played. He could have played freer. He could have placed the knight on c5, for instance. And if the knight goes to c5, it's just so difficult to move the knight away from c3 because a4 is hanging constantly.
Right.
So I think this was a little bit too conservative by MVL, and I very much do like the move knight b1. It shows that Fabi, first of all, knows his classics and also knows how to apply them, which is maybe the bigger part of the trick here.
Thank you, Peter. And by the way, what are the clock times between these two players? Because I know they're not a general.
So a little bit surprising. Fabi has 24 minutes. MVL has 1 hour and 8.
Oh,
okay.
You were talking about karma.
Yes.
Can we switch to this for a second?
Yes.
It's Nepo
After rook
against
b1,
Ding.
queen takes d4 in the game between Ding and Nepo, Ding chose not to play before b3. He went f5.
So we'd have
now
to take
white take
on
on b4.
You have to take
and
on
it seems
b2.
like we have to take rook takes b2. And hello, rook and
Isn't
Ding with
this
an extra
the
d4.
identical?
Well,
I mean,
It was
yes.
a d4 pawn.
I mean, it's not a direct mirror image because the pieces are on different
There was
squares.
f7 and g6.
Yeah, the structure on the king side is a bit different. The pieces are on different squares. But it is exactly the same endgame that Jan lost yesterday.
Right.
And now he will most likely get a chance to demonstrate
How he should draw.
the lessons learned. Yeah. Such a strange decision because apart from b3 being very strong, there's also the option which we didn't really discuss very much of playing queen c6.
And reminding
Playing
white
queen c. Oops. Where will it land? It's
on
currently
c1.
Frozen.
It's hovering.
Okay. We should unhover it. Queen c1, you have to play king f3, and you can start giving all of these checks, and you have plenty of counterplay, or you can throw in.
Wow.
You can throw in rook takes b2 even,
Yeah,
because
I
rook
would
e8,
not-
king h7, queen e4, and g6 is not mate either, because there's always checks from h1. And honestly, this looks more like a draw.
I would not be happy as
Nepo's
white.
smiling. You can see he's
He's aware. He's aware. I had the worst rook ending of my life. And now I have it.
No,
Karma.
Jan is a. It's good to watch him play chess. He doesn't try to hide sincere emotions, and he understands the funny side of things. Yeah.
The irony.
The irony is not lost on him. Not at all.
He's just having a quiet moment to marvel at how the universe is
Right.
kind of laughing either at him or with him. We will find out later whether it's.
As Jan would put it, there is a God, and he hates my guts. He's giving me the same ending 2 rounds in a row, and I'm gonna score the minimum possible because Ding is now knows how he should be drawing.
Well, we don't know that.
We'll find out.
This is guesswork. We don't actually know if Ding is going to be much more convincing holding this on the
At a
weaker
certain
side.
moment, if you don't mind, I would love if you did bring up the end game from yesterday and make that comparison between what we have currently.
So
this is
the start of the end game yesterday.
Because there was a pawn on
Nepo
f7.
can't
we
stop
go
laughing.
there.
I know
Yeah.
he's in his own zone right now.
So when the rooks came off,
right.
we had this position.
Okay.
So if we flip it round, is there? Hang on. No.
Yeah, you got it.
No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to flip it around to make black
Yeah,
be
you
here.
click on the settings right next to the H8, and then flip. No.
Somewhere.
Cancel this.
Cancel this.
Cancel. It's right underneath the settings.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but this is not a mouse, so it's
You have to
it's a bit
very
tricky.
quick. It's not
Anyway,
easy.
we can maybe work it out without flipping the board. So for today,
the pawn is on d3 currently.
The pawn is on d3. The pawn is already on f5. This one is on g7.
Yep. King is on.
Can I take?
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
Give me the current
I will
position.
bring it up on my screen, right here.
I think Wesley had sort of more.
So this is
to begin with.
This is the current moment, and it's very easy to see that white could play king f3, d4, and rook e5, let's say. So we could have the rook go to e5. We could have the pawn.
Rook e5, I guess maybe rook d7 forces us back. Yeah.
I just want to put. I don't know. I'm going to go here, here, and how close?
This is now very close. But the thing is, and the big turning point in this game. Basically, I think we thought after king f6 there might still be a draw, but I spoke to Jan later in the day, and I think strong computers suggest king f6 is just a losing mistake, and you do have to play not f6. You do have to play f5 as early as possible, and in that way, Ding actually has a leg up already because his pawn is on f5. He will not have the option of keeping it on f7.
Right.
There we go. This is the current position. So rook d4 chosen by Jan. And yeah, you have to assume this is still holdable. But as we know from yesterday, you could drift for five moves and then suddenly find yourself not only in trouble but just completely lost. So yeah, it will be interesting to watch how this goes.
But for those of you joining us late, it appeared to us that Jan was having a good belly laugh at the board, saying, I've got the same ending. I lost it yesterday.
Odds of getting the exact same endgame 2 days in a row.
And he's actually looking at the camera too, and he's looking at are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, he very consciously did a long look straight into the camera, kind of waving hi to us and everybody watching.
Exactly. Rook to d4. No, that's never happened. It never happened to me that I had to somehow. It was actually crazy. I played a match with Vasily Ivanchuk. And I was black in the first game, and we ended up in a rook and 4 versus rook and 3. And I had the 4 pawns. Then in the next game, I had the white pieces, and I ended up in a rook and 4 versus 3 on the same side. He played beautifully, draw. I had the extra pawn. And then we had to play the tiebreak games. And I said, Vasil, if I have rook and 4 and you have rook and 3, I'm going to claim 3 time repetition in the match, and the match will be declared a draw because I will have rook and 4 versus rook and 3 times in a row. What do you have for us, Peter?
I'm just trying to see, there's been some progression here after c3, c4. Anish played rook a d8, rook d1, queen a8. Rook d5 came in, and c7, c6.
No.
And now the engine suggests we can take on d8.
Okay.
Queen takes d8, queen c2 is extremely annoying, as I mentioned. We cannot afford to lose the a4 pawn.
No.
So you kind of have to take with the rook. Now we can soften things up a little bit with the move queen c3 because e5 is very much a target. If you play queen b8, I'll drop it back to c2. Let's say you go queen a8 here. And yeah, the engine suggests this endgame is just horrible. Yeah, and not really.
Obviously.
Honestly, not really a surprise, right?
No.
Because like every single piece white has is just so much better than every single piece black has.
And there are weaknesses
And once again, like,
everywhere.
this is never happening.
Yeah.
Until something gets lost. While black tries to get the knight away from g8, either a4 gets dropped, or c5 gets dropped, or white somehow finds a way in. And yeah, this looks like a lost position, frankly.
Yeah, c5, a4, e5. Even the knight on
I
f5.
think every end game is lost, and even the middle game, I mean,
it just looks terrible. Queen
terrible,
c3 plays itself, and boy, I was a little bit confused though, because at a certain moment,
why not rook d4 actually?
just give up some.
I mean, it loses, I assume, but it does seem like it might be better than everything else.
From a practical point of view,
just go rook d4.
I mean, I've seen so many games of Tigran Petrosian where you just say, "Hey, look, my position is terrible," and then suddenly he holds them.
Yeah, and there's an even more famous example, right? Which I'm sure you're aware of. There's this game between, I believe, Averbach and Spassky in the King's Indian.
Knight c6.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was unbelievable.
Where Spassky basically misplays the King's Indian to a degree that it is possible to misplay a King's Indian by move 15. I will not be able to draw you a picture, but maybe I will. let's choose a board somewhere, yeah? So something along the lines of, and knowing this was Averbach, we can maybe even guess which line it was.
It was the Averbach variation of the King's Indian.
D5?
Yeah,
so
He played D5.
not D5, yeah. Let's make sure it's not D5. Where am I? D6, bishop E2, bishop castles, bishop G5. And then somehow, let's make some moves. So what happened was, Black somehow managed to play, for whatever reason, both E5 and C5.
Terrible.
Then on this flank, White, I think by that point, already had like H4 and H5, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And there was maybe A6 and A4 included, so this flank was also completely killed off. And in some position like this, where basically White is about to go H5, G5, maybe not actually with the queen side closed, but something bad will happen to you.
Mm-hmm.
And Boris Spassky kind of assessed this correctly and just played knight B8 C6.
Right.
D takes C6, B takes C6. It does not change the evaluation of the position.
You're a piece.
But it very much changes the character of the position.
Right.
Because suddenly pieces have squares. Suddenly there's a B file for the rook to maybe at some point create counterplay. He was actually winning around move 44 of that game. Black got to a position where precise play, I believe, was winning. I remember I analyzed this game for a lecture I was giving. And I mean, for the next 10, 15 moves, White were still winning very comfortably. But the shock is so strong. Like the system kind of gets overloaded by the fact that your very strong opponent just gave you a knight for a pawn, that you kind of start playing worse.
Exactly.
And in that respect, yeah, I'm curious as to why this wasn't chosen by
Anish. Had a moment to, just as Boris was explaining, changing the character of the position.
Interestingly, Alireza chose to play Queen C2 instead of Queen C3. I don't really know why.
He can still play Rook D4 at some point, right? But now it's
not with so much material coming off. I think it's too late.
So yeah, Queen C3 looked to be
looked more logical,
accurate.
But this is still massively better for White, of course.
Yeah, I mean, again, weaknesses galore. A4 is weak, C5 is weak. Maybe this knight drops in on D6 and makes F7 weak. Terrible position for Anish to play here. I want to turn our attention to the Fabi game for just a moment. Oops, nothing happened.
No, rook D2, rook takes D2 happened, and I think the engine was suggesting that you take with the knight. But I think in purely human perspective, you don't really want to take with the knight, because then rook D8 would pin your pieces. But I think it was for some reason taking with the knight. Yeah, no, I like knight D4, because I think MVL realizes this belongs on C5, not C6. So he's trying to provoke C3 and put it on a correct square.
Okay, and my being Henri will just...
Yeah, knight A3 played very quickly by Fabi.
Again,
I still kind of like this for White. You now are solving concrete problems with Black. Maybe you do solve them if you play well, but this is no longer completely safe.
Okay.
Well, it has to be calculated, because bishop takes A6 and then I put something on B5, right?
That's a tempo. Bishop takes a... Maybe knight? No, that one maybe is wrong. But okay, but bishop... But
it's the best.
Nazi, I mean, suddenly Fabi's chances just flared.
Yeah, Maxime has to be very accurate.
Wow. A moment ago, I really thought that Fabi had nothing, and I love that moment way back when it was here, where I love this moment from the perspective of MVL. You put your knight here, you put your king here, you put your pawn on f6, and then the knight goes to a very good square where it can jump. What MVL did is he kind of rerouted his knight to a square.
Yeah, it's still dreaming of the same square, but it could have occupied it in one move instead of doing all of this pointless shuffling. But the position still remains decent. Bishop a6, rook a8, you have to give up the pawn on a4. You're probably a little bit better after bishop f1, rook takes a4, and something.
We can put something on b5?
I can take twice, unfortunately, for White.
Oh, rook a1. First rank.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I will confess that, oops. I mean, I didn't think my first rank was weak. Let's put it that way. But okay, so that clears some cobwebs. Well, that means the advantage isn't so overwhelming as I felt it was a moment ago. As Peter says, I have I have to give up this pawn on a4. Well, I'll return the pawn. I still like white's position, by the way, but it's not a positional advantage plus an extra pawn. You have an interesting game on your screen.
Yes, Nodirbek against Gukesh. I think they're following the line that Peter showed us earlier.
That was actually we were looking at d6, but we were also considering queen h5 in one line. We were looking at d6 immediately.
He played both.
He got to play them both. Bishop e6, and we're up to date. And
yeah, we take on e6, we take on c7, and it seems like there's an immediate draw with rook c8, but I think bishop f4 might be, although the self-pin along the e file, maybe bishop a5, I blundered bishop a5. Okay, now I realize what my problem was. I just blundered bishop a5. So okay, so takes d7, we play queen c6, I suppose, yeah. And now we go queen f5.
Can we go f4 here, so I can defend the pawn?
Pause.
Queen c7, f e5, queen c2.
Because I also have queen takes c2 right away too, don't I?
Rook c1 though.
Oh, pardon me. Queen takes
Queen
c2,
d2.
rook c1, queen takes d2, and I make a...
But I thought you were taking on c7 first.
Yeah, this is what I was suggesting.
So
queen c7 first, f e5, queen c2.
And then queen c2.
Right.
Yeah. There is bishop takes h6, but it feels like this...
Somehow that's a relief.
No, queen takes d3 also. Like,
yeah.
I also continue taking very relevant stuff in your,
yes.
in your camp. So.
Well, it's a relief that you took a pawn away from h6 for this. I mean, this isn't that convincing at all.
No.
Let's go back to the current position. And once again, we're looking at a game, we're looking at the position after bishop takes, queen takes,
pawn takes c7,
pawn takes,
queen c6.
Queen c6. And pause here, because I mean, I could go c3, c takes d4, maybe queen takes b5. I've got bishop h6. So let's say I start like kind of boringly, c6.
If I take, you're going to take with the bishop?
I was thinking to take with the bishop, that's right. You know, how many endings are we going to have with a pawn on d3 and this?
Yeah, this is going to be very similar. Yeah.
I mean, that would be crazy.
c3, queen takes c7, she takes d4, the engine goes queen c2, only move.
Strictly only move?
Strictly only move. Queen f3 is the only way to pose any problems.
Give me the rook.
Because also I think we want to reintroduce the idea of bishop takes h6.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and then rook d8 appears to be holding, which I don't think is that surprising because we do want to take with the rook, put pressure on the pawn on d3. And the ways to create problems here are really non-obvious. Like the engine says, the only way to ask a single question is to do this. But now, even the moves which are quote-unquote a mistake, such as rook takes d3 and then after queen e4 check, well, no. White's point is then black's pieces now are a little bit tied up and you can play something like king g2 and maybe create a threat of rook a1, a8. But just in time, black can play b5, b4, and you get to unpin yourself, play queen d5 next move, and probably make a draw. Wow. So it feels like it's still sort of within the drawing margins. The best move here is queen f5, seemingly bishop takes h6, queen takes c2, and bishop g5, the move which I originally missed, with the idea of creating a very strong threat of g5, g6, but once again, after g6, queen e5, queen d3, feels like we're not losing this with black, right?
Right.
It's a bit annoying after queen d5 because this king is much safer. And also this is just a massive, massive piece.
By the way, that kind of feels comfy suddenly,
yeah,
doesn't
but
it?
move by move. You go rook c8, you go queen c4.
Okay, b3. I just want to play...
F5.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to play rook
yeah,
e7.
there's so much material reduced that we are happily ruining our structure in any way possible just
to get the queens off the board. Absolutely. And let's check in on one of our tournament co-leaders, Nasi. How is the game between Pragg and Wesley?
Pragg did not take on g3.
What?
Pragg did not take on g3. He's
great.
done something which is also quite strong, but he now will have to calculate.
He went knight takes g4.
And then knight f3. He decided to preserve the pawn on g5, but not open the f file immediately. And Wesley is playing very, very well from here on out. He went rook h8, king g1, he takes d4, with the idea, I'm pretty sure, of meeting c takes d4, which kind of has to be played, with the move knight e5, which is a very beautiful way to exploit this this diagonal.
Well, I'm hearing from Dariusz that white is completely winning, so maybe better computer.
Yeah, but you have to start making kind of beautiful moves here. The way to win this position is eventually to play knight g4, h6, either immediately or after the trade, because it just needs to be on f5. Queen takes g5, and knight f5 is better here, but knight takes f7 apparently is winning, which I guess is understandable, because if you take, you lose a lot of material, because e5 is hanging, h8 is hanging, and if you don't take, what do you do? Queen takes g3. Like, you can't create a mating threat because fg or... Yeah, actually, only fg, but fg is completely winning. So, it still is completely winning for white. But I think, like, my argument here would be, it would have been harder to go astray in this position. Because you are just giving mate yourself. I think pawn up with mating threats is better than just pawn up, in my personal opinion.
You like the with the mating threats. You want the compensation as well as the pawn.
But yeah, like, you want to take with the pawn. You kind of understand that if you go for this position, it's an absolute dream for black. Like, black has not had a position this good in this game, clearly. This is just, I mean, we're still better, but this is just such an improvement. So your hand should tell you that you absolutely must take with the pawn. And you probably calculate things out from here, because the idea of knight h6 should present itself to you. The knight on g4 isn't really doing very much. You want it on f5.
Absolutely.
This is absolutely calculable for somebody who is as good at calculating as Pragg, but I like the other one a little bit better.
I just say that visually now. See, this is one of those strange things. You know, your opponent plays the move knight to e5. You want to, look across the board and you say, don't you understand? I've controlled the square 3 times. You put your knight on the square that I've controlled 3 times. How dare you violate the rules? Knight e5, kicking.
Yeah,
but,
immediate knight h6 is also winning.
Yeah.
Knight takes f3, g takes f3 simply.
Yeah, I mean, don't we just love the f5 outpost? I mean, Alireza's got it in his game with Anish, and it just, wow. Okay, so for Wesley, this would be a huge setback, and to lose against his immediate rival.
Do you think he'll change his opening after this?
I think he'll start playing an early h6 as black, just to avoid these bishop g5. That's just, it's not working for him. It's just not working. And the game between Nodirbek and Gukesh,
there's no updates here. So in Fabi's game, they're following that line with bishop a6.
Let's have a look.
Fabi will not miss bishop e5 double take. He'll go bishop f1. I'm pretty sure it's the square for this bishop, making sure everything is tucked in properly. Rook takes a4.
Okay.
And the engine actually takes a move out of our busy schedule to go h4.
h4?
Yeah. Just to control...
He has played bishop f1, by the way.
I like h4 here because I feel that controlling the dark squares is, the one way we make sure there is never any kind of counterplay. So allowing black at any point to play h4 and g5, for instance, I would very much dislike.
You want to rule.
And we also solve our back rank issues by playing h4. So kind of an all-round useful move.
Yeah, it's just that, I have this issue with the horizon effect. And when I play the move h3, I'm preserving king h2, king g3, king h4, king g5. And, 40 moves from now, you might rue the day you
Nobody
played
believes
h4.
you, Yasser.
There we go. Bishop f1. We do expect rook takes a4, h2,
I think it has been played even already.
And then, how are we doing this, Peter? We want to do it comfortably.
Hasn't taken yet.
Knights. Well, we want we want the combination of knight c4 and c3, right? So we're going to hit b6. We're going to hit e5. So you have to do it.
The engine actually goes c3 immediately because I suspect the problem for white. It switched from h4. I have a feeling maybe b5 works, with the intention of meeting c3 with b4. And this is something we would like to avoid, because if there is no target on b6 or b5, we have very, very little to play against.
Gotcha.
Our position might look nice, but if this is really the only legitimate target black has, we do not want to allow them to remove it from the board. So we go c3, knight b3, rook d1.
Okay.
Which at least locks it on b6. Like, I don't know, plays something like king g7, and now we can invest in h4, or we can make your transfer that you were arguing for earlier. But it's not very much.
No,
it's not very much.
Since MVL is thinking, he's considering bishop takes a4.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not sure why that would be an improvement, though. I guess we take away the d1 square, so we win more time here by just chasing the rook around. So what bishop takes a4 does, it stops c3 for the time being. Now we play h4. The engine also sometimes plays f3, f4 here, reminding black that you can actually dig at the knight on d4. I would be very reluctant to do it because I very much like my pawn chain. I would not like to lose it.
Right.
But the engine has no such worries, so it goes for these things.
Very unprejudiced about such decisions. Whereas, for us playing the move f4 and ruining our pawn structure. Okay, a game that Fabi very much needs. Again, he's trailing the tournament leaders. Much more importantly, he's trailing Firouzja, who might be winning. You tell me.
His position is great.
And here are our standings.
Alireza and Wesley in the first place, but only half point behind is Fabi. So if he wants to catch Alireza, he has to start winning.
Exactly. Again, a very crucial moment, and I think I would really like to emphasize this moment to our audience. After this move, rook d1, you can just look at this position and say, and you can see a few moves from now how terrible, terrible, terrible it is. And sometimes you need to make a game-changing decision. This exchange sacrifice, rook d4, just has everything that you need to upset your opponent, just kind of throw him off a bit. Bishop takes d4, c5 takes d4. Yes, your material down, but the files have been closed.
Pawn on d4 is good.
The pawn on d4 is good. The bishop on b6.
Slightly better than it was.
Right, but it has life.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
A moment ago it's just playing a defensive role. Here on a good day you can imagine rook b8.
I think most players would rather suffer here than in the current position that Anish is.
Bingo, that is really what it's all about, is pick your poison. And this position, just everything about this position, we just... yuck, we don't like it at all.
Let's say black just stands. How does white keep improving to win?
Exactly. How should we improve?
Do we extend on the king side? Do we go at some point g4?
Funnily enough, I thought I was playing rook to d1.
I still don't know how Anish is planning to reply to queen c3. I really don't know why we haven't played it yet. If I can provoke f6, I would so like to provoke f6.
I think I have to play f6, right?
Yeah, it seems like you either give up some material or you play f6.
Right.
But honestly, it just looks, something like this. But I don't think we just win it by creating direct threats. Queen a7 or queen a5 here. With the pawn on f6, though, I just want to point out, if I just drop the queen back to c2 after provoking f6, rook d1 is now a threat, probably, right? Because queen d7 will be absolutely lethal if you take on c4.
Right.
So I can just continue provoking softening moves from you, like maybe you have to play g6 now, and then your entire king side looks like a Swiss cheese.
I make jokes and I say that Nimzovich, he really had a gift of wit, but he did emphasize one thing in his books that I would completely agree with, and that was the weakening of the 7th and or second rank. And the move g7, g6, you don't make lightly, because anytime a rook or a queen lands on the 7th rank, your king is really exposed.
It's a long-term weakness that you just can't get rid of.
We're going to be taking a break here as round 5, the day before the free day. The players are giving it their all. We're expecting some decisive games. You're not going to want to miss them. What else do we have?
So now we'll be right back because games are very exciting. So
okay.
We'll see you shortly.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out qboutiquestl.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Firouzja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of very exciting round 5.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at our current standings first.
A lot of decisive games potential exist here. Only one.
Absolutely. Coming into this round, there are 2 leaders, Alireza and Wesley, but a lot can change.
6 players tied for a second, and we think there could be a case made for a number of decisive games.
Oh, absolutely.
Peter.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've been laughing alongside Jan, but maybe it's no laughing matter anymore.
Well, not for Ding anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't particularly want to start with this because apart from what Dariush told me in the break, which is that the engine was suggesting you wanted to play g5.
Right.
I can very easily understand not wanting to do this to your own king, but creating a block for the white king to pass, and also the further you progress your own pawns, and this I think is sort of universally understood, in order to win these types of positions, white pretty much always has to drop something on the king side. You cannot just push and it not cost you anything.
Right.
And in case, let's say, the f2 pawn gets lost, you absolutely want to be as close to immediately creating your own passer as possible.
Right.
Still, cutting off your own king along the sixth, not the most intuitive decision that you can make. But after king e6, rook a4, Dariush was saying that this is already kind of tricky to hold. The problem is, I don't know why. I will not be able to explain it. I don't know if rook a5 is a good move or a neutral move or a bad move. Yeah, do you want to play h3, h4 here or not? This is still an endgame which I kind of struggle to understand. Apart from, and this is also a conversation we had in the break, why would you do this to yourself?
Right. When you could play b3.
Why not just play b3? And okay, if you wanted to play b3, maybe rook d1 was slightly stronger, but even with the rook on b1, it feels like you're absolutely on a hiding to nothing if you allow this endgame. And you just yesterday had an illustration of what can happen to you in this endgame. So, yeah, very mystifying decision here from Ding. But I think we should park this for now because... well,
so that's one potentially decisive
absolutely.
game? Take us to another potential decisive game.
Here, Alireza is still much, much better against Anish, although for now I think he is a little bit stuck for constructive ideas. He keeps on not playing queen c3. We keep on saying, why not provoke f6 and or force black to give up something in the center.
Right.
He's gone a2, a3, which to me suggests that he feels the way to win this is just to create a passer on the a file by playing b2, b3 eventually. Or maybe he wants to do something like this and make sure it never gets to a4, a3 ideas. He is still massively in control. Black has no counterplay. Anish played knight f6, but this doesn't really create any threats. Interestingly, now the engine suggests you can go rook d1, the idea being that if black naively takes everything, you start getting mated via queen f8. You still have queen e6, queen f8, knight g8. What did I do? Hang on. Knight e8, of course, not knight g8.
After queen d6, why not queen e4?
Queen e4. Okay, nobody does that. Yeah, this immediately rules out everything I said. Yes, this is winning, but nobody does that.
Right.
And Alireza has already played queen e2. You pretty much never can take, obviously, because queen g4. And I guess with the knight on f6, he is being back to interested in
bishop h6,
creating threats against the black king side. But you can play queen c8, and if it gets to f8, you will struggle to generate threats. So it feels like Alireza got to this position, which is much, much better for white.
Right.
And he knows he is much better, but he is currently struggling to find a way in. And his last 4 moves were maybe not the most testing for
decisive,
Anish. Elsewhere in the round, instead of the move queen c6, which we were analyzing on our board in the game between Nodirbek with the white pieces against Gukesh on the black side, he played rook a7, which would equalize immediately, if not for the fact that you can play c3. Now you pretty much absolutely have to take. You have to take on c7. And now that there's no pawn on d4 for black, we can take on e5, because this self-pin will be very easily solved by just supporting the bishop with d3, d4. It probably still ends up being, and this is very funny, we could have one more of these, Although in this case we probably will have this one.
b1, not d.
Which is tricky in its own way.
Right.
You lose them occasionally. I even, to my own surprise, I think won this one with the stronger side once. But it's supposed to be a draw, and people sort of, I think, understand how to make a draw. The rook will be behind the b pawn, and you do once again want to create as much counterplay as possible. You want to, let's say, if you played h6, h5, the plan I think often is to play f6 and g5, and start digging at the white king side.
Right.
So we could have more of 2 of these rook endings in one round. In the game between Fabi and MVL, h4 was played after bishop takes a4. MVL played b5. And this appears to be very strong. c3 and knight b3, rook d1. And now an interesting decision by MVL, because he could have actually prepared the move b5, b4 with rook b8. Maybe he was worried about knight c2. But I think we are incredibly excited about the idea of giving up this bishop on a4 for the bishop on c2, knight on c2, in particular if we get to play b5 before next.
Right.
So this doesn't really look like it was particularly threatening, but he went with the immediate b4. Sorry, rook d1 b4. C takes b4. He went knight d4. White went rook g3. And now after rook b8, it feels like black shouldn't be doing too poorly. You can't imagine this surviving for very much longer. And rook b8 or even queen e7 in the current position all seem to be leading to very manageable positions for black.
You seem to have saved the best for last, or the dessert is the Prague versus Wesley So game.
And here, Prague in a position where I was advocating for knight h6. Well, my screen was advocating for knight h6, so I was advocating for it as well. Prague instead just took on e5 twice, which is plenty good enough. What you need to realize is that if you go, let's say, for this position, if you give black one more tempo to play something like rook h6, rook g6, maybe it becomes tricky. But there's no tempo.
Right.
And everything immediately collapses. So this is just completely unplayable. And the way the engine plays this, it takes on g5. And now knight f7 is a threat. It goes something like rook af8. You're currently 2 down. Obviously, if you could play something like queen h6, it would be quite interesting. But we can block off those. This actually is a mistake. Allowing rook h5, rook f8 is how you don't win.
Careful.
Yeah, so you play something like rook d1, I guess, because d4 was hanging. We now probably reintroduce the threat of f2, f4, now that it's protected, which forces black to play f6. Now we go knight f3. And we should be able to, at the very least, to play queen g4 and g3. And if we go g3, king g2, there will never be any counterplay on the h file. And yeah, the engine, and this is actually quite spectacular. The engine goes rook fe1, rook h8, king f1, rook h1, check, king e2, allowing queen takes e4, and says +6.
+6.
Checks run out, and now it's our turn.
My
turn. But if you're slightly more human, you can play queen g4, and yeah, the best move here is this, and this endgame probably is winning. Although you ideally would like more.
You got work.
Yeah.
Knight takes g5 on the board, as you predicted. Queen takes g3. That's
Queen takes g3 really
automatic.
the only move here that makes any sense. Everything else is much weaker.
It's strange to my eyes that the move rook on a8 to f8 somehow is keeping black in the game, because this looks awful. I mean, that you have to play a move like rook 8 f8. Nazi. I mean, my feelings of saving the game would be very, very low at this moment.
I leave the d4 pawn hanging. So what's wrong with immediately f4? Am I getting mated on the h file instead of queen g3 if I play f4?
Let's try to figure it out. I know it's not great, but maybe queen d6 simply, or
f4 in this position.
Because I want to take on g3 later with the check.
Okay, I mean, the first thing is, I'm looking at rook h1
but
check.
No queen. Queen can't get to the h file yet.
Knight takes e4, by the way.
And then you want
but also
queen
queen
h4?
d6. There's just so many things instantly. Yeah, we don't want to
That's
be
exactly,
that.
that
No, the pawn on g3 should
terrible,
not survive.
Yeah, exactly, the puzzle rush tactics.
Yeah.
Whenever I see that pawn on g3, I'm hardwired for this stuff. Yeah, how do I get my rook to h1? How do I get my queen to h4?
But f4, knight e4, knight f3 should be winning?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Or you have f5. Knight takes e4?
Yes.
I wanted knight f3, but you can have f5.
But the big question is,
nowhere.
what if I play rook h6 here? I do not want the pawn on...
Spidey alert.
Can we please remove the pawn on g3 from the board? It's giving me heart palpitations.
As a second, thank you very much.
Can we please, just remove it from the board?
Right.
Bodily.
Yes. It's something like that. Edward Gufeld, he was very nervous team captain for the Soviet women's team. You know, like whenever they castled, he like brought them chocolate. So thank you very much. You've castled. You know, you put your king in a nice safe. Take away that G3 pawn. You know, I can imagine.
The most famous Gufeld as women's team captain story is probably. I think it's actually from St. Petersburg. At least this is how I heard that story, or maybe even read somewhere. The St. Petersburg Chess Club is a beautiful building in the historical center of town with like huge windows, like, I don't know, 3-meter high windows on the second floor, and gorgeous, huge hall where games are being played. And it's summer, windows are open because it's hot. And there is a game being played on a women's board where a move wins. But it's a sacrifice which is not immediately obvious. The moment you understand the move exists, you will calculate it out and you will win. But it maybe is not the most obvious move to make originally. So he went outside, he found a boy, gave the boy a ruble, and told him to run past the windows shouting Knight F5 at the top of the line.
Knight F5, Knight F5.
Yeah, and people kind of worked out what he did, but like, how do you prove it? The boy's gone. The boy's gone. Yeah, there's no more boy. So what do you do about it?
Right. Funny that you should say Knight F5. I was once in Tilburg, Holland, and Boris Spassky was witnessing a blitz game that was being played in the media center. And one of the players in the blitz game has a winning combination, and it's knight to b4. And Boris starts singing the Beatles song, the night before, da 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 da, the night before, and the guy's thinking, why is he not bad, the Beatles. Do we have queen takes G3 on the board?
I think he has played queen takes
and
G3.
Much to the
and rook A8 has been played. It's trickier than, well, okay, there's a question mark in Alireza's game as well. So
yeah, we should switch to that.
Wow,
we should switch to that.
Okay, your pawn up, White's king is actually quite safe, or much safer than the black king. So the compensation and the material. What? I'm missing.
This is so beautiful. I don't know if it's easily findable, but what Nazi is analyzing on her screen,
Alireza's
oh my
game?
God, was in response to that.
Okay, so when we left it, we saw the move queen e2, and the queen came back to c2.
Yeah.
Queen came back to a6, the queen came to c3. What have you been analyzing this?
Queen a5 here for black.
I don't quite understand why we can't just go back to c2 though.
Queen
why is this?
a5?
Why
is this such a big deal?
Maybe no. It would be.
Wait a second.
What?
1, 2. You can't go queen c2.
Because then Anish can claim, I think.
Queen a6 and claim.
Oh my goodness.
This is maybe savable now because the only move you can make really is b4. The point being that, of course, he thought he can take on e5, but now bishop c7.
Your queen's trapped.
And you have to take on c5, and suddenly all of black's pieces start playing. Yeah. You have to play bishop e3, and all of your pieces start getting kicked off, and bishop takes b2, bishop takes a3. If he finds queen a5 here, if he realizes he can play queen a5, Alireza is...
No, I'm not sure.
I think he's played something else.
He's played queen a5.
He played queen a5?
Yes, he did.
No, this is fantastic from Anish. And Anish runs away from the board so as not to give away the fact that you cannot play queen c2.
Wow. I mean, Alireza had such a massive advantage. We never suspected that he would be and how... Wow,
so if
I'm confused. Yeah, so
you have to play before, but this is just such an improvement for black. We got rid of one of the weaknesses,
and that was a big weakness. You even talked about the white knight one day coming all the way over to c3 to pick up that a pawn. I don't know exactly how we were getting there, but maybe it was knight g3, knight e2 to c3. It was, but just a second. So what we were saying is that in this exact position...
As you can see, Alireza's checking the score sheet to see
just
if
to
he
make
can play
sure
c2 or not.
Yeah. What Peter was mentioning, there was this idea that white might bring his knight all the way over to pick up
with the
his
queen on
pawn.
a6, it feels very slow, and I understand why he wanted something faster. But really, the amount of times he could have played queen c3
and hit e5
Yeah.
and provoked a reaction, yes.
Yeah, it's just. I think he thought, the position will collapse sort of under its own weight.
Right.
He just did not expect Black to be able to survive pretty much anything. And yeah, he now very much understands what's going on. It's pretty clear.
All right, and let's return our attention to the game with the world champion, Ding Liren. Ding is fighting a pawn down, but whoa. King is on e4.
But
Rook
looks like
a2,
Black is
Rook
okay.
a2 seems very logical. Rook e6 check followed by Rook e2 would also be logical, but maybe White just kind of says Zhidub and puts it back on f3.
Are you going king g7?
Yeah, I think going king g7, yeah.
So, I mean, is king f5 going to be met by rook takes f2 or by rook a5 check?
I think I'm snapping on f2. I don't think you give me mate with only two pieces, with me having checks from below. Yeah, king f6. Oh, sorry, king f8, king e8.
And away you go.
Yeah, and I have a rook
pretty
e2
easy.
check. I'm not even worse now, I guess,
Yeah.
right? Like, why am I?
No, I think it's
any
fine
worse?
for Black.
This looks fine, yeah.
Okay.
Your prediction of Jan potentially scoring the absolute minimum from this endgame in 2 games running
Might
come
be
true, yeah.
On the mark. Did he play rook a2, by the way?
Not yet.
Not yet. He has 16 minutes.
Okay, so once more, I could play rook check, but then if I don't play king f8, if I have to play king f3, that I need to put my pawn on. Just a second. Hold on. I take a pawn. You take a pawn, of course. I play h4. Is there any way?
Rook e2 check.
You can go
King f5 though,
F3?
yeah. And then f3 king takes. Rook e5 check and then f2. Yeah.
Right? Okay.
But also I don't see why we're giving up on h6.
Yeah,
What was
king
wrong with
G7
king
is
g7?
better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we were playing king g7 here. There is a very beautiful little combination. I just want to, because this rook ending probably will go on for a bit.
Yes.
MVL, after the rook d3 position, he played queen e7, one of the moves I mentioned. Knight c4, bishop b5, rook a3. And something like rook d8 is still fine, but what I really enjoyed looking at was this idea. We simplify into an endgame which looks kind of lost, and then we go queen a7.
Defend a3.
And due to this fantastic x-ray, you can actually preserve the a3 pawn by doing this, but I don't know if you're better. With the king so unsafe and the queen and knight still on the board.
I feel my chances are actually
scary.
quite good of saving the position.
Yeah, I think the engine doesn't think black is worse, even at all. Yeah.
Wow.
At all. So this is fine. You can also give up. Another option would be to go something like rook b8, knight e5. We take on f1. No, sorry, no, we don't take on f1. Queen takes d4, we'll win on the spot. We go either queen takes b4 immediately, or the engine even fine-tunes it a little bit by playing queen d6, in order to actually trade the bishop not for the bishop on f1, but for this knight.
Again.
Let's say knight c4, bishop c4, rook takes b4, and I think it's very optically obvious that yes, you're a pawn down, but your pieces are so good. The knight on d4 is so strong that you're probably under no pressure whatsoever.
Remarkable. Wow.
It's a nice way to defend that game. And wait, we have that.
All
on the
of this is on the board.
I was about to
It's
say,
already
I
on the board,
think
all of it.
from your board to the real board occurred. We do have that whole sequence that you mentioned, Peter, and it's pretty visual, isn't it? Queen a7, and once again, the desirable queen a2 just to defend the pawn is being met by a knight takes f3 double check, thanks to we're not abandoning that.
We played bishop f1.
Queen takes automatic, of course.
Probably
b5.
But can we keep that pawn? Queen
No.
b4?
Queen b3 or queen b4, yeah.
Somehow I like playing on the dark squares as well.
Yeah.
Honestly,
queen b3 I didn't even think about, but queen
But
b3.
it makes sense to not allow queen a2, but queen a2 does nothing.
No, he probably plays queen d2 here, but honestly, this
what's
is
the
Take
like
on b5?
I mean, e3 check is...
No, I meant in the current position. No, we don't play b5 at all.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, we just go queen e3 instantly, right?
No,
bishop f1 is already on the board.
Yes, queen a3, queen g2.
Yes. So takes, queen a7, bishop f1, queen takes a3.
Queen d2 here.
Queen David 2, makes sense, yes.
Yeah. But we're still not threatening b5 at all. Like,
and he's done queen
yeah,
d2.
queen
King
g2, I mean,
g7?
after queen b3, we're never playing b5. I can include king g7, but actually maybe don't even like making queen takes e5 move at check. I don't know if I need to put the king on a dark square. Just queen b3. I even sort of idly wondered if black can be better here, but I suspect not.
The knight is too good. Yeah.
Queen
By the way, we
takes
don't have to go there, but Ding did play rook a2, so.
Right. Queen takes f3. Queen takes d4.
Yeah, that would be a mistake.
Do you stop and calculate this, or you go no?
For 3 seconds.
And then you, because of e5.
Well, I plays e5, king e2, king e3, yeah.
F6.
What? No, b5 is a queen. What are we talking about?
b5 is a queen, right?
Yeah, we don't need to calculate anything.
Oh yeah.
There's no need to fine tune it. We just go b5, b6. Like we pre-move the 4 moves with the pawn there.
So the idea that I was asking ourselves is, if we get into this king and pawn endgame, do we consider it? Because if we could play the move e6, e5, and lasso the pawn, well, but b5 is just a queen. We're not in the square. Black's king is too far.
I'm very curious to see what's going to happen in Alireza's game, as
well,
he can't go queen c2.
You know,
is he going to play
he
b4?
worked it out clearly by looking at the score sheet. Like there's no way to mistake it for anything else. He cannot play queen c2. He will play b4.
But is b4?
He's still better. It's just that he gave much of it away.
Yeah. And how much is he given away if he trades queens?
I think the problem is e4 is hanging, and if f3 you allow bishop d2.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I start with f3,
but then you will allow rook d1 check, right? Or you will have to take with the pawn on c3, and neither of those.
I don't want to. Well, why is rook d1 check so horrifying?
Rook d1. I don't know. My pieces kind of get active, right?
Stop. You got one good piece. You got 2 bad pieces.
True.
You got one good piece. I got knight d6. I got knight e7. Your rook's not.
It goes takes knight h5 and says it's difficult to prevent this knight actually getting to the e6 square. That makes sense. But what you've also done is you've completely secured the pawn on the
It's true. I would have preferred something.
It actually starts looking for equality with white. Like it says rook c2, rook d2.
Better.
Yeah, rook c2, rook d2 still equalizes. Nothing else kind of does. It's really bizarre
How can black be better with this pawn structure?
Come on, exactly.
Well, if it gets to e6. If you imagine this knight actually on e6, you can start very much seeing how black can be better.
Okay, so munch. You went knight h5.
Yeah.
I went rook to d2, just so that...
Rook c2, knight f4, yeah.
Knight f4, so great. You got your knight to... Aren't I getting my knight to a good square?
I think it goes like maybe rook b7 here or something. Maybe it goes bishop a5 from the previous move, but...
You mean you're not worried about c5. I see. Okay, that's a different apple. Yeah. Okay, I was just thinking what Alireza could do other than b4 or
He's
queen.
played before.
He did play b4.
With a bit of a slam
it's
on
not
the
going to be
focus.
easy.
Yeah, right.
It's down to 15 minutes.
With a little angst.
Yeah.
He really had, well, quite frankly, an overwhelming positional advantage, which he's really betrayed.
But I love his fighting spirit. Like for a lot of players, when you realize you messed up a little bit, it would crush you a little bit, and you would maybe not be fighting for a win anymore. Not Alireza.
No. He's still pressing for victory, and it would be huge. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, going +2 into the rest day, Grand Chess Tour tournament leader. Hey, a victory today would just be absolutely fantastic.
Do you take on b4 with c pawn or a pawn here? Because if you take with the c pawn, you do have a pass pawn on the a file.
Which move would you like Black to do?
That's what I'm asking.
C5 takes b4. Sure.
Because that way we keep the a4 pawn as a passer.
Right.
Take queen a7 or something.
Exactly.
Is this better, or should we?
Wait a minute, e5 is hanging, right?
Yeah,
So we
But
can-
then
the engine
A3?
suggests we take on e5, we allow a3, and we seem to still be in control. The engine does suggest taking en passant.
there's some like bishop
But
h6
yeah,
or
I understand the attractiveness of at least, having a passer.
It's probably checkmate though.
Yeah, it goes bishop takes h6 and says we are first.
We are first.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, it becomes dynamic. You have to be a little bit careful with the a2.
Right, it's not the cleanest road to victory that we've ever had, but b2, b4 on the board. And where else would you like us to go? Fabi, we've seen that. Queen and knight
See,
versus queen and bishop.
Let's check with Gukesh. We haven't seen that in a while.
Okay, that is the game
He's down a
between
pawn, but he's holding.
Nodirbek.
Yeah, Nodirbek exerting some pressure, but
This was the rook a7. You take the pawn, you walk into a pin, but d4 solves all your problems.
And now you're likely to end up with an endgame which you often get from, let's say, I think I had this once against Vishing, where he misplayed an open against me, the open Spanish, and I ended up
you won a
with
pawn?
just a healthy extra pawn on e5, which is not on a good square, and I failed to win that. d5, queen d6. The problem is, in order to win, you have to generate something on the king side, and to do that, you have to weaken your own king. And it's not straightforward at all. In fact, I think maybe this starting position is probably closer to a draw than it is to a victory. But of course, it's very unpleasant to play for black.
Right, but you're just saying black has this nice blockade. To kind of unravel or the blockade, you need to play f4, f5, and well, there's a consequence
easy,
to
yeah.
that. Yeah, and by the way, queen e6 by Gukesh on the board, as he just says, "Thou shall not pass." I will
he's blocking
plant
it all.
my flag on the e6 blockade. Queen e6.
Yeah,
on the
we
board.
probably want to meet queen e4 with h5 and g6 to make sure that we don't get completely hemmed in with h4, h5, where back rank threats could become very annoying. So this way we give ourselves some squares for the king.
Yeah.
That I think is a good start. We go from there.
Some updates in game Prague against Wesley.
Yeah, Prague.
Let's go.
Knight takes g5. I really dislike.
Okay, when we left it, we were happy with his play. He just won a pawn. Played the
Yeah.
move rook d1, f6, knight
And
f3.
rook h5. Wesley is doing what we expected him to do. And here, I mean, okay, you don't really see rook f1, king f1. I think your brain maybe refuses to process that you can just run towards the center where you can be checked. With queen g4, g3, just looked stronger than this.
Queen g4.
Instead of, no, not here. Here I think it's a
Instead
bit
of
too
knight
late for
g5.
that previous move.
Ah, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, rook
So-
h5, queen g4, rook f8, g3. Yes, you
That's
do
still a
allow
little
queen takes
scary.
e4. Yeah.
It's a little airy.
Yeah.
But sorry, you were about to say.
You allow queen takes e4, and you have to switch to this endgame. But you take, you go rook e1. Black has to play f5. You probably throw in king g2 somewhere. Then at some point you will play bishop d3 or bishop d5, shift this knight away. You're a pawn up. You're also, I mean, I think arguably you still have the positional advantage as well. Because of
Especially
how-
with your knight on
Yeah,
f3, there's
yeah.
no checks on h2. Your king is.
I would have preferred this with
Yeah,
black, I think.
very safe. Looks like a good advantage. He didn't do that though,
No,
Peter.
No, he played knight g5, f takes g5, and he's also thinking now, which
It's 10 minutes against 20.
Yeah, 10 against 20. Best move
Who's got
appears
the
to be
10?
Prague.
best move appears to be queen e5 check.
Queen e5 check. Yeah.
Queen takes e5 de, but then the bishop on a7 is back to being very
Whoa,
strong.
whoa.
And it becomes extremely concrete. Rook f8, for instance.
That's what.
The engine goes g3, black goes g4. You probably have to
Threatening
play
mate.
rook. You probably have to play rook d7 check, because you can trade one pair of rooks.
So I
I
have to go
assume this
king.
is still somehow winning, but we've given.
F8. Oh,
Yeah,
you
now
can
we give a
trade.
check from d8, trade on h8, play bishop
No more
e2.
mates.
Yeah, I like. If this isn't winning, it's kind of really unfortunate, right?
Yeah.
Bishop e2 and then rook d1. Although, if you imagine black somehow holding on to the g4 pawn and then playing bishop d4 takes e5, we're probably not even better anymore, right? The stakes have risen dramatically here for white, because you can absolutely imagine this not being winning anymore.
Right. It's
It might still be winning, but you absolutely can imagine it not
That-
being so.
that you've let it slip away. Yeah.
I don't think queen e5 is an easy move to make. Why not, let's say, e5?
Second best move is
Yes.
e5, but then after rook h8, you will have to play f4, and once again,
A bishop on...
Yeah, your next move is king f2 against anything, including rook d8, by the way. Well, not the only move, but like it suggests going king f2, e2 here, and says we're winning, but... Yeah, I mean, queen e3 is winning, but how easy is it on 10 minutes to play e5 and prepare to run with the king? I don't know if this is such
with that bishop on a7, which a moment ago had been really nicely locked away. It was out of the game. There was knight on f3.
It would be a good decision practically, I think, because once again, I think you won't have your own threats. I think Wesley will very much enjoy this being an endgame where he has very clearly defined ways of playing for equality. Yes, like queen e5 check removes any threat of losing with white. He's already played it anyway. Yeah, okay. We don't have to discuss it anymore.
And by the way, we do have not rook f to h8. We have the immediate g4. Wesley is looking for an opportunity, obviously, of playing g3.
This is actually maybe slightly weaker because we include rook d7 check and then we play g3.
Okay, just a second. Rook g7 check.
You have to play king h6, I think. Why not
king g6?
Yeah, well, I still play g3. My point is, you can no longer play rook f8. So you maybe don't get to trade the pair of rooks in a way that you would like to trade it. So after g3 here, you will have to take on e5.
Okay.
And we have maybe the move bishop d5. Because c6, I guess rook takes b7 might be winning. Or even bishop takes c6 might be winning, right? We do have a bunch of extra pawns.
We just have one.
Rook e5, rook c7 is even very strong. Honestly, I don't know why I played. It's maybe with the king on h6. We
have rook d7 on the board.
Yeah, rook d7 played.
Okay.
King h6 is stronger than king g6.
All right.
But then we go g3 with rook e5, bishop d5. But once again, if black manages to attack the pawn on f2, all of our advantage will be gone, right? You do have to, after g3, you have to take on e5. There's really nothing else. Bishop d5, I think, is by far the best move. And engine goes bishop b6. Bishop takes b7, rook e6. As I said, like the biggest problem for us is pressure against f2. But we can play, I guess, king g2 for now. If rook f6 comes, we have rook dd2. And we are 2 up. Probably should be enough, but yeah, it gets to a point where I am kind of feeling.
I would feel a little bit. I wouldn't say.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to win this 100 times out of 100.
Exactly. Yeah.
2 pawns. Yeah, of course I like to play it, but. So Wesley fighting his way back into the game. Here, our tournament leader, and
Anish hasn't made a move yet, so no updates there.
No update. I was just about you preempted me. Yeah. You knew where I wanted to go.
Fabiano and VL are headed.
I think they found a repetition. I think they, true professionals that they are. I think they found a repetition.
Well, we saw in their head-to-head matchups just.
Although 7 draws or something.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say. Although it's like a 10-5. Decisive games in favor of Fabi. It's that 27 draws that also kind of stood out. Remember, there was a time we used to play 24-game matches. 24-game world championships.
That answers my question that was coming. Have you played one player for like 40 times in a classical game?
I think that the biggest number of games I've played were against Viktor Korchnoi, Jan Timman, and they were like 27 games, right? Those were my most frequent opponents, and maybe with some of the American Larry Christensens, Nick DeFermians, we played in championships, but we didn't have these Grand Chess Tours.
Right.
The tournaments were few and far between.
Was it hard to come up with new ideas in the openings when you played
No, on the contrary. Coming up with new ideas in the openings was commonplace. It was getting a chance to show them to the world. That was the hard part. We did have a Sinquefield Cup and the American Cup. We didn't have as many opportunities to show them. And, sometimes we did sit on an idea for the longest time. Peter, jump in. You have had your fair share of novelties over your career, but did you ever have the situation where you sat on a novelty, I don't care, for 6 months, a year, anxiously waiting
Possibly.
for a chance
I'm not the best person to use
play.
as an example because my opening work was more about concepts. Really killer novelties. I have a few sort of really standout memories of that, and they sometimes like the one game I keep thinking in that context is a game where the novelty was, I kind of consider it not being mine. It was prepared by my second, and yes, I got to use it, and yes, I won a very nice game, but it's still sort of not mine.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the biggest difference, as we watch people call for an arbiter in a game between Fabi and MVL, there will be a handshake there soon. I think the biggest difference between then and now is you could actually play the same opening, the same kind of a dodgy half idea several times, maybe even over the course of a year, because news traveled a lot slower.
That's right.
And let's say there was a player in St. Petersburg, well, Leningrad in those years, who played a very, very dodgy line of the Philidor. And he even asked arbiters and opponents,
don't publish it.
not to publish it in like tournament bulletins and so on. And it continued serving him for years, because people would have refuted it if they knew, but they just didn't know. And then when you meet it at the board, and this is the first time you see this idea, it's challenging. It probably loses by force, but it's challenging to find.
Right.
And you don't know that it loses by force anyway.
Right.
So I think the fact that every single game being played is more or less immediately broadcast everywhere, and everyone has immediate access to like your state of mind and your nearest and dearest ideas.
Right.
That changed the mechanics of it all dramatically.
Yeah. Did you, Nazi, have those moments as we did, I think, witness a draw being agreed there between Fabi and MVL? Have you had that feeling that you came to the game, you had the beautiful novelty you prepared, and your opponent deviated away, and you never got a chance to play it?
I've had one, I would play the novelty, I would get the good position, but then not convert, which is
You'd spoil.
heartbreaking.
Oh, that is terrible.
Yes.
That's
even worse than not getting a chance to play it, yeah.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Yeah.
So we think we have our first result of round 5. We think Fabi and MVL, there's only 5 games. There's 6 arbiters. No, I'm teasing.
Just 2 arbiters, right?
2 arbiters. Both the players seem to be
No, I think MVL might actually be thinking if he could be better.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. I thought the claim was being made.
He does seem asleep, so maybe they already asked for an arbiter, and there's no arbiter forthcoming. He does look a little bit asleep there.
Well, I mean, arbiters take breaks too, right?
Yeah. That's why there's 2 of them.
Of course they do.
Exactly. So hold on. So King F2, that's one. King G3 once. King G3 twice.
It's already been through. Well, Queen A7 was the last move, yeah.
What would be thrice?
Yeah.
No, and Alireza. Let's go back to Alireza again.
Look at MVL there, moisturized in his lane.
Unbothered.
What did you say? Moisturized?
Yes.
MVL? What's moisturized?
It's a meme. It's a meme.
It's a meme.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Anish took with the A pawn.
Okay, let's go to Anish versus Firouzja. Firouzja, there was no en passant. Oh, there wasn't, pardon me. There was no C5 takes B4. There was an en passant instead. A4 takes B3, Queen takes B3. And now. It's still I'm looking at this position. I think it's dreadful, but it's better than what it was for Anish.
It's a massive improvement.
But got rid of the weakness on A4?
Yeah, you got rid of that. But on the other hand, wait a minute.
Not easy to find moves, right?
Right? I mean, okay, I do respect the fact that knight takes E4.
E4 is tactically bad, right? Queen C2.
Queen C2 and oops.
Yeah, it just loses because you don't have G6. So.
Don't even go there. No. But, okay. Peter, jump in on this one. Queen takes B3. How big an improvement was it? I mean, where did we go from where?
It's still very unpleasant, but the fact that you have fewer, just go bishop c7 here, I think it's probably the move that you want to make because it's tender and you want to move it away from a square where it can be attacked.
Okay.
And you are now, I think, what you want to do is you want to play h5 and g6 and just try to get rid of this knight on g5. And then once again, a girl can dream, right? White probably will have something to say about it. You don't expect to get all of this immediately.
Free, yeah.
After, let's say, 3, 4, h5, there's already some ways of dealing with it. For instance, there's this very cute little sacrificial idea where you give up the pawn on e4, but then you win the pawn on h5. This isn't made though, because you can play g6, You want to play queen d2. And honestly, these endgames start looking like they could be holdable. Yes, white has an outside passer, but the bishop is no longer as dead as it used to be.
Right.
You could maybe blockade it on a5 when the passer appears. And the evaluation really is dropping. It's now very much within drawing margins. It looks scary, allowing like this will not be fun, but and honestly, h6, h5 maybe is not the most obvious move in the position, but you get to play a game of chess here. You can play queen b4, white will not take, but maybe you play bishop a5, and you once again, like you dream of maybe one day being able to play bishop c3, bishop d4. I don't know how that will come to be, but the same question that Alireza clearly has been struggling for the past 10 moves remains in place. How do you win from here with white?
Where's your progress?
Where's your progress? Maybe I put the bishop on b4, I've sort of solidified my position. Maybe I will start offering queen trades. Maybe the endgames no longer will be so horrible now that the bishop is not on b6 without moves, but on b4 where it has moves. This is all now no longer really trivial at all.
And what's the number numerically? What are the engines
About
saying?
+1 to begin with, but if I misplay it, it drops dramatically.
And where was it before?
It definitely, it was at about +2, yeah.
Okay.
When we just got to somewhere here.
Immediately, yeah.
Yeah, here it's like 170 to begin with. It drops a little bit, but maybe if you make some moves after queen c3, now it's rising back. So it's between 1.5 and 2.
So we went from 1.5 to 2 to
+1, and it's +1 with
in.
best play. Frankly, at this point, I think if you make one more inaccurate move somewhere with white, black could absolutely get away with it.
Wow. Okay, that would be a huge miss for Alireza. And when he gets those nice, well, I want to say large advantages, he's usually very good at converting them. This would be a big miss if he is unable. I know it's fun, but
it was strange, right? The way he missed it, because queen a5, and he just can't go back queen c2 because it's 3-move repetition.
Exactly.
So.
The game, this ending between Ding, Liren, and Jan, Ding is actually showing us a very nice way of how to defend this ending. It looks like he's done the right.
Yeah, this is now
the right approach.
It seems to be very, very comfortable for black because the king just never escapes the cage.
Exactly. I mean, we can bring our we can.
You go king g7, yeah, and after g7, the simplest is just to park the rook on d4.
Exactly.
And ask white, okay, so how exactly are you getting out of this corner?
Exactly. This rook keeps the rook on d8 tethered to the d6 pawn, and again, we can improve the position of our king up until this moment, and then we just pass. King h7, king g7, and we say, you can't improve your king, you can't improve your rook, let's make a draw. Yes. Let's agree to a draw. Yeah. So
I think I figured out why MBL hasn't called for the arbiter yet. It's going to be his 23rd draw.
Or even more, isn't it?
24th already?
Yeah, I think, like he's been on a streak.
Higher than that, frankly.
By the way, Nepo has just played d7, which is basically saying, I can't even bring my king, even if I could bring my king.
Yeah, I think the big question is, after king h7, h4, do we take on h4 or not?
Sorry, king h7, h4, why do I have to do anything?
I'm not sure. I'm asking a question, yeah.
Oh, sorry, king g7, yeah.
Yeah, I think we can honestly just safely pass against anything.
Right.
Because the rook on d4 just, like...
Okay, and this is a draw.
This one's done, as expected.
Well, we had some small chances today, but...
Yeah. I don't know if MVL's intention was to set some kind of world record for the longest drawing streak. I mean...
we can go for it now.
We don't actually know what the record is, but he must be getting, in particular in like strong grandmaster play, he must be getting very close.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, wow. Okay. But in this game, it looks like Ding Liren is going to make a very easy draw, which I want to go back to the Wesley So game, because again, some of our tournament leaders are going down. We just don't know who they are and who they're going to be. Let's pick up the action. When we left it, Pragg was enjoying an extra pawn in a bishop.
Well, he's going to be either 2 or 1 up. He's going to rook takes b7. The best move here is bishop c5. I think Wesley is trying to figure out if he actually loses if he takes on f2 twice and then takes on c4. The engine conclusively says yes.
Conclusively?
Conclusively says yes. Because
Wow.
of something. I'm guessing I start by giving a check on b6.
To go back to g7.
Because you need to go back to g7. I think if you give me the a5 pawn, in the end you lose the g4 pawn as
Is it
well, and that has to
b4?
be lost.
Takes rook b4. And
Before I
win 2
really,
pawns?
check and rook
Before
c3, I really don't like allowing. I think it's
Right.
probably king e3 to begin with.
So that we have...
And then I probably play rook b5, and then if a4, I play rook b4.
Yep.
This looks like a winning plan.
That looks...
So I honestly, this rook ending kind of looks lost. I'd be shocked if he chose it over a opposite color bishop position where he has definite counterplay against the pawn on f2. And white is supposed actually to play b2, b3 here. That's kind of important.
b2, b3?
Yeah, safeguarding the bishop on c4, where it stops the black rook from getting to e2, is a lot more important than preserving a3. And then white, I think, goes king g2 and starts suggesting we have our own attack against the king on h6.
I
don't dispute that, but on the other hand, so long
rook
as
b5 check here. Your
you don't have
your
rook
pieces
f5.
aren't particularly well equipped to deal with this because rook f5 loses an exchange immediately.
Right.
So you at least drop the a5 pawn with check, and then I can continue. But yeah, this is no longer trivial at all. This is now, very, very misplayable. Honestly, by both sides, though. Good thing for Prague is that it absolutely is also very misplayable from black.
And this is where...
But Wesley when this position appeared on the board, Wesley had like 16 versus 5.5. He is now down to 12.5, but he is still in a much better situation on the clock than Prague.
What is Prague's situation?
6 minutes for Prague.
6 minutes. So we're expecting bishop c5 from the current position.
Bishop d4 is weaker than bishop c5, I think specifically because it immediately allows king g2. That's my understanding, at least, that you want to preserve some threats and to stop white from getting king g2 in for as long as possible. And also, like, how easy is b3? You are currently 2 up. How happy are you about giving up a very healthy pawn on a3?
I'm not.
Yeah, but otherwise, I guess you have to deal with the horrible specter of the rook landing on the second, and you have 2 pawn being gone.
No, I don't
Which
want
will
to
just
lose
throw everything away.
No, I don't want to do that either.
Yeah.
So I just have to accept that I'm tossing away the pawn, but I'm suddenly very, very actively, and we do have bishop c5 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I missed that whole thing with the time. Wesley has how much?
12 minutes.
That's a lot versus
5.5.
the jeopardy is coming on for Prague. Of course, he's enjoying the moment, but at the same time, he had so many bigger advantages earlier. He spoiled a lot of it.
He definitely passed up on some opportunities to probably finish this game by move 35-ish with a direct attack against the black king.
Ooh. So
Yeah, as we keep saying, it's very hard to beat these players.
exactly, they dig in, boy, and if there's a way of saving the game, they will climb through that window.
Yeah, does seem like b3 might be the only move winning here.
We have a single result so far, but just to update the standings, let's have a look-see.
Well, Fabi drew his game against MVL, so at the moment they both join the leaders, but both Alireza and Wesley are still playing their games.
And Fabi and MVL are rooting for Alireza's and Wesley's opponents. Come on, guys. Prague, you can do it. And Anish, you can do it. That would be quite the surprise. We are expecting Jan, by the way, and Ding Liren. Would that be the 5th draw in a row for Ding Liren?
Yes.
By the way?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe
so
he's
he and
starting his own
MVL,
streak.
he and MVL are on 5 out of 5 so far, and they might be the only 2 left.
Wesley's +1.
Yep, Wesley's on +1. Nodirbek lost a game.
Yes.
Prague also, if Prague
And
doesn't win.
Gukesh.
Yeah.
Gukesh also draws.
And Gukesh as well.
has drawn all of his games. I knew though it was the chasing pack, as we've been calling them.
Should we check Alireza's game?
Let's do it.
He didn't push a4.
Yeah, and this one is also nearing, the good thing about all of this is that shuffling at some point will have to cease because they're running out of time. They will have to start making decisions. It's 10 versus 5, with 10 being Alireza's clock and 5 for Anish. It's still, of course, incredibly unpleasant to play with black.
Right.
No matter how many times we say it was even worse, it doesn't mitigate the fact that this is still very, very poor.
Very, very hard.
And very difficult to find moves.
Yeah, I mean,
Black at some point managed to take on e4.
Exactly. I mean, I'm thinking the same thing.
King G8, maybe.
King G8. Yeah, King G8 is definitely something that the engine suggests, and White apparently can still ignore the threat of knight takes e4 because bishop takes h6 followed by something would.
So this is the problem with
This is currently the problem. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it's so bad though. Let's hang on. There might be something stronger. No, it is that. Yeah, queen c2, knight f6, knight takes h6, and the issue is you kind of get. You can play g7, g6. I thought this wasn't so horrible, but the engine suggests we've done terrible damage to our position. Let's say a3, a4, and then simply after king g7, it even goes knight g4 and says, trading e4 for h6 made your king very unsafe. And also sort of untied our hands because we no longer have to protect it. And yeah, this collapses the evaluation for black. You really shouldn't do it, apparently.
I see a move, Anish played rook d8 and there's a question mark next to it.
Yeah, I think, okay, it's a kind of a question mark where I think the point is bishop takes h6 is now winning, but who even tries to calculate that when your position is so good?
How
Bishop
is
h6, gh, queen e3, knight g8, you kind of stop here, right?
Right.
But after queen f3, turns out that this is just winning. Because, once again, your pieces are just so horribly positioned on the other side of the board.
Whoa, we do have queen g4.
No, pawn f6 was there.
Yeah, f6, you go queen g4.
Rook d7?
Rook d7, rook d1, I assume.
Wow.
Oh, no, actually, rook d1 throws some of it away. Knight h4 is even stronger for some reason. Yeah, like you don't calculate. I don't think.
Yeah. And this is about to be a draw. I think Jan's going to hate that endgame for a long time.
He's going to feel a little bit of a curse on this one. Sorry, I just got to report that Prague
he played bishop f7, and once again, just playing b3 is very, very difficult, but you just cannot afford to allow rook e2. And now he's completely tied up if we get this. Yeah.
So Wesley has a. I mean, this is huge for Wesley.
Of course, saving this would be. He maintains his lead.
He maintains his lead, and okay, you play rook e2, but
King
why
g2?
is it like done, finished, over?
Well, you can't unpin yourself. King g2, I can play. Rook h1 is not really a threat somehow. I'm not quite sure why, but it's not.
Yeah, it looks like a threat.
But
yeah, like rook d2. I think the point is I play rook d2 and rook h1. I have king g7.
What?
And,
nothing's on the white squares. Really.
If you don't give mate, the f2 pawn will fall, and that actually is sort of more important than.
So you walk into you don't.
I walk into a discovered. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't have any discovered checks that win. And if they don't win, they don't really do very much at all.
Jeez.
So bishop d5, I guess we go king
f6.
Maybe just king
g6.
f6 actually, yeah.
Yeah, rook h6, king e5.
Yeah.
Wow.
King g5.
Wow. That's quite a shock because I really did expect that Wesley was going to be doing a great deal of suffering. But if you're telling me rook e2 and all of the advantages gone, that's a stunning turnaround.
Yeah, and I think it might be specifically rook d2. Although, yeah, I think what you could miss with white is you think you've created the more or less unstoppable threat of rook h1 and then a discover. Although now that I look at this position, let me just show you something funny.
Yes.
Can I play, I don't know, a4?
Okay.
Rook h1, king g7. Is this also a draw?
Bishop c4?
King g6?
And he's going to play rook takes f2 check. And
but maybe bishop d3 wins, though. Like maybe I can actually force your king to get in front of the rook on f8. Yeah, you don't do that. Like obviously you play rook d2.
Of course.
Yeah, there's no way you leave the rook.
He's played rook e2, and Wesley's heart probably skipped a beat with that move as he's realizing that now White's all tied up. Oh my goodness. King g2 on the board, and we're about to see rook d2. Just put your rook on a dark square so there's no good discovery.
Yeah.
Prague is much lower on time as well.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, definitely. Wesley, I don't think he's been this close to a draw since
the start of the
since about move 15. Yeah,
exactly.
That's for sure.
And for your charge, this is like, oh, this is another one of those close, no cigar.
If this ends how it appears, it probably will end now. It will be a very bitter pill to swallow because he played so well in the first half of the game, and
truly.
And then, I don't even know how to describe what happened there, because it's not that the decisions were poor necessarily. I mean, some of them on 3 minutes were just straight up poor, but I sort of didn't like the tenor of how he was treating this conversion. Like, I think he wanted to sort of convert it without having to calculate a single variation at some point. And this is, we all know that this is not how things work. This is one of the maxims of Mark Dvoretsky, which I always kind of remember it from my youth, that he said that against somebody who defends competently, you will at some point be forced to calculate once, at least once. They will force you to sit down and work out a way to win move by move. Obviously, if you're a much better player, then maybe sometimes you just coast to victory. But against somebody like Wesley will not allow you to just
coast to victory.
Just sit there smoking a cigar.
And just to update our audience on the game of Nodirbek and Gukesh.
Let's go
Gukesh has been holding this end-game down opponent extremely well, and I don't think White has made any progress.
When we left it, there was a queen on e6, and it was going to be very hard to make progress. So it wouldn't be completely shocking, but he did play queen to c6.
I think he can play queen c2 now after queen d3.
Oh, he has queen c2, in fact. Oh.
I think that's good enough.
Yes.
Go queen d8 check, king h7.
Yeah, queen c2 equalizes on the spot, but frankly, the way the pieces are, the engine says you can play h6, h5, and White never makes any progress anyway. But queen c2, I think, is a very human decision. Queen d8, king h7, rook f4.
Defending the pawn on f2 makes sense to me. Is this... What are you doing? You're going back to...
I don't like allowing queen d3 check. I want more, honestly, by this point. I want maybe to play queen d2.
But we do have an interview. Christian is with Nepo.
Jan, a very correct game played by both of you, and it ended up in this interesting endgame that you actually had yesterday as well. Let's play something for you, and maybe you can walk us through those emotions that you were feeling at that point.
Yeah, okay, but everyone was laughing at this point, like everyone who saw yesterday's game.
But things seems quite serious.
Well, maybe
still.
Okay.
Do you think he was worried?
Maybe with pawn on f5, a little bit worried because it's... okay, obviously the endgame is pretty much a draw, but not like a dead draw, and I spent like quite some time yesterday like shuffling the pieces around, with an engine, like how does it work?
Yes.
Because, okay, normally it's like draw with every move, but okay, let's say, for example, I put my king on f6 yesterday in front of the pawn, and it turned out to be lost immediately after.
Yes.
In
a lot of lines, f5 was actually a good move yesterday as well. Do you think Ding knew that? Do you think Ding knew that with the pawn on f5 generally?
Here he just played this. He just played this to, I think, go directly to the rook endgame because it looked like maybe he can play out this move like for some initiative. But it's a little bit weird, like I can put pawn on g4 and can maybe keep some pressure, yes, so like with queens on board I have some extra chances, of course. Yeah, so, well, technically I don't think there are like too many chances, yes, so h4 always g5, I think I'm not quite in time to fix the structure or something, but he played, I think, everything correctly, put rook on b6.
Yes.
And what was most important, his king wasn't cut like mine. Probably what he has to do is just to stay here. But okay, maybe I should have tried like something like rook d5, just shuffle pieces around and go for this g4 only in his time trouble. So normally this is the way to play such positions, but somehow like I wasn't as resourceful as my opponent yesterday, let's say, and returning to yesterday's games, it's like a big mystery for me. How does the guy like Wesley, keeps on like playing exclusively for a draw with white pieces and scores some wins like this? This is just like some special kind of talent, which is deserves some probably big kudos. The problem that it's not the first time against me. It's surely not the first time on the Grand Chess Tour. this happens like quite frequently.
Why do you think that happens?
I don't know.
Is it his style?
Probably,
is it his choice of
probably whenever you come to game with Wesley, with Black, it's most likely will be like 15 minutes theoretical draw, and then you will need to make some moves. And at least it was my case yesterday. So I was sort of like expecting, you can't offer a draw, so this was like some bad news for me. But I think I played all the correct moves, and then instead of, let's say, h5, I played g6, and slightly, at least I didn't get like this 3-on-2, it was like 4-on-3, and the game went on and went on and went on, and after king of6 I blundered it, and suddenly it was no way back, to draw.
Yeah.
But the mystery of the mystery of this player still is haunting me. So how are you not even trying to play for a win, yet you are winning? I mean, this is sort of.
Well, he's definitely getting every ounce of luck he can get in.
This is not luck. I mean, if it would be luck, it wouldn't be like as as usual as it happens to him. Yeah.
It must be.
So if you, perhaps. So this one of the chess mysteries to be revealed. Yeah. So still, I'm still unable to tell you.
Tomorrow, rest day. Jan, are you planning anything special for a rest day or just?
No, normally on the rest day I'll plan to rest. Yeah, maybe prepare for a third in a row, like rook endgame, with this pawn structure. Yes, to become even more, more precise. But here, actually, this is a 5g5. Yes, you just. Boys and girls, don't block f-pawn with your king. Yeah, so it will be, more space for your pieces. And
Peter, in fact, talked about this endgame quite at length, and he was mentioning sort of the same things that you are saying as well. Thank you very much, Jan, for joining us. We'll see you after tomorrow.
Thank you.
Christian, Jan, thank you for the enjoyable interview. Every Russian schoolboy knows you put your f-pawn in front of your king in these rook and pawn endings. Peter, the game between Prague and Wesley has you a bit tilted.
I'm watching this.
Explain to us why.
Interestingly, it might now require some very precise play from Wesley, because I don't know if the rest loses, but the one thing that draws is a very, very specific line. You go king g5, b5, now b6 is the threat. You go king f6, I play bishop c4, you go king g5.
Rook
and now my one winning idea is bishop e2.
Okay.
But sadly, you can't actually go for this.
Very, very passive.
Rook d5 check, king g6, and you don't make any progress from here. This requires some foresight, because I think somewhere along the way maybe you get spooked with the idea of transposing directly into rook ending 2 pawns down. But your other options are, I think, optically very clearly inferior to what this is. So I guess you still do it, because really you won't have too much choice. But if you don't play king g5, king f6, now it once again becomes quite problematic, because, as I mentioned, b5, b6 is a very, very strong threat. If you start with rook b8, I can play b6 before b5, because if you take, I have this
nice
maneuver, and it immediately becomes very, very move by move, and potentially could already be lost. But Wesley has 4 minutes. The variation with king f5, king g5, king f6 appears to be very, very straightforward. It's a very, very direct line which leads to this endgame that needs to be correctly assessed. And the combination of how straight it is with how bad everything else looks, frankly, I think makes him a favorite to find this entire line.
It's actually funny. Whoa, rook b8.
Okay.
Rook b8.
Okay, we could get a restart here.
The position flares anew.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we should go to Alireza's game, because there was mutual blunders. First, Alireza kind of blew his advantage, but I see the last move played by Anish got 2 question marks. So
not 1, but 2.
I think 97,
hold on, 97
96?
check. What is that? That's ridiculous. That just
and also it's just such a strange choice if we look at this for a second. The position at first, Anish played bishop a5, and you don't actually need to react to this.
Rook b3.
Alireza allowed this insertion with rook d3. Now the pawn on e4 is hanging. He would still be better off the move bishop c5 before, threatening to create a passer on the b file if the bishops get traded. But this is really inexplicable, because it looks like rook takes f7 is a threat, but in fact, it really isn't, because we have king g6, and after rook f8, we don't even allow knight e7 check. We can play bishop b4. And this starts looking like a draw. Not only does the engine says it's a draw, it starts looking like a draw.
Right.
And instead of that, he goes king g6 and
97
the only
check.
thing that is winning is 97. But 97 is a one move fork which collects sort of the entire position. Very weird miss, I guess. But he had 3 minutes as well. It's not like he was playing on seconds.
Could Anish be thinking that he's going to play king f6, keep his pawn protected, keep his e5
And rook takes
pawn-
a3, yeah.
And rook takes a3, yeah.
But this loses a full piece to rook a7. This is once again
It's not hard to see either.
not very difficult.
Good morning, St. Louis. Rook a7, I don't play bishop to b4. You take it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
defended.
a7 is protected. Maybe
Maybe
you
that's
can
what he
somehow
missed.
overlook that a7 is protected, but really this isn't. This isn't.
You can see Firouzja drinking water, which is a sign of, okay,
Like-
I've got the snap.
Of happiness. Clock times, if you don't mind, Nasi.
5 minutes for Ali and 2 minutes for Anish.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, that's bad news.
King
So he's
G6
going to
was
be.
just some huge one.
So he's going to be a pawn down, and Alireza has the initiative. Well, king f6, yes.
Immediately snap the pawn on c6.
I know what he might be thinking. Bishop d2.
Bishop d2, I guess, yeah.
Yes, of course.
Rook f7.
Oh.
No.
Rook f7.
Maybe this was missed, actually.
Oh, that's
Yeah, this
painful.
actually kind of explains maybe previous play a little bit, because this can be
Rook
missed.
f7, king f7, knight e5. That's spectacular. Well, spectacular. That's beautiful.
Alireza definitely says that he looks antsy to play it.
Yeah.
f7.
Oh. And in fact, you're looking for that tactic right here,
Mm-hmm.
right now, because the rook is
So black has to play
vulnerable,
bishop c3 to defend e5.
which is exactly what you don't want to. I think you wanted to play, that bishop d2 move that I was just pointing out.
You might also be losing to something forcing like rook b6 here, because your king is really not where it should be, right?
Exactly.
Rook b6, rook
Yeah,
d1,
even rook
knight
B-
takes e5. I like that.
Rook d6, rook e1,
Knight takes
Where's the mate? Oh,
king
g4 mate. That's nice. Very, very beautiful checkmate.
That's not a pattern you see every day.
Nope.
So, boy, rook takes f7 on tap for Alireza, and what a strike that would be. Oh, my goodness.
Finishing in style. But we have Christian with some thoughts to share.
I also think that another key moment that he probably missed, key move that he missed after the line that you were mentioning, Peter, bishop d2, rook takes f7, king e6, and that line. So knight takes e6, bishop to d2,
Rook f7.
rook f7,
King e6.
rook e7, king d6, and now you have rook d7 as well.
Oh my!
Oh, that is
it
very
keeps
beautiful.
going. Wow.
It probably isn't the only thing
King
that
what he
d6,
missed.
king d6, and rook d7.
Yeah. I insist, It's one of those I insist type business.
That's
By the way, Anish is woken up to
12 seconds for him.
no clock time.
And he's played bishop d2, so
And he's overlooked rook f7.
Alireza is very, very antsy to play rook f7. Clearly.
Oh my goodness. And with that strike, if you see it, you see it. Sometimes
I think it's
you just-
immediately 95 is also winning.
Yeah, but why not pick up
E5.
all of them?
King e5, rook e7.
is also winning.
Yeah.
Well, some bobbing of the head. Yeah. Knight e5, that's a good one. How about rook f7?
He's going for the prettier one.
And Anish wrote it
6.
down as if, I knew you were going to play that move.
I mean, by this point he does know.
Right.
He probably
way,
missed it when he went king g6, but now he does know.
He didn't even have to move the rook here. He could play bishop move.
But the point about Christian's line is after king d6, I think rook takes e5 is also very, very trivially winning. You don't actually need to see rook d7 check even.
But it's so...
It is
so nice.
very pretty.
I mean...
It is very pretty.
It reminds me of that game of Steinitz where the rook was just hovering. Rook takes e7 check, rook f7 check, rook g7 check, and the rook was untouchable in all of those.
Elsewhere, in Prague's game, we will have a prolonged battle.
d6.
Oh, he's played king d6 here. Come on, Alireza. style points.
Rook takes e5 wins. We agree.
95
100%.
is winning also.
Knight f6, though, I think he's also being helped by the fact that it might not win.
Which move?
Rook e5, knight f6.
No, 95 is winning though.
Oh yeah, but no, but
Rook d7 check, and he's just played it, and Anish grimaced.
Yeah, that one he may have missed.
Ooh, grimaced.
This is such a nice win for Alireza.
Wow.
The confidence I would have after winning a game like this.
Yeah.
Wow, boy.
Anish
It's gonna be unstoppable.
declining an opportunity to resign.
He'll pick it up in just a moment.
Yeah, he'll go f3 and knight d2, and but he is 3 down in the knight endgame. There's drawing chances are slim on the ground when you're 3 down.
And white keeps all 3, right? C5
Yes.
check.
C5
If you want
check.
to, you probably keep all 3. Yeah.
C5 check and A4.
Well, knight b2 now, or really anything.
Actually, knight b2 is probably.
Yeah, knight b2 and then get the king over to e2.
Yeah.
But honestly, like, I think the way I would have done it is c5, king d5, knight f4 check. Just start eating the king side.
Yeah,
just go after the king side immediately to suggest that I'm not going to,
and
bother.
And just because we have it also.
Yeah, we have so many of them. It might even be winning without the a-pawn, but with the a-pawn still on the board, this is just so easily winning.
And c5 check on the board. Okay, so as
Going to Wesley's game, or should we wait?
you think we're going to see a handshake after knight f4 check?
a3, a4 is not a mistake here either, frankly.
No.
It really doesn't spoil very much.
When you're 3 pawns, it's
just
pretty hard to spoil.
Reminding your opponent that you have many of them running.
Right. We've got runners everywhere.
So very many.
Okay. Clock times.
Alireza has 7 minutes.
Oh, all the time in the world. No jeopardy there. A4.
A-pawn.
Yeah. So many runners. Knight C4, king F3.
After king F3, we might see resignation.
Yeah, feels like
the timing would be good. King F3, G5. Stopping the knight, but not stopping the king. I mean,
E4 check.
King
King
D4.
D4.
I wonder if C6 and A5 is winning, but
Yeah.
no.
No, probably king e2 followed by king takes e4, c6, and so on. But yeah, I think the cleanest is just to play h3, h4 here and say, okay, your move.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't.
I would
really-
agree with that.
You don't really need to
I
start
think they'll play
calculating.
this for a bit, right? I'm just very curious how Wesley's doing.
He's fine again.
Oh, really?
It's fine again. He's going to be playing this endgame. We'll switch to it in a moment. Basically, all the pawns disappeared. White is 2 full pawns up on f2 and g3. But it seems like black will have a compensation counterplay against the f2 pawn, which cannot really be extinguished.
All right, we are sure that Firouzja, with his 3-pawn advantage, is going to claim the game, but we're going to switch over to the Prague-Wesley game to kind of get an understanding of what you were saying. When we left it, we thought that Wesley was going to draw it comfortably with the move king
g5 was,
and
king g5 was much cleaner, but
he didn't do that.
Yeah, the leeway is just quite wide here because of just how strong the play against the f2 pawn is.
And instead, what he did is he gave up the g pawn, the g4 pawn.
Shockingly, the move bishop g4 here is a massive mistake. He should have played bishop e2.
Bishop
he had this opportunity because of
E2.
where the pieces are. He had the opportunity to put the bishop on e2 and for the time being kind of interrupt the play against.
Because this, of course, would
this is, of course, is completely
immediately
winning. I don't know if bishop e2 wins, but it would have kind of thrown Wesley a little bit for a loop because we get to play, let's say you go bishop e2, rook.
A moment ago.
He's gone rook b3.
Rook.
Which gives us yet another opportunity to play bishop e2, either immediately or with the inclusion of rook e4. Wesley keeps on giving the young man a little bit of a sniff here.
So he could have just...
Yeah, rook b2 I think holds very, very comfortably here.
Look, I mean, I'm going to park my bishop backwards and go ahead, try to make any
Pretty
progress.
much, yeah. And the way for white to make progress, you absolutely need to put the bishop on e2, supported by rook e1 and king f1, and that unties your hands a little bit.
Yeah.
But he already hasn't spotted it once, and he shouldn't have been given a second chance, but if he is not using the second chance, I think he will not be given a third one.
This is it.
You can start with bishop e2, you can start with rook e4. Rook e4 doesn't throw anything away. Rook e4 and then bishop e2 next move.
Once again, we do have this move.
Followed by rook e1, followed by king f1, and then maybe we want to play, I don't know, f4, king g2, king f3, and start coming out this way.
That's huge progress.
In practical terms, it's very difficult to win anyway, because I think black always has like counterplay from all sides, and it's very easy to lose control. But this is the one way to avoid being pinned to the f2 pawn forever.
Exactly. And once again, Nasi, the clock times for the
Pragg
players?
is down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Wesley has 2 minutes and 30.
Okay, but Wesley has no pawns. And king h3. What?
Yeah, but now after rook b2, it's just a draw, right? Oh, no, we still have bishop
Rook f5
e2.
check? No, sorry.
Yeah, rook
What am
f5
I
check
saying?
and king
No.
g2. But I guess the point is this doesn't win. He thinks this might be winning, but it's not. Because you are never actually shifting from, like, you never get to play f4.
And
yeah, rook b2 here, he'll play rook f5, king g6, king g2. Yes, the structure survives, but the structure is completely immobile. You can't move it.
Yes, and then in that case, I'm never going to give you the opportunity for bishop e2 again. Gotcha.
So black rook stay on the second and just move with the bishop?
Yes, precisely
or
so.
Like back and forth?
Yeah, bishop a7 or even a king move. And that's it. Just bishop a7.
And if I just start pushing the g pawn?
Yeah, but that kind of ruins the structure. And also,
let's see how you do it in the first place. Well, we do think Alireza is putting finishing touches.
Pushing e5 here?
Yeah, he found a way to push e5, I think, yeah.
It's winning, right? King d3,
yeah,
e6,
looks winning.
knight d2 check. Wait. No, e6, knight e5 check, and knight c6.
a5.
a5. So let's take a look.
a6, a7,
King
e7.
takes d3, e5. No,
I would never give up that knight, you know. What if I
but
behind?
who talks about the trousers? I think it was Jovi telling me about this British term of you got
also Russian
trousers.
I've heard it, that's how I learned it too, trousers.
Trousers,
Yeah.
like what?
Whoa. Wesley moved the rook away from the second. Are we winning again? No, but it's...
What does he do? What,
yeah, I don't know why he refuses to keep the rook on.
But I like Alireza winning in style with e5.
e5, that is a very
I mean, you gotta
surprising
take d3,
move.
right?
Yeah.
What else?
King takes d3.
And now e6.
e6.
Does g4 change anything? No.
Not really, no.
Helpful.
King takes g4, king h5, king takes h6, and then we start running the other two.
We have 4 pass pawns.
Yeah, but at that point, who's
so
counting? Okay, so knight e5 check, and what we're talking about is the knight can fend off one pawn from promoting. But
By the way, in the
fend
meantime,
off
the game
two.
between Nodirbek and Gukesh appears to have ended in a draw because black can claim. Maybe he hasn't claimed yet, but he can claim.
King g2 on the board, and I think Anish is about to say he's seen enough. Maybe I'm wrong. Nope.
2-3 more moves.
He
knight
wants
c6. And Gukesh game has officially ended
did.
in a draw.
They did.
And Anish resigns. Wow, amazing win for Alireza, extended his lead.
So suddenly only the Pragg game is still running, and it's still fine, but he's allowed bishop e2 here, but with the rook on d5 and not on e4, you cannot support it efficiently enough, I guess.
Okay, I'm going to go to the Pragg game. I didn't actually see how the Nodirbek game...
They just shuffled. Black basically established a pin on the e4 rook with queen c6 and a rook on the back rank, which couldn't have been extinguished. So.
They didn't trade queens, right?
Yeah, no, the queens stayed on forever.
So we got to this position. I don't understand the move rook b6
Yeah, I don't
all.
know. It doesn't really spoil very much, but okay, finally, with 3 seconds on the clock,
we do have
Pragg goes
rook
bishop b2.
Bishop e2 suddenly.
Yeah.
And this is his chance.
Hang on, we are back now in the territory that we kind of wanted to be in. We can play rook e1, king f1 next.
That's what.
And then maybe we can start creating some threats.
Pragg did make his last move with just 3 seconds on the clock.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Sometimes I do think that the players mismanage their times, or they seem to be blissfully unaware at times that they're going down to 3, 2 seconds. But
So
why
now-
did, how?
I don't know why
I think
this.
Wesley just didn't see this idea.
Yeah, I really just keep it the way it was. White can't really touch anything if you don't play rook to b6. Maybe he thought he'll play rook b6, rook f6, and make a draw that way. But really, just play bishop b6, bishop a7, like any square.
Exactly.
How are we
And then
supposed to unpin ourselves here with white?
There will be nothing to do, actually. Yeah. and we're
The
just-
only real plan is somehow to, I don't know, play bishop h3, g4, king g3, and hope this works. But there will be so much counterplay when you do that. But yeah, let's not get too far down those
rabbit
dark
holes.
alleys, because we
Yeah.
have a position on the board which is
Okay,
still very
bishop
playable.
e2. So
If we trade one pair of rooks, that helps white.
You would think
maybe
so.
not.
Once again, even those positions, I'm not sure how easily they are winning, or even if they're winning objectively. They seem winning in practical terms because I think it's just so much easier to continue making moves with white, and eventually with black you allow something and everything just collapses instantly, and the pawns queen. But
if I can guess what Wesley is thinking, and I don't suggest for a moment that I am, I'm thinking that Wesley wants to keep his rook on f6, his rook on d2, and his bishop on d4. So
well, that's not going to happen anymore, right? Because you can't really get the one from b2 to f6 anymore without allowing at least a rook trade. The king f6, you have to play rook e1.
And I'm sure he will.
You can also play king f3, interestingly, which is something we actually kind of want. He's gone with rook e1, yeah. My big question here is, how are we making, like, the engine already starts trading rooks. Like, the engine doesn't play, for instance, king g7 here. So my question in practical terms is if black does play king g7, okay, we play king f1, we go king f6 back. How do I create a threat?
We can't push yet.
Yeah, and on 30 seconds, I mean, if you play f4, once again, I've played f4, but I definitely cannot touch the bishop now anymore because I might get mated along the second rank. So, yeah, in practical terms, this is still very, very difficult for white, but this is absolutely the maximum you can get. And interestingly, the engine doesn't even try to do that. So king g7, king f1, let's say, king f...
This one ago.
King f1, king f6. Yeah. I don't know if that is very obvious because it switches the rook from the d file to some freer file, and then I guess at some point he will start threatening mating attacks, but those mating attacks are not obvious at all. And honestly, to my eyes, the fact that the evaluation stays very stable at about 1.7 suggests that maybe there is no way forward. That the engine has now stabilized, it's very happy with 2 extra pawns, but it does not see a way to progress from there. It's still the best shot he's had, so he absolutely is correct to go for it. But yeah, I don't know if he wins after king f1. Rook a2 played. Doesn't really change very much.
All right, king f1, say rook b2, and then the question is what
Yeah, I
do
think
you
Wesley
next?
has...
5 seconds. I hope he remembers the clock.
Yeah, king f3, because I think with rook f5 check being available to him, he can try putting the king on g4, because bishop takes f2, rook f5 check still works, right?
So now I have to probably move the bishop, right?
Yeah, maybe this actually forces the bishop move, because if I get king g4 and f4 in, this one I do win.
Yeah.
This one we kind of know.
And if we trade rooks, then it's easier to start pushing pawns.
No, yeah, of course, it's a big relief if the rook.
Now, whether
if
it's
one pair
winning or
comes
not,
up.
we'll see. But
And they're both playing on increment now.
Yeah.
Wesley no longer has any kind of a buffer on the clock.
Ooh.
King g6. Can we go king g4 here? Question mark.
King g4, bishop f2.
wait,
Bishop c4 is now winning on the spot. Rook f2, king g4, and we
there's
give
just mate,
mate.
right? Wow.
He has 30 seconds. He has to spot it. Bishop c4 ends the game, basically, because it's only one check and then everything starts hanging.
Bishop c4 attacks the rook.
What about rook a3 check?
Threatening.
King g4 is just such a safe square.
Oh,
no, it doesn't
rook
see it.
d6?
You didn't see it. And the point was bishop c4, rook takes f2 check, king to
It's just
g4.
unexpected that suddenly move like bishop
Yeah,
c4
and
is
then you
winning.
just have a mating attack with rook e6,
Yeah.
rook d7, and so
Something
on. And the
that
king is just so safe on g4.
Was
Wow.
never available.
He played instead rook d6. Does that spoil it?
Well, we're back to having the same situation that we had before. It might be winning, but we're no longer winning by force.
Right.
Bishop c4 was ending the game.
Oh, wow. Bless you.
Thank you.
And
15
again, we're in
seconds for
perpetual
Wesley.
jeopardy, are we?
Yes,
At
yes.
this
They're playing
point?
with just 30 seconds.
King g7.
King g7 chosen. Once again,
King
ideas
g4?
of bishop
Rook
c4
d7,
are
Bishop c4.
still winning. Maybe not immediately for some reason. Yeah, immediately. Bishop takes f2 draws. If you play bishop c4 here, bishop takes f2 draws. But you can throw in rook d7 and play bishop c4 next move. We're back to being, I think, winning by force. But I'm not sure he sees the idea, which is, rook d7, but now he will have to see the idea on the next move.
The idea is, as soon as you put your king on f6 or some dark square,
Frankly, f6.
bishop c4.
No, but now bishop c4 creates a threat of mate in 1, basically, with the king
It's
on
easier
g4.
to spot
I think
now.
it's now very, very much spottable.
Right.
Because, bishop c4 with the king on g4 just creates an immediate mating threat.
Somehow, I mean, I see the calmness of the players, and I don't feel that either one of them are aware. I mean, bishop c4, just allowing rook f2, I don't think it's occurred to them that you just get the pawn with check.
6.
5.
And
he's done it.
2 seconds.
Oh
bishop
my
c4.
goodness.
The winning move.
Wow. With 2 seconds on his clock?
Yeah, rook
He played the
a5, rook
winning
a5
move?
might be the only way not to get mated on the spot, but white has plenty of very, very winning replies to
So on
that.
rook f2 check, we go to g4.
Yeah, that is just mate.
And then
I
just
think.
checkmate or we
That
win
is
the
a
rook.
mate. Rook a5 prevents rook e6, rook d5, which is the current big threat. Yeah, rook a5 played.
Wesley has played.
We've got king g4 as a
Yeah, you have to, king g4, rook g5, you're still winning, but it's not as clean. You start with rook e6 check.
Yeah.
Black goes king g5. Okay,
King
this is
e4?
still, king e4 is the only thing that wins.
But it's a
easy
good
to find,
move.
yeah.
I think you do
want
find
to play
it.
f4. I mean,
I think you do find it, but he has so little time.
And Wesley, I'm really stunned because he had the rooks doubled on the second rank.
Yeah, this
He
is
could have
this
just
is
made a
not as
move with
clean.
1
He's gone king
second.
g4.
He made a move with 1 second. I apologize. I should have. It's exasperating that he made a move with 2 seconds on his clock. He made a move with 1 second on his clock.
Now black has to play rook
G5
g5 check first, and after king h4 has to play rook e5. And yeah, I don't know. It probably is still winning, but it no longer is as clear.
So rook g5 checks keeps the game alive.
Yeah, the immediate rook e5, we take, we go f4 check. This is completely winning. You have to, I think you have to have king f5 in that position, or king e4 maybe. I don't know what the big difference is, but there is a big difference for some reason.
I know that Prague is the one running down on the clock. How is
So it's
Wesley?
Wesley. 20 seconds for Wesley, so.
Yeah,
King
Prague is now up to
H4.
a minute, which is a
Yes.
big, big deal.
King h4. Wait a minute. What is that?
Yeah, rook e5 strictly the only move.
Rook
Why
takes
can't we
f2.
take on e5?
There's a
f7
check. There's a check on e6.
King takes
Oh, rook
e5,
f7
f4
check.
check. King
Rook e6 is
f5.
better.
Yeah. Rook e5.
Okay, so how are we winning
Rook
now?
d5, king e4, king g4.
Rook d6 check?
Rook d6 check.
And then we
king
take on
f5.
e5.
Yeah, we have a choice. We can take on e5 and go f4 check, but then after king f5 it gets a bit tricky. This is why we needed to shoulder away the king, because king f5 forces you to make some really uncomfortable checks. Like you don't want to play rook d5 check. It ties up all of your pieces. Alternatively, in the current position, we can go rook d6, king e7, rook e5, king takes d6, and then rook d5 check. And that probably forces, like black will have to offer the bishop ending. But the bishop ending, I guess depending on where things are, it's just a draw, right? If black gets the king to
Yeah.
e7, it's just a draw, right?
Bishop and king are in the front of the pawns, yeah.
You lost me on the bishop ending. I have no idea how we got to the bishop ending. Current position, rook e5. Clock times quickly.
3 seconds for, there we go, rook e5 on 1 second again.
He played it with 1 second.
Peter,
Oh my
how's your heart
gosh.
doing?
I'm not enjoying this now. I am not enjoying this.
And
F4 on
F4, yeah, king f5 is much
check.
stronger than everything else.
F4 check. King
Yeah, you have to play king f5.
You threaten mate in 1, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
that's...
you absolutely have to force the rook to occupy the d5 square, otherwise there's far fewer problems.
He's played it.
Yeah, king f5.
What's the best move here for white?
Rook to d5 check.
King e4.
They're all pretty much the same. You can play king h3, you can play rook d5 check, but the issue is black can and will start offering the rook trade.
Right. One thing I can see, a high probability, but there is a probability of getting a rook and bishop versus rook. Ooh, what?
He's gone king
Yes,
h3, now Wesley probably plays bishop e3 or bishop c3, one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think white allows rook and bishop.
Are we in table-based territory here?
Not yet, no.
Not yet?
I mean, it's 7 men, yeah, we are. We are, but I don't know if we have access to the 7-man one because it's heavy, it's in terabytes.
We have a cloud.
Okay,
Bishop c3, as you predicted. Rook f7 check. You playing king e4 or king g6?
King
Nazi?
e4, king e4.
King e4. You like with king e4, king g4, right? Like, can I shoulder you and maybe chase your king away from the pawns?
Rook g2.
Rook
e7,
g2.
king d4.
No, it just goes king e3. It tries to get the king kind of to attack from behind, like rook e7, check king f7.
But in that case, some bishop endgame should also be winning.
Yeah, exactly. It very much starts depending on how the pieces are positioned. Because like if I get to play king f5 and g4 there, the game probably ends. But how
In the
do I
current
get that?
position, I think I'm playing king g6. I may be losing the game after I play king g6.
No, I don't think anything really changes the evaluation dramatically. I think the engine still feels like
King
it should be
e4.
okay. Or maybe all of them are lost.
King e4, king
Yeah,
f3.
you kind of play king g4 here automatically, right?
Right. You have
There's no way you're allowing king f3 with the king on h3. That doesn't seem right.
Mm-mm.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going for it. King
Up to a
g4.
minute and a half. At least there will be fewer of those 1 second moves.
That's a big deal.
That we welcome that, yeah, as people who have history of cardiovascular disease.
But yeah, for black, how do they stop the pawns?
Well, exactly. I mean, I'm thinking basically I go king e3, king f2, because I'm going to get chased away.
Mm-hmm.
I might as well be close to the g pawn.
I think it's sort of, with the king on f2, it's much harder to play king f5. What we want to do is to play king f5, g4, g5, and so on, and that probably is winning. So with the king attacking the pawns from behind, we're very much making this less comfortable.
Indeed.
And king f5, king f3 might draw on the spot, right? The bishop on c4 is just not where it should be. It should be on a square where it gives more checks.
The long diagonal.
Somewhere in the long diagonal, yeah.
Yes.
I like king e3. Wesley's down to 18, by the way, but I think he plays king e3.
18 seconds.
I don't think anything else makes much sense.
Down to 10. And
Rook
rook
g2.
g2.
Whoa.
That's what I suggested, but it was not a good move.
Well, his idea is he wants to play bishop e1, king d4, and bishop e1.
Okay, now sort of very cleanly we can go rook e7. We can throw in king f3. We can throw in rook e4 check, and then we go g4, g5. Like we get a lot of progress more or less immediately.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah. So if he spots that, I think he becomes a favorite to convert it.
That's a huge progress.
Yeah, 3 tempo moves.
Yeah, you drive the king away. You get your pawn to g5.
Yeah, and the king on f3 cannot even be checked by that rook on g1, which is hugely important. Yeah, so we get all of this more or less for free.
Bingo. Wow. So we're expecting rook
38
e7
though.
check.
Yeah, what I wanted to say about this endgame, though, is that even if it's objectively drawn, I suspect it's just extremely difficult to play with black, as long as white doesn't just blunder something immediately. So it's just so much easier to make moves with white.
Of course, no. I mean, it's easy for us to sit here and say
18,
king e3
17.
and king f2.
Yeah.
But
Wesley's
for
been
Wesley,
defending this game for at least 4 hours.
Oh, yeah, yeah. For
least.
Wesley, yeah, this has been a
Nightmarish.
never-ending story. 7? Rook d7, that's the second best move. It's still good.
D7.
But I wonder why not.
Okay, he's looking at bishop d5 check, so rook g1, that looks automatic.
Yeah, rook g1 is correct, and now we can play...
Rook d3
Rook
he
to
played.
d3.
Yeah, he wants rook d3, rook f3, and then push the bishop
push the f
king
pawn.
away with like bishop e6, bishop f5 check. It safeguards everything. It's just that the other thing was also pushing the king very, very far away. The king would have been cut off on the c file even, which is obviously a huge big deal.
Exactly.
But this is strong. This is definitely almost as good as the other line.
Bishop e1, rook b3, not even rook f3.
Yeah, rook f3 was maybe a bit cleaner, but I think at this point they all kind of look very similar in terms of valuations.
Okay, so I'm going to go king to d4, and I'm just
Yeah.
going to hang around.
I think maybe the reason rook f3 may have been stronger is with the black pieces on e1 and g1, maybe just f5, f6, f7 was going to become a very strong threat.
When your rook is...
yeah, considering how far away they are from where they really need to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Some construction like this where the king was on g6 or f6 is what I
So I think rook
aspired.
f3 maybe introduced additional ways of trying to win this position, which with rook on b3 are less relevant.
Yeah.
So on king d4, bishop where?
Bishop e6, put it on f5, and then go from there. But no, this is now, you will once again kind of struggle to bishop a6, once it as far away as possible so that it doesn't kind of get in the way. I can definitely relate to that, yeah.
So you don't drop it.
Yeah, no, but this is, once again, it feels like it should be winning because we've completely stabilized, but we lack the tempo to play king f5. Like if we get to play king f5 here, the game more or less ends on the spot. But how do we organize that? Bishop f2?
So rook f3
Okay,
and just start pushing the f-pawn?
Yeah, with the king on d4, I'm incredibly interested in the idea of just going f5, maybe even right now, frankly.
Rook f3 first, bishop
Just go
somewhere,
now.
and then f5.
Why not f5?
f5, king e5, you can't go rook f3 because of rook g3.
Ah, yeah, that's... But I can go f6.
Nice.
I'm not sure I want to break up the pawns, though. Like, if black establishes a blockade on f8, like f6 you go bishop c5, f7, bishop f8. Is this better or worse for me? I'm not altogether sure. But f5 is a good move to try against somebody in 30 seconds, but you have to do it quickly.
I definitely like rook f3.
Yeah, I think we start
as a
with rook f3
prelude
and then we
to-
go f5. Yeah.
To all the good stuff you guys are talking about here.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook f3, if you...
You kind of have to go bishop e1 because
You
if
have
bishop
to,
e3, king f5 probably wins on the spot. So you go bishop e1 and I go f5.
Bishop b4. Oh, bishop
Rook
f4,
f4 check.
Yeah.
Rook f4 check to
F4
begin
just
with.
Wins, yeah.
And what about king e5? What are you guys...
f6, how do you stop the pawn?
I was going to take on g3.
f7.
I was
And then
gonna
bishop
go-
e1 before. Yeah, we don't...
Bishop...
Apparently bishop e3 was drawing there.
What?
For whichever reason.
How is that possible?
No, maybe we kind of misheard. Okay, yeah, the engine actually does play f5 eventually, but for some reason not here. Yeah, f5 throws it away because of king e5. You don't play f5 here. You improve your position a little bit. You start by playing bishop b7 because black really cannot move anything at all.
Right.
Bishop b7 is a very clean move here, by the way. Just stops
King e5.
all of your options. You kind of have to play, you have to move one of your pieces away from those two ideal squares, and then you go f5.
Gotcha. I like bishop b7.
Yeah, bishop b7,
the bishop
bishop
on
b7 is a very
A6.
clean move. Yeah.
Yeah, needs to have a role.
And once again, a certain, I think what is happening now betrays a certain lack of experience, because you just make moves that look good.
Yeah.
You don't try to calculate on every single move and go down to 2 seconds.
No, get yourself. What about those 2 seconds?
I think he wants to win with a 5 and decided in the end not to, yeah. But I think now with the rook on f3, basically it's impossible to spoil it. Maybe you miss some forced wins, but just pass the decision over to Wesley.
Mm-hmm. Which he has done with his
but
last
he burned, once again, he burned down to single figures. I would like for him to be making these moves faster.
Let's go. King c5.
He's gone rook h1. It doesn't drop any material, but it does allow f6, f5, f6, f7. The pawn does get to f7. And judging by what my evaluation tells me, it does win, I think. Unsurprisingly, once it reaches f7, even if you establish a blockade, eventually I will get all of my pieces close and will push through.
Was it so convincing after king c5 here? The reason I ask is that if you go f5 and if you go f6, I do have takes.
King c5, f5. No, king c5 we go. Wait.
Whoa.
For some reason it says.
Wait, what happened? King f5.
Whoa.
1 second and not a good move. Yeah.
What? 1 second?
3 times on 1 second. That's. I don't know if that's impressive or.
Yeah, now after rook h7, I mean, we've kind of given up rook h. Yeah,
no, he came back, king g4.
Well, he came back, but now he will get checked from g7. Yeah,
which has just happened, by the way. Boy, I feel like I'm being put through a ringer, some kind of endurance test.
As are they. Yeah, I don't know. I think.
Wow.
I think you take the chance to put the pawn on f7.
Wow.
I think you should.
And to go down to 1 second
he was worried
on like
about some blockade, of course.
Yeah, no, I mean you have genuine things to worry about there. But.
Prague, he really needs to learn how to manage his clock a little bit better. I mean, I'm watching poor Peter over here, you know, being. Do we have like the emergency room on speed dial? Defibrillator. We're losing Peter. I mean. Oh my gosh, bishop a6,
now a bunch of
check.
checks.
Yeah, the king gets driven to, and also like king e4, and like I think you're barely not allowing the trades, yeah. Is bishop takes g3 followed by rook a7 a draw now? Oh, no, we have bishop d3 check, okay. Not yet.
What?
I thought bishop g3, rook g3, rook a7 was a draw, but bishop g3, we have bishop d3 check.
Say it again.
Bishop d3 check first.
Instant. Because rook takes g3.
Rook g3, rook a7, I think is a draw, yeah. I think is a draw, yeah.
Oh, but bishop d3 check. What a nasty intermezzo.
Yeah.
No bishop takes g3.
Rook g7. Yeah, I guess we go like rook b3 or somewhere. We move it to a safe square again.
I don't know, Nancy. What's your predictive model say about this game? Is it going to be a decisive one?
I think so, yes.
I mean...
It's still not easy for black to play this correctly, and even with correct play, it might be lost.
But we could imagine bishop e2, rook d2, king f1, bishop takes g3 is one of those many lines.
But it's also very easy to blunder something with white.
Yeah, that you allow bishop,
it's
rook and bishop.
I think he wants to go rook f1. I don't like rook f1. I think rook f1 is...
challenging.
Rook f1.
This looks like rook f1 to me.
Yeah, you were right. He was reaching for it, and he did it.
Bishop, let's say c3.
Sorry, I'm missing something. Bishop takes g3.
King
takes g3. Rook check.
King h4.
Rook
f7, king g5.
And yes, and then you get
f6,
your king
and then I'll give
f6.
you a check.
Good.
Or push f5, yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I liked the rook more connected with the g3 pawn, but I don't see any immediate draw for black, so I think this is still fine.
So rook check, just to be ornery. King, bishop.
King g4.
It feels like we've been here before.
We definitely have, yes. We are rotating this over and over again.
I think Wesley wants at some point to set up the king in front of the pawns. King f5, king f6 somewhere.
That's the dream. That's the dream that Prague wants. He wants his king on f5, of course. Bishop to d2. Reluctantly played, I must say, by Wesley.
So pinning it doesn't do anything? Rook d1?
I don't know. That looks pretty good.
Or something.
Rook d6 and bishop f4.
Yeah.
Oh dear, sorry. Well, yeah, I could still play bishop b7 check, but yeah. He's reaching.
Rook b1.
No,
Rook b1, creating bishop f4, rook b4 ideas, and also maybe wanting to give a check from b7 and b3.
We've seen this a couple of times, but we were really close to losing the game on time. Flag.
Wow,
oh my God.
Flag.
Way too close.
That is below a second. That is like fractions of a second right there.
Yeah.
Wow. Hamana. As Jack
If Wesley won this game.
Whoa, I mean, yeah, he'd be tied for first with Firouzja. Be like, and then the whole Nepo complaint that he's trying to make a draw and wins. I mean, it's a special skill. Where does he get the skill set from? Rook b1. I don't know what the engine is suggesting here for.
Rook d4 seems to be the best for
Rook
Black.
d4 is the strongest move. Yeah, I wonder. It looks like it. No, I don't think it actually forces rook against bishop.
Threatens bishop takes.
Everything else is weaker, though. Everything else is significantly weaker.
Okay.
And Prague for the first time in a while is sort of in some control on the clock, but that's maybe not going to continue for too long.
Wow. By the way, is this the last game of
Yeah.
all the other games have
Others
been?
have finished a long time ago.
Thank goodness.
But we have Christian and Alireza who want to join.
Well, let's put Alireza to work.
Yes, we should definitely put Alireza to work. He's been here for about 15 minutes now, obviously about to give us the interview and analyze his game, but he was living this game as well in that final second for Prague.
Yes.
You really thought he's going to blow it.
Normally when you don't see the clock, you lose on time these kind of moments, but he was just lucky in
Yeah, and Peter was also passionately living that moment. He's probably having a heart attack right now. Do you guys think this one is he's going to be able to convert it?
Yes, he still has good chances. Just needs
What
to
about you, Alireza? You think he's going to convert it?
Yeah, I think at some point you just push the pawns, give checks, because it's very difficult to give the bishop, yeah?
Yes.
I cannot imagine a moment where Prague only maybe a chance is to lose on time again.
How are we doing on time? 20 seconds right now, going down to his last 15.
But I feel like he doesn't care about the clock. Like he's not noticing even.
Rook b.
Yeah, it's
but
fine.
once you go through that panic of 1 second,
I'm not sure he went through the panic yet.
You don't think so?
I'm not sure.
Definitely, if he understood that he only had 1 second, right now he's probably a bit more reluctant to go down to his last second.
If he realized, it would be a good shock, yeah?
Good shock. You need those sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah,
a good shock. What other kinds of shocks are there?
I think they will play this for a while, so...
Yeah, I think the point
do the
about this
interview.
position, by the way, I want to make one salient point which could be completely wrong. With the way the pieces are right now, if you have the bishop b7 check, he goes king d4, king f3. I think rook c3 loses in this particular position because the king is so cut off by the bishop on b7 that we get to play all of our moves, g4, g5, king g4, f5, f6. And if it gets to f6, we win. Black draws if it stops it, if they stop us from getting the pawns to f6 and g5. Rook c5. This is way, way too fancy.
Whoa. Again, I'm always looking at these rook c2, bishop takes f4 check, bishop takes f4 ideas. Whoa.
Yeah, maybe
well, let's go back to Christian. Christian, interview Ali and let him escape to rest day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Alireza, first of all, congratulations. Very important victory for you against Anish. Not an easy player to defeat. And you started the gioco piano, but then things exploded once your knights got towards very close to his king.
Yeah.
What happened here after
Anish
C5?
is very experienced gioco piano player, but yeah, he, I think, didn't know this kind of positions with queen on a5. Maybe he was not so familiar with the position, and I get a very good attack normally, and he has to be very careful. Yeah, and he blundered, of course, the knight g7 ideas, and also I blundered here. This was the line that I missed.
But you smelled something after c5, right?
Yes.
You felt some knight g7 is coming.
Yeah, of course, because it's insane, all pieces are here, so I should have something, but yeah, it's very concrete actually. I have to find d5, which I saw, but this is the amazing line that you give up 2 pieces. I saw this rook e3, I could go with the rook, but I missed rook f7. I thought the biggest thing I could get is to check, but then king runs, but I just have the mate. Yeah.
Yes, that's a beautiful checkmate with the queen and the knight.
Yeah, this I missed from 4, so which is, I think, understandable. But yeah, I saw d takes c5. If he takes, this is easy win. Because then he can never run with the king. I could just take and go rook d1.
Yes.
And the king never escapes.
With the d file opened up, things are much worse for his king. Yes.
So yeah, okay, he realized here, and then after I have very good position, but he's very solid and he has ideas here. Like he could, if he brings the knight to d4, he has a very good position, and the knight surprisingly could come very fast to d4. It's like he just needs few moves.
Yeah, the knight on g8 is unassuming. You don't think it's going to land on d4, but suddenly
he just needs 2 moves, right? Knight well, yeah, I couldn't find the plan. I mean, yeah, engine is saying I have to give up the c4 pawn. No, this is weird. I don't know, I should see what's the right plan, because if I go g4 maybe slowly, then knight could get to c7. Not easy, this position.
Either your attack succeeds or he gets his knight, and then it's problematic.
Yeah, here I repeated one time, and queen c3, I missed queen a5, and I couldn't repeat anymore. So I was pushed to...
Which is probably the best.
Yeah, I was forced to push. Yeah, and still I'm keeping the advantage, luckily. But yeah, I think it's should be very easy win here, but somehow I'm bishop b4, because rook is...
But also, I don't trust that too much. I do believe this might be...
not easy.
Might be winning, but it's not that easy.
Rook e1,
yes, rook e1, it's not that easy.
Yeah, not an easy position to win, actually, because he's solid. But I thought I have very good chances, especially if you're low on time, to play on the 7th rank.
What do you think he missed with this king g6? Obviously, rook takes a3 is a move. He played king g6, which loses on the spot.
Yes.
What do you think he missed?
I think he just missed the rook takes f7, which is very simply put it, I think. Oh, also bishop b6 maybe wins, because I go bishop d8. But even if he doesn't miss, I was very optimistic here, because rook a3, g4, king g6, I go check and takes, bishop d2, bishop b6. Something like this was...
this king looks in big danger.
Yeah, I think practically I have very good chances here. So.
Especially with him having low time on the clock. Alireza, obviously a dream start for you here in the first half of the Sinquefield Cup. Your sentiments about the tournament so far. You were mentioning when you came in the studio that whoever is the challenger closest to you always changes with each and every round. Somebody new wins and comes behind you. How are you feeling about the tournament so far?
Yeah, I think it's very competitive, because it's the last tournament of the tour. Everybody has some goals. Wesley and Maxime, they have for top 3 and all people. So people are playing fighting chess, and that's why I think it changes. But yeah, I'm happy so far with my play and hope to continue same.
Happy and resilient as well. Congratulations once again for a big victory. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Guys, back to the game.
Thank you, Christian, and our congratulations as well, Alireza, as he enjoys the lead, where Wesley So could win on time. and it really, really could happen. I mean, it nearly has happened
a couple of times already,
or down to 1 second.
Yeah, this is now, I'm confident in saying this is now winning if you play well. Rook e4 check, bishop e3, and then bishop e6 generates basically an unstoppable idea of bishop c4 check, then I play king f3, and then I start pushing. I can finally start playing g4, g5. I think once you cross, like once it arrives on g5, defense becomes completely impossible because like all kinds of threats need to be controlled. Rook trades probably become available, but you still need to. I guess maybe those two moves are the finishing touches here. Rook
Anything
e4.
wrong with immediate g4, g5?
Probably not.
G4, G5 looks also very good.
Still completely fine. Yeah. You can, if you want to, you can start pushing. I just kind of like the idea of making sure my king is on f3 before we start pushing, but there is no particular reason not to do it straight away. Black cannot really attack the pawn on f4 anymore. Yeah,
Check.
This is good. Once again, done with 7 seconds on the clock. Can we please stop with this?
And he's reaching for his rook.
I don't like the rook leaving the 4th rank.
Rook e8.
To e8.
Because of
Why?
rook c4 or?
Why?
Like, what about rook c1? I want to give check and bring the king to f2 or
The bishop g4 check.
This wasn't the cleanest.
It still looks good, right?
It's still fine, but we're not pushing. Like bishop e6, bishop c4, king f3 would stop. The good thing from giving a check from that diagonal, it was also stopping checks from behind because we were controlling the f1 square.
So,
this is a game tailor-made to drive both of them completely crazy and us together with them.
Good thing tomorrow's rest day.
It is. It very much is. Yes.
Well, I had asked Viktor Korchnoi what would have happened if he had won his 1974 candidates finals match against Karpov. Would he have accepted to play Bobby Fischer his must-win 10? And he said yes, and he would lose the match 10-5 to Bobby Fischer. After 32 draws, they would both be in the hospital for 6 months following the match.
Yeah.
That's accurate.
True that. Rook c3.
Both bishop e4 and bishop g4 check here, followed by putting the bishop on f3 often should now be winning. Yeah. Bishop g6, I don't know what that is, but it doesn't really spoil anything. Yeah.
But I do like putting the bishop and just driving that king away.
Yeah, I guess maybe we're also hinting at just going f5 if black does nothing.
We are hinting very strongly about that, Peter.
Yeah.
And for Wesley, these decisions are not
d2.
easy. Not easy at all.
Now rook d8 check is kind of instantly winning because you cannot go
king to e1?
Yeah, king e1, bishop h5, you kind of get mated.
That is nice.
Yeah, so yeah, rook d8, and once again, just make this move.
Just push the
Make this move, ask the question.
Yeah.
You don't need to know what it does. Wesley needs to work out what it does.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have to go to c1 and the king is so
and then
far
rook d3, like the king is so far away. Once again, I'm not sure if you're with white, if you're very certain of it. Good.
Good.
King, okay, now
bishop h5.
Now bishop h5 should be,
Checkmate.
Actually, rook d3 is now completely winning, but you don't know that.
Is bishop h5 some stalemate ideas?
What?
Bishop h5.
Stalemate?
My king cannot move.
Bishop h5 is a worse move. Yeah, rook d3, rook d3 is now ending the game on the spot, but once again, I don't know how sure you are about that, because takes, yeah, he's gone bishop d3.
What?
Not a move I considered.
Bishop to d3. Okay.
Still fine. Still fine, but you can play bishop b6 and then the king escapes, because you can actually play king d2, king e3 and improve your chances. You have to do it more or less immediately, but bishop b6 followed by king d2 kind of restarts the game. He's gone king d2 immediately.
Right.
I think. And yeah, the problem is this loses to the rook trade, but you're too scared to offer that. You're too scared to offer a rook trade here.
And what Peter is saying, everyone, is that this is actually, according to the table base, a win, But this is the one ending that you're really afraid to play because you're.
But here the king is just so cut off that
Right.
You just sort of win by force.
You go king,
King d2, I guess we go bishop b5 or bishop a6, and
You can start pushing the pawn now, just f5. Now he came back, bishop d3 for a sec.
gaining some time on the clock. The players, at least they're not going to be running down to 1 second.
Well,
Commentators.
Yeah, he could have
don't say that.
Could have played
Bishop
a pawn.
f5, king e1. Okay, bishop g4, I'm guessing is his idea.
Of course.
But then rook c2 check. You are not actually giving mate. We had this before. We could have played bishop h5 with a very similar idea.
I like the bishop on h5.
Rook c2, king f3.
Yeah, you actually. I think if you play king f3 and follow it up with rook d3 on the next move, that bishop ending I think is clearly winning. So that maybe you could have found.
King is even
He's
worse.
gone bishop g6. Still doesn't throw anything away, but yeah, he is too afraid to commit to anything here, and that just prolongs the game. What was the last pawn move, by the way? I mean, it's too early. Yeah, f4, but when? Yeah, this is not really a topic just yet. F4 was played on move 62. They played 25 from, no, 35.
32 moves. They've played 32 moves since then.
Yeah, eventually he will have to
So 18 more
commit
moves.
to something, yeah.
He needs to move a pawn in 18 moves.
Mm-hmm.
Or trade something. Yeah.
18, that's...
If you're not thinking about it, you can.
Yeah,
do
it's
that.
easily, it easily goes
I
up.
mean, pawns are now free to be pushed. So.
Right.
Well, more or less.
Well, again, the one pawn I'd be very, very reluctant to push would be f5.
Yeah, yeah.
F5 here is one of the best moves, actually.
No
Still
kidding.
winning.
And I've been frightened to allow bishop to g5.
Black's
and
king
Rook
is
d6,
just really
I guess, and we actually get to play f6.
Rook d3, are we going to see it? Nope, not yet. Rook d6.
Not yet. Yeah, this is probably still good, strictly speaking.
Bishop f2 is a little bit tempting.
Bishop f2.
The bishop f2,
Oh,
I think this bishop
That's rook
ending you can
e6.
actually work out is lost. You go rook e6 check, and then you actually snap on e3 because this is even more tempting for you. King f3, g4, g5 straight away. With the king on d2, those never hold. This, I think, is like it doesn't pass the eye test. g4, just you are so very far, many moves away from where you need to be with your king.
Yes, agreed.
This is how hard it is to beat these players.
Yes,
So
that's
they're so
exactly
resourceful.
right.
Yeah, I mean, just repeat, right? Move the bishop somewhere and just wait. Not much Wesley can do.
No. The problem is that it's like, on the one hand, Wesley always wants to be threatening bishop takes f4 and getting into a rook and bishop versus rook position. But now his king is not on e3. Remember when his king was on e3 and you had those chances? He needs to get his king back to the e3 square, I would say.
Just so every bishop endgame is not lost.
Yeah.
Right.
Now we go rook e6 check, because once again, rook e3, we like if we don't believe this is winning, we believe every bishop ending is drawn. Black goes king d2, and you can and probably should just push f5, f6, f7.
Yes.
Yes.
Just to change something in the position and ask a fresh question, because we're just like, we're not making any other progress. Let's make this progress at least.
That's a very good progress to be making,
Yeah.
too. I mean, definitely. Rook d5.
I'm starting to think Pragg thinks bishop endgame is just not winning.
Right, and he's just afraid of
With
it.
the king on e1, it can not possibly be drawn.
Or he thinks, well, what's the rush? He can.
Play f5 at any moment
Exactly,
he wants. Yeah.
He's not thinking about Peter right now. How hard this is on
Peter's
him.
not thinking about Peter right now. Peter's thinking, why do I put myself through these tortures?
No, I'm thinking about the concept of conflict of interest. I'm thinking about occasionally saying no to paying jobs.
Okay, probably bishop e3 back. Or bishop b6.
Rook c3.
Yeah, sure. I don't think any of them change the position in any way.
Bishop back to e3.
Okay.
And again, we do have this moment where we can play bishop h5 and just, you know, make a suggestion that there is a checkmate on the board. According to Grandmaster.
I think I would just push f5.
This is not the best moment for it. We were
checkmate ends the game.
we were a lot better positioned to push f5 when the rook was on d6 because we were actually getting it to f7. Now after f5, black can play rook a6, and you will get stuck for a bit. You're probably winning actually because of how poorly the king is positioned on e1.
Look after rook
But if
a6,
you wanted to play f5, previous move was much better.
should be able to checkmate.
But why aren't we playing bishop h5 here?
Check.
Check. King
f3.
f3.
And then we no longer have a threat, so the bishop goes somewhere.
And then start
But-
g4, f4.
Right, our king's on f3. Hooray. Hip hip.
20 seconds for Prague.
Uh-oh, not again. Not another one of those 1 seconds.
Okay, king
Moments.
f3.
What? King
fine.
It's
f3?
fine. It's
Bishop,
fine.
Bishop f2.
Inviting.
Oh, rook
No, but
d3,
this is
rook
the one
d3.
that's winning. We're fine with it. we could have been doing this a while ago. The thing is, bishop d4 check exists, to which I guess he will probably put it back, but he can play bishop d3. It's quite cute.
Bishop d3.
Bishop
nice.
d4, bishop d3 is actually
What?
pretty good.
Because black's king is so bad.
Bishop
It's lost in the rook
d4,
ending.
bishop to d3.
Yeah.
He's played bishop d4.
Yeah. I mean,
You're saying you can just win the king, the rook and pawn ending because the.
yeah. Just don't play king g4, and I have a feeling because king g4 after bishop goes somewhere, it actually becomes harder to push.
Wow. So bishop d3, a winning move in this moment.
Yeah, after bishop b2 though, king g4, king g2 is an annoying threat. So this is not over. This will never end.
The torture.
This will
But I
just
love your
never
bishop to
end.
d3. If you play bishop to b2,
11, 10,
He goes king e4.
king e4. This might be a draw now because it wasn't in the top 3.
How can it be a draw?
Bishop b6, bishop a7, bishop g1, any of those moves are a draw.
What?
I do not
Wait,
know
why
why
is it
though.
a
Because rook a4 check, I guess, and then attack from somewhere.
No, I mean, this is a computer draw, not a human draw.
Well, bishop b6 is an easy move to spot
Sure, but
because you're
No,
threatening rook
actually
takes
any
g3.
square on this diagonal, it doesn't really matter.
And what's
So
wrong
the
with
idea
g4?
is here, check.
King
Yeah,
f-
g4, king f2, it doesn't go rook a4 check. It goes
I
king
apologize,
f2.
king f2.
I don't understand why this is a draw, but
And then the king comes to g3, and we've got rook check on the.
It's still not easy to draw.
No, I would never have
course
said.
not.
Yeah.
If I don't push the pawn and go rook d3 instead, it's not winning anymore. Say on bishop b6, I go rook d3. It's king f2 and off. It's very quick now, the king. I just lose the pawn.
Yes,
Oof.
precisely.
Yeah.
Rook to d3 is not
Taking
the draw.
king f2.
yeah, you can no longer do this. You could do this on a previous move, but you can't, yeah.
And that's. He's played bishop b6, has Wesley. That's one of the drawing moves.
Yeah,
Another one
absolutely.
was apparently.
g4 pushed,
Ooh,
king f2
king f2
instantly.
instantly.
played. Yeah, the king comes off.
Wesley,
Wesley's
when,
deep-
Off the
defense.
bottom rank. And
Amazing.
when he needs to be stellar, he rises to the occasion. That is an
yeah,
extraordinary.
the king is aimed at the g3 square, and then we play bishop c7, and like the f4 pawn cannot be protected properly.
Oh, that's a dream. I mean, the king could have been on c4. It could have been driven away from the connected. And I'm seeing a confident Wesley So there as he gathers his hands.
I mean, you can't be sure it's a draw, but he knows now it's not that easy anymore.
Oh, no.
I mean, it was never easy. But
He has some very strong suspicions that he's because his king is playing a huge role in stopping the pawns, which that has not been the case for quite some time. King g3, rook a4 check on Wesley's agenda. Clock times, Nasi?
8 seconds for Prague.
Again and again. 8 seconds.
Down to 5.
3,
2.
2.
Okay, oh my god.
He made it with 1 second? No.
Yeah.
Oh.
And now you can just go rook a4 takes g4, and rook and bishop versus rook is your dream, and you probably actually get it with how far the pawns are progressed. But
Hold on. I'm still recovering from the fact that he made that move with 1 second on his clock. Is that the third time, fourth time?
Fourth that we've caught it.
Oh. And Wesley says, I'll take the pawn. Thank you. Thank you for the offer.
F6, rook g6. I think, wait.
No,
You can also throw in bishop c7 check at any point.
Oh, okay. So if rook g4 now...
Well, don't ask me twice.
F6.
F6?
It says rook
Rook g6,
c4 is still a
F7.
draw somehow, but
No,
yeah,
he took on
it's a
g4.
bit scary. Yeah, but bishop. He took on g4. Okay, let's play f6. Let's at least
F6, rook g6, f7.
scare our opponent a little bit. Bishop e3, h6 is still a draw.
So, f6, rook takes g6, f7, bishop c7 check.
No, this loses to king f5.
Does it? King f5, rook g3, rook d2.
King. Maybe this doesn't
Rook d2,
lose
king
either.
e3, right?
Rook g6.
Okay, 9
Yeah, this
seconds.
is also a draw. Yeah,
9 seconds for Prague.
this is also a draw.
4. He goes bishop e8. Okay, now it should be an easier. Oh, Wesley got up from the board because now he's like, oh.
Well,
He knows he's going to have to defend rook.
And now
against
even
rook
king
and bishop.
e3. Now we really are in very, very comfortable territory with black. King e3, rook e4 check.
Last move was made on 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
I love the move King e3. King e3 is absolutely a boss move. You're threatening rook e4 check. You're threatening bishop d4 check. Wesley knows he's got a draw. That's just draws comfortably.
Yeah,
now.
no, this is now.
It's
yeah,
a
I'm not even sure you
comfortable
get bishop and.
No, I don't think you get that either.
Yeah, you establish a very strong blockade very quickly.
Exactly.
Incredible save for Wesley.
Wow. So we've just seen Prague play bishop to b5, and Prague is holding his head like, oh my gosh.
So he played
we're
bishop
gonna
c6, and now after rook d4, he actually has to accept a trade of rooks, because if you go rook b5, bishop c7 wins the bishop.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not
that's
play
it.
rook and bishop in the other direction, at least.
Right? Rook to
No,
d6.
so he went bishop c6.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Otherwise, this is immediately a draw. But
Prague
you can see
is just
Prague knows.
distraught, as this move forces the trade of rooks, and that makes it
No, there's
as
rook b5.
No.
Bishop
Bishop
seven.
c7 check, and I get to play rook and bishop.
Exactly, this is what I was talking about. Yeah, let's not do this in the other direction, at least.
Let's not play.
Yeah, he pushed
into-
f6 and
Wow, now we are going to see a draw. Rook takes, and bishop d8, pardon me.
or bishop d4. Yeah,
Yeah,
both.
I wanted to force f7, don't ask me why.
7 bishop e7 and wow.
Wesley knows he dodged a second bullet in this game.
Bishop.
Bishop.
Promoted
F8 bishop.
And officially over.
Wow, Prague is. He's going to need some consolation, Peter. Get on your best bedside table manner and say, take pride. You played a great game. For a long time.
I will attempt to, yes.
Yeah, for a long, long, long time.
Well, good result for Wesley's.
You
It's an
think?
incredible save.
Well, we've got a rest day coming up, but let's take a look at the standings after, once again, round 5 we delivered. It was only one decisive game, but so many of the games had the appearance of going decisive.
Right, Alireza won his game, so he increases his lead. Now he's in sole lead, and Wesley in clear second with 3 points.
By that draw, Wesley kept Prague down in that GCT race for the 3rd place. So that was just hugely successful. I just can't. And there was multiple occasions where it came down to a single second. Nazi, I'm still.
This one is below. This one is below a second.
Yeah, it's like a fraction.
So there's.
He's still making a move.
Yeah,
when
he's
the
still
clock's
making a move, and
on.
it already says 001. Yeah. This must have been, I don't know, 1/3 of a second.
Right.
To losing on time in this position. Unnecessary.
I think we're still got some jitters ourselves. Yeah, that was very, very, very stressful. And congratulations to Wesley on saving just a terribly
I
difficult
don't think
game.
we're going to have interviews. Players are
Right.
exhausted.
You would assume.
Wow. I feel like Lady Luck is on my side here in a massive, massive
Oh, it certainly
way.
is, Yasser, but for good reason. For good reason. No, Alireza is playing the best chess right now. He's very resilient. That's exactly what's winning him points.
True that.
So,
how
good
do
for
you
you,
how did you explain what just happened there, Christian? I mean, you saw Prague going down to a single second on 2-3 occasions.
It's about the time format. It's absolutely unforgiving, and it's an accumulation of factors. Whenever you get down to your last couple of seconds, once, twice, 3 times, you start panicking, and then you doubt your decisions, and then, you have so many ways in which you can play that position. What Peter has showed in so many times was a system of how to push those pawns. He did not find that system, and unfortunately for him, he paid dearly for it. And definitely, look, Prague has been having winning games after winning game, unfortunately failing to convert. At some point, even that is some sort of a baggage that you're coming into each and every round. And the confidence is not at his all-time high right now. So definitely something to work for during the rest day. We're going to have to wait and see how these players come back for round 6 in just a couple of days. But I'm ready for my rest day. How about yourself, guys?
I think we all are ready for our rest day. And at the start of the
guys, you don't have to do Peter dirty like that.
I think it's very stylish.
Don't do Peter dirty like that.
No, it's a very stylish look.
Style. That's
Come
a
on.
new look. I like it.
But Peter, what a game! What a day!
It definitely is a massive game in the context of the tour and the fight for the third, because really it does feel like Alireza definitely is in now on +2.
Yep.
He's also, probably Ben will tell us tomorrow that he is like a
Probability went
90% chance to win the tour with. But for now, let's concentrate on having no work tomorrow.
Oh, good. A rest day.
We will not see you tomorrow.
Thank you to our viewers. Thank you for hanging in there with us as round 5 of the Sinquefield Cup comes to a close. We'll have a rest day tomorrow. We're all looking forward to it. Nancy, Peter, thank you both.
Yep.
It was just marvelous.
Thank you, and we'll see you back on Sunday.
All right, Sunday it is.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.